Chapter 1201. Timothy held his place on the border for a year, 2 years, 5. He made a very obvious retreat from the border for 1 year, and still the swirling swarm did not act. It was deeply disturbing that they launched no counterattack. They truly didn't care. That was the best result for the Scarlet Alliance, but the most difficult to accept personally. Usually, it was an endless cycle of violence. However, he supposed that for those who committed violence without reason to begin with, being given one wouldn't necessarily provoke them to action. Usually, the deaths of friends and loved ones would provoke a response, but the swirling swarm might not have had any. Or perhaps they were playing the long game, nursing their wounds to attack in another decade, century, or millennium. Cultivators could wait, even if far fewer would last until the latest of those timelines. Plans were tossed around to accelerate the rate at which the Scarlet Alliance expanded throughout the midfields. There was simply too much area to defend. On the other hand, expanding too rapidly would create weaknesses everywhere. I would love to accomplish something like that, Katerina explained to the council. But even if I was given total control of every formation master we have, it would be impossible. We'd have to cover a border 10 times our own without any proper foundation. Is it not possible? Alva asked. You're a domination cultivator now. Katerina shook her head. I think we've proven well enough how little that means. Domination cultivators are just slightly stronger people, nothing more. It's not a matter of simply modifying border worlds, though that would be difficult enough. If the spatial distortion is extended to all corners of the midfields, Prasad began. It was Timothy that responded there. Then we are moments away from an invasion. We have no warning except what we can get across foreign borders. That's the risk of expanding it all. Then perhaps it would be best, Zazel said tentatively, to leave the planets to their own devices. Even if you lack compassion, it is a tactical mistake. Timothy warned. We need to know where our borders stand. Letting enemies draw up on us won't do. And if we can find the Trigold cluster to friendly territory, let us say that visiting sects wouldn't be accepted in the territory of others long term. We can make use of the lacking unity among them to protect ourselves. But if they can build up fortifications in the midfields, then we're in a problematic state. Prospero Vandale spoke up at that. I have some concerns in that area. If it's threats we're talking about, Everhart has his system here, and he's not becoming any less of a threat. That was something the council had to think about seriously. Everhart's interests had been aligned with them more often than not, but it was somewhat inevitable that they'd come into conflict. I don't want to sound biased here, Vari commented, but I think we should leave him. Not because he isn't a threat, but to minimize how far we have to expand to the north. Unless that would result in some sort of difficulty, maybe the distorted space couldn't handle that. I also doubt he'd be approving of us cutting off the system. What would be your reasons to leave him? Hoyt asked. Because aside from him hating the great powers, Vari explained, he's a good target. They send disciples to the system even though they know they will lose more than they gain overall. Even if we assume they are growing slightly overall, they might better make use of those resources elsewhere. I imagine he wouldn't allow any fleets to settle near his system, though that does leave a significant zone of concern. Katerina pondered for a few moments. Actually, the modifications to our spatial distortion might prove most useful in that regard. We can negotiate with him for however many systems he wants around him and create direct access from the borders to him, so that those testing their luck don't have to spend so long in our territory, or any time at all. Can you explain how that would work? Prasad asked. Not in technical terms, unless you have a decade to learn the theory. But in simplified terms, Katerina said, we would be creating the same sort of thing we did with Xianxia, linking the outer edge of the space to the inner, except bidirectional. There would be no access to any of our systems through the borders. It seems to me, Zazel said, that we would be best served by cutting off all outside access. Except, perhaps, at the southern border from the lower realms. Why not just link border to border? The Exalted Quadrant and Trigold Cluster would make excellent neighbors. We can, Uzan commented. Given time and resources, of course. However, completely cutting off access to the Scarlet midfields would provide incentive for various groups to try to break our spatial distortions. However, if we leave access in consistent and obvious places, not that it's easy to shift such things around, then the incentive is less. They will likely take the path of least resistance. A full bypass would look like we're hiding. I agree, Timothy said. we'd appear afraid, or that we had something of value to protect. The latter is true, Katerina said. In general, but nothing specific. We could use the time, however, a few centuries of relative isolation to train up another domination cultivator or two. I think that would solve most of our worries. Assuming none of our enemies developed their own domination cultivators, Prasad commented. Uzan pulled up some charts that people had seen several times before. According to all our research, even if we have to account for the swirling swarm, it is not expected for the great powers as a whole to develop domination cultivators so frequently. There was not a single one for many centuries before Caronis. They have been slow to adapt to our unified efforts, so even if they do pick up some things from us, we should still outpace them in that regard. If not, Katerina said, we'd be no worse off, and hopefully they would have damaged each other significantly. On the other hand, our sources show that their lack of lower energy is causing some amount of stagnation among their ranks. We might even expect them to slow their growth. We need time to recover regardless. I believe that discussion is moot, Prasad commented, since you indicated it's impossible to expand the spatial distortion formations fast enough to cover us. About that, Katerina said, nobody has to know, do they? I'm afraid I don't follow. We don't have to do it, Katerina explained. They just have to think we did it. An illusory formation, Hoyt nodded. Not a terrible idea, if it's sufficiently easier to produce. As long as it doesn't make them more eager to enter our territory, expecting to reach their long-term nemesis. A reflective formation, then, Katerina commented, instead of a bypass. Or rather, the appearance of one that distorts space back upon itself, making it impossible to reach us. We'd need to leave the most heavily trafficked areas by Everhard open, though, or someone strong enough to figure it out will do so far too early. The lower realms were beginning to implement some of the ideas of the Scarlet Alliance on a different scale. The natural barrier of the border between realms kept them safe enough, and even if the upper realms were to try to invade once more, they would find themselves outmatched outside of their territory. They were unafraid of domination cultivators, after all, but spatial distortions of a sort were still a valuable idea. It fit very well with certain concepts of long-distance travel. Combining subspace travel with other movement-accelerating options showed great promise. Anton thought he had heard someone call something warp gates. The old idea was to have small-scale access between points, but expanding it to larger borders was an intriguing idea. It didn't even have to extend to the scale of a system, just something large enough to catch the necessary flow. A vast number of ships could fly through a flat plain a few tens of kilometers across, which was nothing compared to creating a spatial distortion around the whole Scarlet Alliance. Of course, it wasn't necessarily that simple. The Scarlet Alliance used their entire territory as the structure of their grand spatial distortion. It was an energy-intensive process that used the particular qualities of ascension energy to produce optimal results. The methods in place also protected the formations themselves from attack, since any attackers would bypass them. If not worried about threats, however, creating smaller-scale versions was possible. System to system might be sufficient, as a large network of them would allow someone to travel in a matter of days a distance that might have previously taken years for most ships. Though Anton heard there was still some debate about how far such spatial barriers might have to be placed from systems, they would be more efficient outside of the core of gravity wells, and keeping them away from the influence of planets would also be necessary for stability. Even small fluctuations could be an issue, so measurements would need to be made and tests conducted. If all went well, the lower realms would be much more connected. It would even allow Anton to reach the border in a very short time, if necessary. He never quite knew what people were doing up there in the upper realms, stomping about. Though his movements were restricted, Anton believed he would have been satisfied sticking to his territory in the lower realms even if he were able to purge himself of the restrictions of fleeting youth. Even if he was able to carve out the core of his growth and still maintain sufficient power, he wasn't actually certain he would benefit from entering the upper realms. Except to visit, of course. It was a pretty serious matter to give up ascension and reincarnation, but his future lives weren't going to bother him in this one. Technically, he probably could ascend. He'd just be killed by the energy around him, which kind of made it pointless. Learning to fool it wouldn't improve his combat prowess in the upper realms. But he could actually set foot on Xianxia instead of watching video. Even if he had experienced three-dimensional replications of some of the places, it left out necessary sensations of actually being somewhere. It was impossible to replicate the look and feel of a place, including the energy, without actually replicating the whole thing. A recording could only go so far. Energy scans were good at sensing what reached one particular point of observation, but little more. There was absolutely nothing important for Anton to do on April, which was precisely why he wanted to be there. He was just a very fancy tourist, nothing more. Nalini was waiting for him when he arrived. Even if he hadn't sent a message ahead, his approach would have been obvious. The other archer was used to protecting the subspace-dwelling planet, so either she or one of the others would have clocked Anton even if he limited his presence. "It's so different," Anton commented. The planet was still dark on the outside. However, its population had grown at least triple over the past centuries. That might not seem like much, given how truly long it had been, but considering they were in a position of declining population due to lack of resources, it was a vast improvement. Furthermore, the inside of the planet was practically overflowing with energy, usually mixed with technology. "I don't know how you all managed it, with practically no incoming energy. You forgot the regular infusions of distortion beasts," Nalini explained. "That's actually where we get the most natural energy." Her tone had shifted. Rather than thinking of them as existential threats, she seemed more to consider them as resources. "They keep coming?" Anton asked. "They don't know that the ones before them died. Or don't care," Nalini shrugged. "I see," Anton said. "So, when are you reaching unity?" Nalini threw back her head, laughing. "Just like that, huh? You think it's so easy. I know you're already most of the way there. I don't mean just you, either. I mean the planet. April might have been the best candidate from the beginning," Anton explained. "How could you have survived otherwise? However, I suppose it might be difficult for you to choose who would be first to advance. They would have the greatest risk." "Really?" Nalini asked. "Why do you say so? Wouldn't they guide all others who came after?" Anton asked. "It is not as if you would cease to share your energy should you advance. So even that would be easier, and your planet would suddenly become strangely more efficient." "Perhaps that may be so," Nalini agreed. "Now then, why are you here?" Anton wasn't going to insult the people by offering once more to bring the planet back in normal space. They were already members of the Lower Realms Alliance, just a more remote planet. "I'm just here to do nothing at all." And if he could guide others in their cultivation even a bit while he did nothing, that sounded like a pleasant vacation to him. If only he could find an excuse to bring Bear Hug or Three Squeaks with him everywhere. Chapter 1202. The reach of the Scarlet Alliance wasn't limited to taking on a single project at a time. As long as it didn't require Katarina's capabilities with formations, other projects could easily be undertaken. Securing Alliance territory was a high priority, which included augmenting their defenses and continued attempts to establish proper diplomacy with others. The Hardened Crown sect wasn't any closer to joining the Alliance after Slice's visit, but that had never been the point. Merely engaging in peaceful contact, judging by that sect's sensibilities, was a way to build towards the future. The varied members of the council could expand areas in which they had expertise, and below them there were many layers of subordinates they could count on to complete any job. Specialized cultivators worked hard to make sure their faction wasn't weighed down too heavily by layers of bureaucracy, while still making certain that everything was being done appropriately. Sects that could have all of their resources pulled by the sect heads on a moment's notice were agile and rapid in their responses to threats, and prone to similarly rapid falls whenever the best judgment of their leader came up against a failed bet. On the other hand, unnecessary restrictions would make people unable to act. The Scarlet Alliance had many people dedicated to keeping them in a proper middle ground of efficiency, sufficiently agile, but not prone to overcommitting to anything. Such people were a constant thorn in Katarina's side, and her most important allies as they kept a steady flow of supplies flowing to all necessary projects. Foregoing other opportunities to focus only on large-scale formations would ultimately result in Katarina being incapable of doing her work at all. This was the Alliance's greatest merit, those who specialized in areas other than battle. All manners of resource gathering and growth, production, and everything else had their own people who would only get better with time, and those who didn't reach a level of expertise would find themselves rapidly aware of their deficiencies. It was best for them to seek out other methods of focus. though in most cases a desire to excel was sufficient since training of all sorts was readily available. The Scarlet Alliance had many planets to settle over the coming centuries, which meant they needed to be prepared for people. Many had been ecologically devastated by the decades of war in the midfields and the period of occupation and extraction. Establishing stable ecosystems planet-wide was a significant task that took a large number of workers, though the Alliance knew all the necessary factors for a practical balance. A complete ecosphere was far harder to achieve, as the species present on any one planet numbered in the hundreds of thousands at a minimum. Transporting enough of any of them to create a stable population would be difficult enough, let alone fine-tuning things to result in future success. But there were people who did that, specializing in their lifelong goals. Even if they never reached augmentation, which was possible even for non-martial styles, they could build up centuries of experience, passing their knowledge and experience on to many future generations. Teaching techniques had also been expanded upon. Colonies would be established in the midfields, but their assistance would also be offered to their allies in the chaotic conglomeration. The upper and lower realms parts of the Alliance would both have expertise to offer in that regard. The plan was to make the move look more like expansion rather than some sort of retreat. Some of their allies would not wish to leave old homeworlds, but the pressures of the chaotic conglomeration and the exalted quadrant would eventually cause them to crumble. The Void Ants were one of those reasons, but they also recognized that the contributions of the Void Ants were what kept them from perishing along the way. Suddenly divesting themselves of the Void Ants wouldn't protect them from potential wrath, so they were locked into their course there. The lower realms greatly approved. Those in the Scarlet Midfields kept their cautionary separation from Void Ants, though pressure from the Great Queen might change their mind eventually. She could weave convincing arguments about how they would be needed, and there was every reason to trust she believed that. After all, the Void Ants were not constrained in their territory in the lower realms. Wherever humanity made their home, Void Ants came to join them. It would be stranger to see a city constructed without Void Ants in mind than it was to see tunnels rising up from below the streets. The efforts of Void Ants in the upper realms to produce their own small-scale technology had been adopted to the lower realms as well. Void Ants had opportunities to use human transportation, but there was only so far they could walk on their own 6 legs. Even if they were a hardy people, at some point it was quite inefficient to go between different sections of a single city, and they had ways to contribute to all forms of human society. They could get into so many small places, observe machinery up close, and handle areas with unstable energy. More Void Ants worked in pretty much every location than humans, by numbers, but certainly not by mass. The total quantity of Void Ants in any one place usually contained less matter than one article of human clothing. For the sake of efficiency, Void Ants had created many smaller devices, mostly based off of trains, bringing them from central nests to human transportation hubs. Otherwise, it could take them half an hour to go a couple hundred meters. That could be accelerated by Void Ants working in harmony, but a rolling battle structure took up far more space than just an underground tube on a per ant basis. Various methods had been developed over the centuries, but now they were more capable of building their own technology. It still very much helped to have humans help set things up initially, since they could usually carry an entire Void Ant factory in a box, ready to be put into place at its final location with only a few small tweaks. Anton was confident that once he finished his interactions with all the various peoples of Klar that they would accept him. If not, he could accept not binding their star, but he honestly thought it would be best for them. As time went on, it became clear that the sapient species weren't limited to plants and plant-like individuals, but they were by far the majority in kind and total quantity, especially when they began producing future generations. Some ended up normal plants, but others, usually those from individuals with higher cultivation, maintained the spark of sapience. Meanwhile, there were only a small number of animal types that had gained sapience in the area, and, as Anton had recently discovered, some portion of the space-dwelling oddities in the system. They were the hardest to put into a category, though if he wanted to, Anton could easily call most of them animals by an extremely broad definition, and some might be plants, or at least sufficiently plant-like. Regardless of the results, Anton continued to spread the energy language, but the locals also managed that as well. Bear Hug was the most enthusiastic teacher, as they loved communication in all forms. Others merely found it practical. And once they learned that cultivation could benefit from an exchange of insights with others, many became more social. That was even true of the most antisocial individual, Briar. Given where Briar started on that scale, the fact that they had only reached the level of neutral interaction wasn't that bad. Not friendly, and not always willing social interaction, but nonviolent. Briar did like cultivation, at least, and Bear Hug knew more about active energy control. Briar still consumed a lot of other plants and occasional animals. Anton thought it was fine, though he'd emphasized that Briar couldn't count on others to replant for them. With a large enough territory, Briar could cut around their continent, or the continent of various planets, and not cause any lasting damage. Fortunately, Briar didn't seem interested in making more like them, so whether it would be a violent nature or teaching, neither would come into play. The whole system wasn't at peace, though. It couldn't be. The way the planets drew in various energy-sensing creatures and then erupted them into space between planets was the only way for the constantly spacefaring individuals to grow their mass. Except, perhaps, for a very slow transformation from pure natural energy. But that was inefficient even for plants. Violence among nature was expected, however. Anton could call a forest peaceful even if there were foxes hunting rabbits and deer consuming leaves. Birds would eat insects or rodents, and that was natural. Even if feeding was inherently violent to some extent, it could still contribute to a peaceful enough ecosystem. An actual lack of peace came with intent. That is, people. Anton minimized his presence so that people could interact as naturally as possible. But there were others like Briar that found it expedient to take resources from others, and they maintained that stance even after learning to communicate. Anton was relieved that Bear Hug and Liberty were among the stronger individuals, and they brought together communities that could work for mutual defense. As for how they handled violent individuals, that was generally dealt with on a case-by-case basis. Some they were unable to spare even if they wished to. Others eventually learned reason. Anton could only share what he had seen work for other people, but there were quite different thought processes as far as plants were involved, not just from humans, but also from each other. Some conflicts were due to slower growth and understanding, and tensions remained from a lack of any particular authority structure. Though society did seem to be developing slowly, and Liberty was more interested in that part than Bear Hug. Then again, if Bear Hug got their way, everyone would be friends, and thus there would be little need for complicated conflict resolution plans. Even friends could have issues with each other, but they would work out a method to resolve that over time without others forcing them to. Not all of the sapient individuals were on par or weaker than Bear Hug and Fiends. Some of them wouldn't have been a viable target for their attempts at cultural exchange regardless due to certain difficulties. Specifically, reaching them. So that was where Anton focused his efforts. Partially on sea creatures, learning lessons from Acaries, but also on spacefaring individuals. One of those was a particularly large individual that Anton could most closely associate with an ocean ray. A large and wide individual that was thin like a sheet. That was where the similarities ended, except for perhaps visual movement. Because this individual tried to wrap around and crush him instead of biting or stinging. It wasn't like a manta ray that could swallow hordes of smaller things whole, though it would have functioned quite well in the space ecosystem in that regard. Anton used star steps once more to get just outside of attacking range as the ray lunged. He was fairly certain it was beginning to understand the patterns of his speech, but was clearly not interested just yet. "That's not going to work, you know," Anton said. "I replenish energy faster than you." He got no response. He was simply chased around, until eventually his pursuer got tired and went to eat something easier. It was clearly cautious about him watching it feed, but he kept enough distance that it felt safe. Likely because it didn't know about archery. Anton's attacks had flown through the system before, but not every denizen would have immediately recognized what it was. Long-range attacks were unusual without developed tools, and the sort of range Anton had was never experienced without vast cultivation. Technology could replicate a good number of in-system attacks, though. Anton thought that the ray would be better served as a herder than an ambush predator, but he was finding it difficult to explain that. It happily killed anything he led towards it, but it wasn't much fond of preservation and control. Then again, three-dimensional herding might be a difficult task below a certain level of cultivation. The ray could probably do it, though. It was vaguely equivalent to a life transformation cultivator, which was quite strong, even if Anton had surpassed that level long before. Chapter 1203. It wasn't possible to precisely compare a large-scale formation to one that operated at a much smaller scale, but it would be foolish not to test at all. Thus, Katerina prepared some experiments at standard scale. It would be trivial to build a micro-scale test, but it would be so divergent in result it probably wouldn't matter. So they were instead using a lone system as their representation for the entirety of the Scarlet Midfields. Another confounding factor would be creating a secondary spatial distortion inside of the primary one. That would be more difficult and much less representative of what they wanted. Thus, they had to provide security and determine exactly who and what they were most worried about. For Katerina, that was Everhart. He'd been helpful to the Scarlet Alliance so far, but simply presuming that would continue into the future was a mistake. It wasn't like he'd never done anything negative to them. It just happened to net positive. It wouldn't be strange if he was planning to seem allied with their interests for a few more centuries before he decided he was done. And even if Everhard himself never directly attacked them, it was good practice for Katerina to not become too trusting of the people around her. Close family and ancient friends being an exception. With all that pushed to the back of her mind, Katerina watched as the minimum number of people necessary for safety finished setting up their first border formations. The more people they drew away from their normal lives, the more likely someone was to slip up and mention where they were going, or for people to get curious about their location and dig into it. Usually secret work was done in a lab, but this simply couldn't. When everything was set up, Katerina drew upon her energy to empower the formation. This wasn't a system that the Scarlet Alliance had built up over long periods of time, just an average star with average planets. The formations would require much more energy than the system could naturally provide, though hopefully that was something that would scale more efficiently. Once the formation was in place around the system, including a majority of the void space on the way to the next systems, Katerina sent a message with a standard communicator to one of her aides. The return message time was measured in minutes, which was standard. The timing indicated that the message went around this particular spatial distortion, which was unfortunately expected. It was different from their normal barrier, and standards comms just didn't know how to work with it, which would mean that if this project expanded, they would have to replace everything. Maybe Uzin could come up with a software workaround, but Katerina had one with alternative hardware meant to take advantage of the new version of spatial distortion. She sent a message and got a reply instantly. No, there was a slight time delay, but it was pretty good for multiple light years of space between them. Next, they sent several probes through different parts of the distortion. Everything Katerina knew said that it would go flawlessly. Her desire to not have her body torn apart by space itself told her that the tests were necessary. The best part about these tests was how quick the feedback was for the distances involved. She got a message of the probe's arrival almost instantly, at least the ones that were meant to pass out the other side. Others had to enter the area, since they weren't working on total isolation. The probes had to be scanned for integrity, but more than that, they had to wait a week or so for the other probes to take the long way. Katerina had to continue to empower the formation during that time, which was not her favorite use of her time, but ultimately necessary. Fortunately, it was all worth it. Both results came back exactly as expected. They repeated the tests with living subjects, not humans yet. Same results, so finally humans got to go through. Katerina was the last one, because she was empowering the formation. However, she was least at risk. If it messed up, they might just lose the materials used. It was shaky for a moment as she slipped through space, arriving far from where she had been, yet still close to the formation. It was mostly her own disorientation that caused a hiccup in the flow of energy, but she caught it before the formation collapsed. Such movements weren't new. They happened every time anyone entered the territory of the Scarlet Alliance, though usually they went from outside to inside. This went from the outer edge of one formation to the other. Now to test the alternative, Katerina moved through space, ending up in the space directly in front of where she had been. In short, nothing happened, which was exactly the intended result. She could even go out. In this unique case, simply not having the formation cover the area would have been appropriate. However, their calculations indicated that layering formations would be more stable if they were space-filling. Having holes everywhere wasn't what they wanted, even if the current setup didn't block or deflect anything at various points. Skipping past systems was good. The new comms working with that was also good. But they couldn't have something so convenient without a way to get into the actual systems. Creating a secure system would take some work, though a modular approach might be appropriate. If they could transform the formation to bring intruders where they wanted, likely requiring active control, then they could achieve similar defensive results while gaining utility. Currently, the outermost planets were actually the hardest to get through from outside the Scarlet Alliance. There was also the possibility of not having direct passage into the system. If they cut off 99% of the space and went straight to the system itself, they could have rapid travel times through all of the Scarlet Alliance. Weeks could become hours, but all that would take study and testing. It was good that the prototype worked, at least. Now they needed to stack them. If they were to be space-filling, cubes might be the most intuitive option for travel. That meant 27 was the most logical next step. That was a significant jump from a single system. It would probably take at least a few years to even get started on that next step. Hoyt looked up into the night sky, his eyes piercing the darkness beyond what mortal sight could see. A distant asteroid passed by, a sight he would never see in Xianxia. Any large comets or asteroids that would pass near populated planets were diverted into a safer orbit. That was why he and his grandfather came to this empty system to grow their insights. Another hunk of rock struck the thick atmosphere of the planet, rapidly heating up. Predicting where such a thing would fall was a fairly easy task. A true falling star, though it was not a star at all. It sparkled as it burned up, turning into smaller chunks that disappeared, leaving nothing more than the size of a fist. Some would be larger, while others would turn into dust. Either way, it was a brief moment. That wasn't what Hoyt wanted, a transitory moment of power and glory. The Alliance needed more than that. He needed more than that. It would be too late if he waited for further troubles to arise. Everyone knew that, and Hoyt but was one of many looking for their path forward. "It's time," Hoyt commented. With him was Prospero, his grandfather, in a reincarnated form. For the past centuries after they had reconciles, more like a brother. "I wish you all fortune," Prospero said sincerely. There was nothing else for him to say. He had already voiced his prior concerns. His wish to be the one to first take the risk. However, Hoyt wouldn't wait. No, he couldn't. Prospero understood that. If his heart told him it was time, then there was nothing else he could do. Not unless he was planning to give up on advancing altogether. Prospero Vandale himself had done so long before. He'd had his reasons. The Order of 99 Stars had needed him. But perhaps if he had been brave enough to take that step, they might have become the Order of 100 Stars far earlier. Or perhaps it would have led to disaster. Prospero didn't regret his choices, ultimately, but he understood what failing to take an opportunity was like. Hoyt had already chosen his target. A powerful comet, though not the grandest that passed through the system. Instead, it was one that he had a special connection to, even if it was merely based on personal bias. A cultivator could do little but focus on how cultivation felt right to them. Once the proven guidance of prior generations was surpassed, theatrics were not Hoyt's chosen method. Timothy and Katerina had chosen to publicize their advancement, and for good reason. Domination drew strongly on devotion, after all. Hoyt simply didn't think the same exact method was right for him. He had told a specific number of individuals who mattered the date and time, calling upon them to be prepared. But only Prospero was chosen to watch directly. He had learned so much from the techniques he had stubbornly refused to study, even if others would have given anything for access. He needed his grandfather to be present when it happened. Hoyt could feel it, the power of devotion flowing into him. Prospero's confidence solidified his own. His chosen asteroid was on a grand orbit around the system. Hesitating would simply pass up his best opportunity. Fire within him flared as he flew towards his chosen asteroid, locking his relative position as he followed it. He reached out with himself, wrapping it with him and himself with it. He had saved up every ounce of energy he had for the last year, even overfilling himself. It was a risk, but without sufficient energy domination simply wasn't possible. Once he crossed the threshold, far more energy would fill and transform him. Flames wrapped around him and his chosen asteroid, growing in intensity as devotion was converted into something more. Hoyt was certain he had enough. Power continued to grow, until finally a spark of domination energy appeared within him. From there, it grew like a forest lit aflame. Feeling such power from the outside was far different from possessing it himself. As its name implied, it was domineering. Hoyt spread the energy between himself and his chosen anchor. The asteroid grew red-hot in an instant, passing into white-hot territory beyond that. It threatened to vaporize, but Hoyt kept its form with pressure from his energy. Domination was transformational to the anchor. He just had to guide and channel it. Everything was over in an instant. Whether it was a lack of control, overestimating his insights, a flawed choice of anchor, or some other factor, Hoyt failed. There wasn't even time for a thought as the domination energy within him expanded, leaving behind nothing more than a flash of light. Prospero didn't react, refusing to believe what he had seen with his own eyes. The traces of lingering energy could merely be his grandson suppressing his new energy. A trick, as if he would do so, instead of creating a grand display. Eventually, however, he was forced to accept the results. As the image of nothingness burned into his retina faded to reveal the glowing remains of the asteroid that Hoyt had been attempting to bind as an anchor. An anchor that had no more than a single speck of domination energy remaining within it, fading rapidly away. He should have been the one. Was he a coward, waiting for Hoyt to succeed so he could learn from him? He hadn't thought so, but he had lied to himself before. Perhaps, even if he wasn't ready, he should have insisted. An intentional sacrifice from which they could learn. Anything would have been better than this, where he remained alone. Chapter 1204. The instincts of a cultivator weren't always right. Just like anyone else, sometimes they did incredibly illogical things when under great emotional stress. Whether it worked out for them or not was an entirely different matter. Prospero didn't think. In front of him, the only remains of his closest family were a few scraps of rapidly fading energy. No functional traces of a body, not anymore. That had been gone in mere moments, along with the rest of Hoyt's energy. Except for some trace of domination energy he'd managed to spark inside his potential anchor. Prospero wanted to destroy it, for killing Hoyt. He wanted to preserve what remained, to hold onto the memory. Both instincts interacted with him at the same time. His own power reached out for it, drawing upon the fire of the 100 stars. He threw it towards the empty planet he'd been watching from. That was where they had shared their last moment. The final time Prospero could have taken control and changed events. Or perhaps it was already too late. But perhaps if the planet itself were destroyed, nobody else would make the same mistake. These thoughts passed through his head as if they somehow made sense. But of course, they didn't. Nothing made sense. He had no comforts to take from his own reincarnation. Retaining any memories had been wondrously fortunate, without a specific cultivation method designed for it. Prospero Vandale's death hadn't been so energetic, however. Even if domination energy didn't primarily affect the soul, it was powerful enough to destroy one. If any scrap of Hoyt remained, it wouldn't be recognizable. Nothing, except for one tiny spark of power in a lone asteroid. He sought to amplify it, destroy it, preserve and erase it. When the asteroid hit the planet's atmosphere, it would become a meteor, a falling star. Especially at the speeds Prospero was accelerating it to, it would burn up all the material that remained. Or perhaps, with it going fast enough, it would impact the planet. The force could rip both to shreds. That would be acceptable as well. He fought himself, his own energy struggling with his conflicting goals. Flames erupted in the atmosphere as the falling star began its descent. It wouldn't take long to reach its ultimate result. Prospero wanted none of it to remain. He wanted it to exist forever, a last memory of Hoyt. Inside of him, energy grew ever more concentrated. His body ached. Some part of him knew that he could die too. If he cared about the Alliance, could he allow himself to die as well? 2 augmentation cultivators in a short period would be a disastrous loss. Yet, he did not know if he wanted to live. Care about what would happen to others would require knowing anything at all to begin with. The spark of energy had almost faded. He amplified it. 10, 100, 1,000-fold. The system had moments before been rocked by a detonation of domination energy. Could it withstand another? It didn't matter. Prospero wouldn't exist to perceive it anyway. Another flash, his eyes not fully recovered from the blinding passing of Hoyt's death. This time, he did not have to feel the energy of a soul he loved fade away. It would consume him. Prospero felt it, deep inside of him. The pain of drawing upon too much power. Of failure. Neither hurt as much as the pain in his heart. He devoted his first life to his sect. His second life went to the family he had neglected. What else was left for him? The pain stretched out into infinity. Was this what it had been like for Hoyt? Endless suffering, as his awareness extended beyond all sane limits. A body should not be able to withstand so much. He should have already faded from consciousness, perhaps forever. He knew this, as he had died once before. He let out a heaving breath as his body forced him to let go. However, as a cultivator, his control of his own body, conscious or not, was far greater than others. Ribs snapped under his tension before he let go. All of this, including the sudden but trivial pain of bones breaking, brought Prospero's attention to the scene in front of him. His chest heaved painfully in and out. Time was stopped in front of his eyes. A meteor, moving with such force that the cone of flame it built up around it filled a significant chunk of the planet's atmosphere. Yet, it never impacted. Prospero's heart was beating. It might beat over 100 times per minute when agitated, but even if it beat 100 times per second, there could not be so many beats of his heart before the impact. He shifted, a strand of hair dangling in front of his face, affected by the slightest bit of gravity. Was he somehow subconsciously adjusting the temporal acceleration of his own hair? An absurd thought, but rational ideas had long since fled his mind. They were only just then starting to slowly filter back into him as his logical part reignited. He felt it, still. The struggle inside of him as he held two contradictory ideas in concert. Time passed, with the meteor hanging in the air in front of him, brimming with domination energy. The same was true of himself, inside. He was so full of power, yet he felt empty. As he came to full realization of what had happened, he still had thoughts to act immediately and recklessly. It didn't matter to him what he had accomplished. He would have gladly given it up to bring back Hoyt. Alternatively, he would have given up his life to punish the ones who drove him to this point. Yet there was no one to blame. Not any specific individual. The pressures of the Scarlet Alliance were certainly quite strong, but Hoyt had wanted this. Their foes, no domination cultivator, had slain Hoyt. None except for perhaps Prospero and his own cowardice. He should have been the one to take the first risk. He should have done something, but he hadn't. Maybe he could have, but the time was gone. So he was left with nothing but an eternal reminder of what he wanted to forget. Or perhaps it was not frozen in time after all. Prospero had the feeling that any moment, the meteor could come crashing down, pitting itself against the planet below. Neither would be recognizable afterwards. Some cultivators sought immortality. Perhaps not even domination cultivators were able to reach eternity, but in some way that thought was comforting for Prospero in particular. Whether or not he should have survived indefinitely was irrelevant. He had a friend who would probably be glad to hear it, and Prospero didn't necessarily find himself disagreeing. Now, if only he could go visit without causing a fuss. Some tiny portion of Prospero thought that maybe nobody would notice anything. As if Hoyt's announcement that he was trying for domination wasn't of note, or him returning alone. As if somehow he could hide what he had become. There was nothing wrong with it, of course. Nothing at all, except for all of it. He didn't want to hide it, but he didn't want to speak about anything. Where could he go? Should he flee the territory of the Scarlet Alliance? Enough of Prospero's rational thought had returned to conclude that wouldn't produce optimal results. Despite his flailing during a time of crisis, he did care about the Scarlet Alliance. Perhaps less than other things, but nobody cared about nebulous masses of people more than specific individuals. It was just not the way humanity functioned. They needed to know what happened. They needed to see another domination cultivator to assuage their fears. Or did they? The rapid rise to power of the Alliance was what had brought them under the scrutiny of their foes, a contradictory need, as they could not have survived events without their growth. Prospero cut past occupied systems. He might still have been noticed, at a distance, but he kept his power restrained. His movement slow. Somehow, he thought that would have been enough, but this was not the old world. Messages arrived for him, even in the depths of subspace. Random individuals could not simply contact him. He had to look. The one that was easiest to read was from Timothy. He was a straightforward young fellow, which was to say he was essentially the same age as Prospero himself. Now, even if there hadn't been that whole temporary death thing, if you receive this message, please respond. We haven't been able to get in contact. Was it supreme foresight or simply luck that omitted any mention of a name? Even if he knew it in his heart, seeing it would have somehow broken him. Responding was difficult, even if he sent barely 2 words. I remain. A handful of blissful hours flying through nothingness, weaving his way among the stars. From within subspace, they were more imagined than real, but he always liked watching the stars. He didn't bother with any of the other messages. Timothy did message him once more, however. Meet with me. As if they could just do that. Find each other anywhere. Except, Prospero realized they could, to some extent. Timothy's presence was available in every system that carried one of the solar platforms, intertwined with Katerina's own energy. Prospero didn't respond, but he did stop and linger several systems away from Xianxia. He'd never just sat in subspace. It was a place to be traversed. Timothy reached him over a week later, which confirmed to Prospero that his passage hadn't gone entirely unnoticed. Does everyone know? Prospero asked as Timothy closed the distance between them. Timothy shook his head, stopping at a comfortable conversational distance. Until this moment, even I was uncertain. Katerina suspects. Maybe others, but I don't think they would have truly felt you. Just two bursts of domination energy measured from the system. Prospero didn't want to look at the former disciple of his sect, now a fellow elder. So he didn't. Timothy seemed to understand regardless. He let him take his time. He took a few deep breaths. His ribs were on the mend, as any cultivator could accomplish the same with a constant flow of energy. He could have been faster, but he didn't trust his understanding of domination energy just yet. The people need to be told something. Do you want to influence the narrative? What, precisely, do you need? Timothy pondered for a few moments. Nothing more, now that I am here. The results are obvious enough. In the future, details would be appreciated. What do you need? I need to get to the lower realms, somehow, Prospero said. Obviously he knew how, but whether he would be permitted to go. Done, Timothy said. If you wish to meet with Katerina, she can help smooth your journey, I imagine. The council will know about you, but they can hardly demand anything from you with your current status. I'll tell them enough. Perhaps it may even be optimal if you are kept secret long-term. Katerina's contributions were formations that kept his energy signature minimized. It's not going to be particularly comfortable, she explained. You can't exactly travel by yourself with these restrictions, nor can we assume you wouldn't be recognized. He was placed in a box, or a coffin. He'd be special cargo for transport to the lower realms. It was going to be a long trip, especially once they got to the border. Then again, it always would have been. He didn't want to rush to the border himself to reach Anton just a little bit faster. Of course, that would ruin the whole point of what they were doing now, and perhaps he needed the extra weeks to think about what he really wanted. He didn't wish to unnecessarily burden his friend, and more than that, he didn't even know what his burdens were. It was a bit selfish to complain about being alive and more powerful, but that was exactly what his heart told him now. Perhaps he'd sort that out before he arrived. Or perhaps it would take him a century to come to terms with his current state, if ever. If only things had been simple, and Hoyt had been the one to succeed first, even if Prospero never followed. Chapter 1205. When they had first met, Prospero Vandale and Anton had a massive gulf in power between them. Prospero had been a life transformation cultivator as long as Anton had even been alive, and Anton had merely been in body tempering. Anton hadn't managed to match him even until the end of Prospero's life, as there simply hadn't been time to catch up. Then Anton had been far ahead after Prospero reincarnated. They hadn't communicated in person for the majority of that time, which was longer than they had known each other. But strong friendships didn't fade so easily. Even with a whole lifetime in between and certain memories lost, they had restored some of that prior relationship with previous meetings. For a while they had been on relatively even footing, with Anton in enrichment and Prospero in augmentation. Now they were once more similarly situated, though of course one of them would be at a severe disadvantage depending on their location. Vandale wasn't terribly excited about how he'd caught up, though. That was why he'd rushed off to see his friend, hoping for some sort of stabilizing force. Instead of sitting atop a mountain looking off into the stars, they simply hadn't bothered to head for a planet. In fact, they'd intentionally drifted away from the closest star so that nothing outshone anything else by too much. They didn't say anything for a while. Days. Weeks, maybe. Vandale was fairly certain Anton would have done something eventually, but he'd needed the time to sort through his own thoughts even after the journey. I'm not even certain what I wanted to hear. That was Vandale's first admission to Anton. Sometimes, there weren't answers to things like that. And other times, there were. Everything will be all right, Anton said. Sometimes, those were just words, but people needed to hear them. When Anton said them, they sounded true. He was one of the few people that was qualified to speak on the topic of everything so confidently. Tell me how it happened. I don't even know where to begin, Vandale admitted. Yet he managed anyway. Prospero Vandale recounted the story of Hoyt's journey towards domination, especially after Timothy and Katerina broke through. The two of them gave what advice they could, offering their insights and how others of the 100 stars might best transform their energy. Is it strange that there are 3 of our sect who were successful? Prospero asked. I don't think so, Anton said. The 100 stars is flexible enough to allow anyone to grow. It had a very solid core developed in the earliest parts of Cerrito's history, that which wasn't erased, of course. It was impossible to say how much of it came from previous cycles. The origins of most cultivation techniques were lost, as their founders were regularly slain with the cycles and many of the insights destroyed to keep the lower realms from growing too strong. Yet in some way, perhaps that meant that if any techniques thrived, they had to be among the best. I should have been the one to take the risk, Prospero commented. Anton thought for a good long time before responding. Do you believe you were ready? Not at all. But then you certainly should not have. Cultivators must learn from the flaws of those before us. Does that mean we should forge a path of intentional mistakes? Of course not. Only by striving for success can we get close enough to fail. Anton spoke passionately to his friend. You know that Hoyt was not some young, inexperienced cultivator. You were on nearly equal playing fields in terms of experience. He came to the conclusion that he could succeed. He didn't. That's just how it is. We'll never know for certain his probability of success. Perhaps that's not even the right way to look at it. Prospero nodded. That was enough of that, for the moment. What do you think of my results? A moment suspended in time. Should I have gone for something more firm, enduring? It is a poor example. Anton shook his head. It's the most honest anything can be. Nothing lasts forever, nor do I think we should try to. That finally got Prospero to smile. Of course you would say that, as a practitioner of fleeting youth. Maybe you should have tried it too, Anton suggested. Though I'm not certain about how it would count lifespan beyond a reincarnation. It would probably be a dissonant technique. Not much good for the one promise it makes to begin with. What should I do? Prospero asked. Whatever you think is best. But if you are uncertain, there are plenty around who you can ask about specific scenarios. What are you considering? Chasing down Jan, or assaulting the swirling swarm. Both could be trouble in the future, Anton agreed. But I think it would be best to remember that you are, in fact, just a baby domination cultivator. Consider how Timothy and Katerina fared in the war, with a century or so of time behind them. The first few decades, you'll need to grow into your power. I'm still not comfortable with all the power of unity. Prospero sighed slowly, releasing some of his long-held tension. Of course Anton was right about that. It's not the end of the road. At the very least, domination has more steps to be taken. Whether there is value at looking even further than that I would seriously question. However, if you wish to explore certain stars, it might be the best opportunity. But as far as we know, it would be a lonely journey. Prospero was aware that there was a border on the other side of the upper realms, though he had not explored it well enough to determine what sorts of energy, if any, lay beyond it. It was true that if there was another ascension to be had, there was no point. There would be no friends to join, nor enemies to fight against. Some cultivators might find it worthwhile if it offered some higher level of power, but what good was power if it wasn't used for something? I do think I would eventually like to explore every star. You're going to need a massive lifespan, my friend, Anton grinned. Did you know there are hundreds of stars? It was a hilarious statement when they were literally surrounded by thousands of stars visible to the untrained eye. Tens of thousands that they could see as cultivators without using a speck of energy to enhance themselves. And then, just in a single galaxy, hundreds of billions. Anton didn't even know what it would take to travel between galaxies. I'd settle for knowing that someone was going to eventually succeed, Anton said. As long as we don't count the ones that die, of course. But maybe someday people will have nothing better to do than explore the stars, moving from galaxy to galaxy and visiting every single last one, including those born after they began. Maybe I'll settle just for laying my eyes on them, Prospero commented. You'd better hope that the universe isn't infinite, then. That might not be unmanageable. I hear that Everhard is being surprisingly effective in different locations at the same time. I heard that as well, Anton said. Everhart was a security threat relevant to both upper and lower realms, after all. I thought he was a bit finished with long-term projections, but perhaps domination has given him some other methods. But I believe some mathematicians would inform you that a small, countable number of clones wouldn't be enough. If I figure out how to live forever, Prospero said, I'm certain I could manage it. You could join me, at least along one route. Anton nodded slowly. I might be interested, but we'd have to start sooner rather than later. I'm not quite comfortable with the state of things here, however, and I'm not planning to live forever. That hasn't changed, Prospero said. I almost wish it would, but it would be a bit impractical for you to change. I'm quite infused with the principles of fleeting youth. 1,000 years is already 10 times what I was prepared for. It sure passes quickly, doesn't it? Every time I blink my eyes, I swear a decade passes, Anton agreed. It's not so bad, though I've lost track of all my descendants. My connection was severed by several generations of people choosing to live normal lives without much cultivation. If you go long enough, Prospero shrugged. I'm not expecting anything from Anishka or Alva at this point, Anton said, though they could always change their mind. And it's difficult for Timothy and Katerina to have more. Chitty is also probably disinterested in family. Maybe Yuval, though I don't really need more family. I have a great number of adorable disciples to keep up with. Some of them are even human. The topics of conversation continued to stray further from the original. That was by design, as Prospero would have little to gain from continuing to dwell on what had happened. At some point, he truly would have to choose where to focus his efforts next, but that could wait at least a little longer. Neither Anton nor Prospero would consider doing nothing as a possibility, nor was simply cultivating and ignoring the affairs of the world a worthwhile alternative. Anton could feel Prospero's anchor through him when he was willing. He didn't comment on the tiny speck of energy sealed there. The why of that was obvious enough. Prospero's fears were somewhat justified. It was a sort of transient anchor. If he truly lost his resolve, or it weakened enough for long enough, then the meteor would progress along its path. It couldn't serve as an anchor once it reached a certain point. In some ways, Anton thought that made it better. A cultivator without proper convictions didn't need the amount of power a domination cultivator could have. The same of unity cultivators, though being a unity cultivator was more self-balancing. The people of the lower realms pulled on Anton as much as he pulled upon them, not in terms of drawing upon his energy, but through the web of connection. They rarely needed Anton for anything. If he happened to be near a system, he could help anywhere more hands were needed. But even his ability to reach anywhere on a planet was pretty much pointless. The chances of there not being some competent cultivators much closer were pretty much non-existent. Aside from accidents and disasters, he was most useful for sharing insights. That was something worth hanging around for. And things in the upper realms simply refused to stay stable long-term. So he might be called to the border more directly. Maybe you should have tried star binding, Anton suggested to Prospero. A bit late for that, I think. Prospero chuckled. And while it's certainly a valid form of expression in the lower realms, it didn't seem quite right for anchors. At least how you had it previously, being restricted in area would have been a bit problematic. Prospero shrugged. Then again, once we had the spatial distortion, it was a reasonable alternative. I think the biggest problem would have been that people already knew you do that. So it's my fault. Anton grinned. Passing the blame onto others, are we? It was a reasonable explanation, though. Anchors were connected to the domination cultivator. Even if they weren't always publicly known, there was something about that connection that had value. Repeating what others had done effectively might result in a dead end rather than reaching a new stage, simply because of how much it relied on perception. Domination just wasn't quite as good at sharing as Unity would likely be. Obviously, they had to get more Unity cultivators first to confirm that. It would be a shame if their connections worked at cross purposes. That would certainly be an issue if the cultivators in question weren't in alignment with their motives. But the lower realms had been growing in the right direction in that regard for many centuries now. The alliance itself was solid. Anton expected new Unity cultivators to require little more than some intentional connection, though it might not be easy. Nothing worthwhile usually was, at least not the first time. Chapter 1206. The major limiting factor on how the spirit slicing sect could grow was whether or not they could get access to void steel. It was necessary for their techniques to gain full effectiveness, but it was not a durable material, which meant that mistakes, even from high-ranking practitioners, could often result in shattered blades. Reforging such weapons only worked to a certain extent, as eventually void steel lost its properties. Advanced mining capabilities had allowed them to process known stores more effectively. Pure tech mining aids and advanced body tempering training for their miners had vastly shortened the time required to extract the veins they were aware of. With responsible use, they would be able to last several centuries, and that was including selling off some amount of it to other specialists. In short, they were now less tied down to certain planets. Currently, they were scouring the border worlds for more void ore, as that would provide a proper excuse for their future movements. They could even pick a planet that wasn't normally habitable, either settling elsewhere in the system or trying to transform it to suit their needs. Cultivators did that sort of thing all the time, but usually they lacked a certain sort of precision. Sects would set up formations around a particular zone to create perfect conditions, which meant everything would collapse when the maintenance stopped or the energy dried up. The Alliance came with various methods to create long-term stable planets. It was more work for more reward. The sects still might not have been willing or able to make that leap, but the Lower Realms Alliance had volunteered their expertise. They would be managing the other side of the border, after all. That was the very reason they would be going to the border instead of trying to flee the area entirely. It wasn't possible for everyone to just uproot ancient sects. But when the alternative was potential extermination, once people forgot their fear of either the Void Ants or the Exalted Quadrant, then people were willing to put in the effort. They weren't trusting people untested. The Scarlet Alliance had come through time after time. Many of their people had come from the same planets that would be sending aid. There were some details that needed to be taken care of, like hiding the true nature of what was happening until they were settled properly, but much of the secrecy would actually be done out in the open. Hiding things was difficult, but if you let people know you were hiding something and then revealed some portion of the truth, they were usually willing to accept that as the whole story and then stop looking. So they were going to accidentally reveal how they had found some resource-rich planets. That would be true, though perhaps not in the same way as some people would consider them. There were always resources like minerals to be found, but the best of them typically existed on planets with high quantities of energy. It wasn't like the upper realms lacked planets, just ones that were valuable at a glance. Why would anyone spend a century making a planet livable when there was already one far better? Even the spirit-slicing sect had that attitude much of the time. However, when thinking deeply about the future, even surviving to the next century in the wrong location seemed like a difficult bet. Aconite was having a slight problem thinking of an anchor that would act like she wanted that didn't risk killing everyone. Though realistically, even her most widespread options wouldn't go that far. At most, all of the Scarlet Alliance would die if things went bad. Not that that was better than everyone. In fact, it was far worse because it would only kill the people she cared about. That was why she was thinking very hard and studying various options. There were a few things to consider about what other people might think about her project, of course. People might not want to house some sort of poison in their bodies. Yet humans were totally fine with bacteria, which were like poisons. Except they weren't always fine with that. Like when it hurt them. And if she was going to make one that spread to everyone, it kind of had to not hurt people. To spread and grow, but not too much. So maybe she should think about some other sort of microscopic anchor. Aconite had no idea if her parents would be suited to make an anchor. Domination was a path for human cultivators, but Aconite hadn't acted like a wolf for the majority of her life now. Not that she disliked her heritage, but she cultivated in her own way. An anchor was right for her, or a whole lot of them. Tiny particles of some sort that would be everywhere. A powder, or maybe a gas. She didn't need a big anchor. Though, of course, she didn't exactly know how it would work. Maybe if she made tiny anchors, people would only need to find one to destroy her whole cultivation. That would be a risk. She could only rely on her intuition, as she doubted that such a path already existed. Certainly, nobody who would be willing to share cultivation advice practiced such a method. Most of the domination cultivators were their enemies. At least they had one more now. That meant, depending on whether they counted Chitty, they had 3 or 4. Much more comfortable. But just because Hoyt failed and Prospero succeeded, the others weren't going to stop trying to advance. Everyone had their own reasons beyond protecting the Alliance, and the threat of death wasn't a deterrent that had stopped cultivators in the past. Taking a ship between realms didn't negate the energy disconnect. Long-term operations were difficult, as every expenditure of energy opened up the cultivator to the world around them, draining their incompatible energy. The main benefit of the ships was that by not relying on either upper or lower energy, they wouldn't randomly stop working halfway across the border. A cultivator flying under their own power would also be drained quite rapidly once outside their native realm. Despite having been a sect head in the lower realms once, Prospero had not ascended. It clearly hadn't weakened his cultivation to a significant extent. He had the proper experience necessary with some memories from his first life. However, it was an important distinction because it meant his current body had not undergone the same sort of transformation. That made adapting to lower energy a bit more difficult. As a domination cultivator, he was in an even more awkward state than others might be. He had a constant flow of domination energy from his anchor, and fully replacing that with lower energy wasn't quite possible. In short, he had a limited amount of time it was reasonable to stay in the lower realms. With low activity, he could manage a few years, and he did. But eventually it was time for him to say goodbye to his old friend once more, though hopefully not for too long. Anton escorted him all the way to the border. Prosper could have pretended it was for him, but he'd seen Acaris. The meerkats were adorable. Have you figured out where you fit in? Anton asked. Prospero nodded slowly. Yes, I must take an active role in things. Katerina has many ways to help build up the alliance. Timothy is an excellent guardian. Sometimes, you need someone to go on the attack. Prospero shrugged, or they might need some planets moved. I should be much better at that now. There's no reason to restrict myself to only violence. I just know it will be necessary. I would suggest you go help out the Western group, if you wouldn't stick out like an extremely powerful sore thumb. It would be better for them if they simply chose to leave their region entirely, but Anton understood why they would want to remain nearby. That was their home. Leaving behind planets was already a tough decision. Hopefully, they would be able to secure their own safety and perhaps reclaim those locations eventually. Not that they'd lost everything yet, but it was inevitable. An intriguing idea, Prospero agreed. But there's more than enough for me to do in the Scarlet Midfields, once we're ready to show my presence. Now then, I believe there's a box with my name on it ready to ship me back. The levity in his voice was a great chance after his arrival. Anton knew it wasn't entirely genuine, but people didn't simply recover from the deaths of loved ones in a short time. Single-digit quantity of years wasn't even good enough for those who'd been with family for mere decades. That is, if people ever truly got over it. Anton didn't think anyone should forget, just accept it. An alarm rang inside Leonid's head, and while he couldn't say he was glad for it, at least it was going off. That meant it probably wasn't an Everhard incident. That Shalach fellow had died, so there wasn't anything he was particularly concerned about in terms of security. He could proudly say that the archives were safe from anyone below domination. Not that he had much to do with it. He merely happened to be around. He reported the alarm to Timothy first, just in case. Then he joined security watching some monitors. They absolutely don't know about thermal cameras, the head of security commented. Rahila was pretty much equally ranked with Leonid. She didn't have to include him in any security issues, and he was mainly brought in case security had to take certain measures, and she wanted to consult him on preservation of sections. Cultivator fights inside buildings could get rather messy, Leonid nodded. They're excellently concealed from energy sensors. Invisible. I'd bet their scent is controlled as well. The only question is if they're a distraction. Rahila pondered for a few moments. If so, they're not that well prepared. We'll be locking things down now that we've noticed someone. And while it's not that hard to control body temperature, reaching ambient temperature without energy fluctuations isn't simple. And they're actually far closer than it appears. How'd they get in there? Leonid asked. Did they slip through after someone? That was far easier than passing a barrier without harming it. Guard shift change, Rahila confirmed. These two noticed a disturbance, though, and reported it. I'm glad we've gotten the sensitivity of these things correct now. People would be prone to ignore the alarms if they were too eager. Can you tell where they might be heading? Let's see. That's either the tech archive or the secret archive. One of the secret archives, Rahila suggested. If there were multiple secret archives, I certainly wouldn't admit it, Leonid said. He actually hoped there were more he didn't know about. There were things he shouldn't have access to, even from a distance. Are you going to stop them? The deeper they get, the harder it is for them to get out. And we've got extra sweeps searching for extras. Either way, we've got a patrol about to accidentally bump into them. Will they be able to handle them? Leonid asked. We don't have a readout for their cultivations. If the formations here can't completely shut them down, I'm hitting the button, Rahila gestured. If Katerina taking active control and Timothy shielding the guards isn't enough, then they wouldn't have gotten caught. But we should be able to handle them. She was right, of course. The patrolling guards accidentally bumped into them, the sneaking cultivators finding it difficult to dodge out of the way rapidly while still using stealth techniques. And their energy was locked down a moment later as the formations were activated by Rahila. Many systems were manually targeted, as automatic systems were generally easier to exploit. They were fairly quickly revealed to be spies from the Exalted Quadrant. There would always be some of those within the Alliance as a whole. It was merely about managing what information they could get access to. Public knowledge was pretty much impossible to hide without lying to their own citizens, which wasn't worth it. The same was true in the lower realms, where there had also been an uptick in spies, though they were all locals for the moment. The Exalted Quadrant couldn't easily slip cultivators of their own into the area. Leonid knew that also meant it would be difficult to pay them if they were successful. But the sort of people foolish enough to work against the Alliance like that wouldn't understand until it was too late. Chapter 1207. Sometimes, things were good. Decades were passing relatively uneventfully, bringing a clear moment of peace. Enough time passed that the planet promised to Ratna was just about to arrive in the upper realms. Having never transported anything on that scale across the border before, the Lower Realms Alliance had discovered that the energy infusion didn't remain quite as robust as they might have liked. However, it was still viable as materials infused with natural energy. If Ratna complained, they would remind her that everything else in the upper realms, by which of course they meant everything not in the Scarlet Alliance's hands, was at least another century more decayed. Space was big. A single planet was nothing there. Even if it had a distinct energy signature, it wouldn't be picked out easily. However, the forces needed to properly redirect a planet were another matter. The forces of the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance were a stealthy bunch, but a few hints of their presence here and there seemed to have been picked up. If it were a matter of snatching up a package and disappearing, they could have gotten away, but it was a planet. Not the largest example of its kind, but not a tiny one either. Most relevantly, it was restricted to moving at sublight speed since it didn't fit into any sort of ship. Not even the most ambitious projects of the Scarlet Alliance could handle that. The imbued fragments had shells of planets that acted as ships, or rather, they used to. Their attempt to seek retribution on Everhart and the distraction from the lower realms to draw away from the siege were both significant drains on the sect. They appeared to be making a last-ditch effort at reinvigoration. Bold, to go against a domination cultivator like that. Perhaps they had some sort of special plans. Anton wondered if they had factored for him. He was watching, of course. It was just across the border, and it was something they were sending. It would be a shame if things didn't go smoothly. It was of course Ratna's responsibility within Trigold Cluster territory, but good allies would help where they could. The imbued fragments sent one of their spindly ships towards her planet. Ratna might not have been a domination cultivator focused on direct destruction, but she thought that was a bit bold. How bold would they be when she showed herself, however? That would be the determining factor in her methodology. For the moment, however, one of her elders would be handling that. Lexia revealed her presence, shining bright in front of the planet as the imbued fragments approached. Approach no further. This planet is the property of the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance. A masculine voice responded from somewhere on the surface of the skeletal ship. Ratna focused on the man for when she was inevitably going to have to act against the sect. A likely story. Merely showing up first means nothing. It is not as if the planet has your mark on it. Ratna smirked slightly. Some jokester actually had carved for the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance on the planet. It was tied into the preservation formations, though she didn't know if it was functional. I would happily debate with you the merits of our ownership if you weren't just trying to drift closer. Stop now, or cross a domination cultivator. She'll never hear about this, the man said arrogantly. Seriously, it was quite foolish of him to think that. Apparently losing an entire star wasn't good enough for them to recognize power. Also, how did they think they were going to keep it quiet? Even a complete massacre of the Guardians wouldn't be enough to explain where they suddenly got a planet full of material imbued with lower energy. You have made your choice, Lexia declared. Don't expect to dash. That was the point at which Ratna appeared next to the man. She gutted him from his waist up, slashing through his dantian and the majority of his vital organs. Normally, she focused on more precise attacks, but she was interested in making an example. I will give the rest of you a single chance to flee. Before she was even done speaking, the entire structure was slowing its momentum. It wasn't as if even a number of cultivators sufficient to populate a small planet could instantly reverse the direction of such a large structure. However, the general consensus of the people was clearly to flee her, and she was happy to accept that. Individually slaughtering all of them would be more of a pain than breaking apart such a large structure. Just because Ratna beat back one attempt to steal her new planet didn't mean people would be done. They presumed that she couldn't constantly be present, and they were right. 6 years later, only a few curious onlookers had poked their heads around the area it was traveling through. It had more or less surpassed the border systems, though very few of those were actually occupied by anyone in the Trigold cluster. Though the fleets watching the planet were ever vigilant, they were unprepared for the following circumstances. One of the ships of the imbued fragments was in their path, potentially left along their predicted path years before. It was hidden well enough between systems, such that their scouting operations hadn't stumbled across it. They had only a short few days to prepare for it. Redirecting the planet was too large of an endeavor for them to accomplish before they would encounter the enemy ship. Lexia, who had a more or less permanent station with the drifting planet, made her plans. She wasn't prepared for what actually happened. She took a portion of their fleet to attack the planet ship, leaving some behind to watch for anyone trying to slip by, but she underestimated the will of cultivators. As soon as the clash began, ships from the surrounding systems began to flood towards the planet, quite literally. Most were not powerful enough to stand up to even the segment of fleets that remained, and even with their numbers, it would have been a fair fight that could have delayed long enough for Lexia to return. The problem was that none of the ships actually fought. She could vaguely feel the events as they were happening, but she was an hour or so distant. She couldn't stop the ships from just descending towards the planet and grabbing everything they could. They had already engaged the imbued fragments before the other enemies arrived. She could pull away, but without dealing a crippling blow to the ship, they risked significant damage as they tried to retreat. Lexia herself was looking for something she could sabotage, some critical structural components or formation markings, or just their strongest cultivators. The skeletal planet ships would collapse under their own gravity if sufficiently damaged. She felt the attack coming a mere few seconds before it arrived. A terrifying amount of lower energy, leaving a wake of disturbed upper energy behind it. It tore its way out of subspace, piercing into the structure of one of the planetary limbs. Upper energy rushed towards it and annihilated the attack, or perhaps the attack detonated the surrounding upper energy. That was the practical result, as a few hundred kilometers of structure simply turned into rubble. The structure began to shift. It was a slow process, as it took time for gravity to take hold, especially as the local cultivators fought against it. Lexia was terrified and relieved. She knew that power. She hadn't personally interacted with Anton. He'd never been to the upper realms, and she'd never been to the lower, but she recognized the energy nonetheless. He'd previously interacted with the region around them during the war. Even if she hadn't been present there, she had interacted with the energy of the Order of 100 Stars. It was pretty difficult to mistake it for something else. She wondered how often he could do that. If he could take out another couple limbs, but she should take advantage of the chaos herself. She could feel the energy of local cultivators shifting. She could easily take down a few vulnerable ones. Even if Anton did nothing more, he'd greatly accelerated the timeline for them breaking away. She'd taken down about a dozen integration cultivators when she came across a particular pair of women. A late integration individual and an augmentation cultivator. The imbued fragments fought alongside the broad-eyed harvesters, respectively. The latter had disturbing heads with stretched and warped features. They also carried large picks. Lexia didn't have any intention to get hit by it, of course. Lexia wanted to take out the augmentation cultivator rapidly, if she could. However, she thought better of it and charged for the metal cultivator. She had purposefully kept her weapons out of normal space. Fighting with bare hands put her at somewhat of a disadvantage, but she still had stealth. She appeared right next to the weaker cultivator, a burst of light energy piercing through the weaker woman. Immediately, the pick carried by the stronger of the two swung at her. Xianxia blinked away, disappearing just before she was struck. The attack didn't suddenly cease, even if the augmentation cultivator wanted to. Her attack still took out a section of the ship the size of a city block. Only a small portion of the attack, and there wouldn't have been any collateral damage if Xianxia had been hit. She moved in and out of the shadows, sometimes more literally than others, bombarding her opponent from various angles. She just had to make certain there were no more metal cultivators immediately present, and she could use her blade, which would be more effective. Another arrow went immediately past her head and slipped between the legs of the other woman. Now he was just showing off. There was no way he'd missed. The arrow tore through 100 layers of structure long ways before detonating not terribly far from them. Another rush of surrounding upper energy following it. Xianxia took advantage of that moment to slice into the upper arm of her opponent, her blade flashing from seemingly nowhere. The attack could have severed her arm or even killed her if she hadn't properly responded, but it still cut into the muscle and slowed her retaliation. Xianxia continued the battle, monitoring the other forces of the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance. They were focusing on one side of the planet ship, hoping to bring it down. With Anton's arrows, they likely would. The pick swung towards Xianxia, piercing into her sternum. Of course, it was only something that looked like her. Manipulating light and darkness was a trivial illusion she hadn't thought would be nearly so effective. She struck towards her opponent's spine, not cutting as deep as she would like, but still causing further damage. Several moves later, and the augmentation cultivator was down. Xianxia was completely unharmed, though she expected it was either that or being completely shredded by her opponent with no middle ground. A third arrow. The structural collapse accelerated. Xianxia called away their forces, not bothering to deal with the imbued fragments escaping from the collapse. She had to get back to the planet. By the time she arrived, the attackers were gone. The damage, a few casualties, though far more enemies than allies. Along with that, the attackers had hauled off some chunks of the planet. Not good, or for the most part, but still valuable in its own right. They literally scattered around the planet, grabbing whatever they could. It wasn't a great loss, but Xianxia couldn't help but feel she failed. If Ratna had been present, no, it might have still happened the same, except that the imbued fragments would have been dealt with more quickly. But stopping so many ships all at once was not an easy task, and they hadn't fought unless they had to. Xianxia's lieutenant had been uncertain of whether to split up or not. She'd chosen to keep formations and hunt down the larger concentrations, probably the best option. Some small portion of the planet was lost. They also had caught some of the fleeing ships, so the resources were recovered. Not the worst, but Xianxia needed help. No, the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance needed further aid. If they didn't want the planet to continue to be dismantled piecemeal, it was simply too valuable of a prospect, especially for the resource-starved Trigold cluster. Chapter 1208. The Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance were forced to accelerate their intended extraction timeline as the planet drifted through the Trigold cluster. The fleets that had snatched some of the easier-to-reach resources had already damaged some of the sealed surface, so the energy would be fading more quickly. It would take decades or centuries still, but they also had some immediate uses for even the most mundane materials imbued with lower energy. Further attacks did not happen immediately. Without more of the imbued fragments to serve as a distraction, few were willing to take the risk. Xianxia also presumed it had something to do with Anton. She wasn't certain when they would be out of his range, but clearly it went beyond normal bounds. Even if his target had been far weaker than him, the impact of shots between realms was psychologically greater than simply the damage caused. It was great that they were allies. That was most of Xianxia's thoughts on the matter. She didn't think about how to fight him if they were enemies, because the answer was obvious. She wouldn't. The chances of becoming enemies now was particularly low, but either way she wouldn't fight. Any sensible member of the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance would run and hide. Surely with enough distance they could avoid whatever senses allowed him to stretch into the upper realms some handfuls of light years. If not, he would have harassed the enemies of the Scarlet Alliance far more. His help was greatly appreciated, but instead of counting on Anton, asking for reinforcements seemed valid. Not just more people from the Guardians, but others. Ratna agreed, and she managed to secure the aid of the distant Shadow Sect, as well as a ship from the Scarlet Alliance. It was a small ship. It had to be, to sneak through Trigold Cluster territory. With the Alliance's power, there was no doubt some possibility for them to openly traverse through some of the border regions, but they didn't seem particularly eager to be at the forefront of a massive conflict again. Lexia wanted to know what was in the ship. Was it a weapon? She'd heard of what had happened with the swirling swarm. The bomb used on them was an impressive weapon, but she was uncertain if explosions of that sort could harm the more powerful cultivators. She wasn't sure what else could fit in a small ship, but she didn't actually have to wait that long for her answer. At least, not in the grand scheme of things. After a couple years, some of the surrounding sects were bold enough to attack. They had judged that Ratna was probably off dealing with other business again. This time they were wrong, but they still made that judgment. Swarming tactics had been successful once, so it was no surprise they were used again. Even Ratna could only kill a certain number of individuals at once. Spread out far enough, and thousands of ships could still land on the planet and hack at their resources. Then the cultivator on the ship revealed himself. The ship itself did nothing except hide him. That was quite necessary, because he certainly couldn't hide himself. It was like an entire star suddenly appeared on the battlefield, bright and sparkling. Points of light appeared, and Lexia only managed to watch as they streaked through the sky before impacting their widely spread targets, wiping out both individual ships and squadrons alike. They were meteors backed by the power of a domination cultivator, slightly less existentially terrifying than a sniper attacking from 40 or 50 light-years distant, but far more actually dangerous. Domination cultivators belonged in the upper realms, after all. Lexia had felt the strain those arrows took just to arrive. They merely happened to exploit the local temperament to regain some of that lost power. This cultivator, Prospero Vandale, if Lexia was correctly translating the shift in energy from augmentation to domination, was solidly part of the upper realms. He was also quite proficient at targeting widespread opponents. Exactly what they needed. The full consequences of his appearance struck Lexia a few moments later. The Scarlet Alliance had 3 domination cultivators, plus that blind swordsman who'd been instrumental in killing Shalach. Those numbers might make them the single most powerful sect right now. Their alliance couldn't match the whole of the exalted quadrant of the Trigold cluster, but as far as she understood, they were properly unified. Not a loose association of sects and clans living next to each other. Sect head Ratna supporting them might have been the most important decision she had made. More than the resources of this planet, and the one yet promised, entering into alliance with them might have been the biggest benefit the Guardians could strive for. And while that move had placed them at risk, the fact that the Alliance had sent a domination cultivator to help with the escort meant something. Likely more than the actual combat prowess he brought to the battlefield, though that was greatly appreciated. Since nobody reported back, it took several incidents before people realized Prospero Vandale was part of the escort. Lexia would have personally not chosen to be part of an assault after one complete wipeout. But then again, it was her faction that had possession of the valuable planet. It was true that Ratna wasn't always present, but he was. And Ratna's lacking presence wasn't always to the advantage of surrounding sections. Sometimes she was busy taking care of business within main sect territory, and sometimes she was waiting for some of the sects along the path to make a move against them. Lexia had no proof, but she liked to imagine she was walking behind certain sect heads, waiting for the message that they launched an attack. What she did know is that none of them were domination cultivators, so they were dead before they even knew she was there. And nobody would have actually known she was there if she didn't want it to be known. It was a warning. A cultivator-style warning to those who were second in command, because those first in command should have known better. A single incident had made people think that perhaps the resources were poorly protected, when in truth they only lost a tiny portion of what they possessed. They didn't want to lose more, of course, which was why it was nice to have someone who could drop the heavens themselves on those foolish enough to show up. After he was fully revealed, Lexia decided there was no reason not to talk to him. Leaving the ship alone to conceal secrets had been one thing. Now, well, she could at least request a conversation with a domination cultivator. As an elder of the Guardians, the worst that would happen is she would be rejected. Your mastery of your elements is astounding, she began with a compliment. Is it possible that this humble individual could hear of your insights? The man laughed. She was taken aback for a moment, but it was a true, mirthful sound. He'd had such a dour face that she'd been concerned it might be something else. It took long enough for someone to try to talk to me. I'm not some sort of person that thinks I'm above everyone, you know. How could I be? He gestured around him. There isn't even an up or down here. Lexia blinked. Well, that's true, she admitted. Most of their fleet flew with similar orientation, but that was mainly for purposes of coordination. There wasn't really an up or down to concern themselves with. But usually, domination cultivators are unapproachable. I understand the sentiment, Prospero said, and my actions certainly didn't do much to dispel it. But even in my younger days, I did not mind conversing with those of significantly different cultivation. The Guardians, you have a core of light and darkness in your techniques, don't you? Yes, Lexia agreed. That much wasn't secret. She already knew that Ratna had shared far more details with the Alliance. Maybe everything, or at least everything the standard sect members would get. You are of the 100 stars, aren't you? I heard that star binding is a common practice among you. Is it unreasonable to ask about your anchor? It's not a star, Prospero commented. It could have been, for some of us, he explained. But I ended up with a falling star. A meteor. A meteor floating among the stars, Lexia nodded. That does sound like an anchor of merit. No, it would merely be an asteroid, were that so. I locked a falling meteor in place. How does that work? Lexia asked hesitantly. Maybe you shouldn't tell me. Anchors. Anchors are meant to be known, in many cases, Prospero pointed out, and their secrets may not be of any use to others. I doubt any would have circumstances even remotely similar to my own, such that they would choose such an anchor over something more personal. Can I ask? That, I will not say. Not now, at least. But as for how it works, it falls continually. And maybe someday, it will truly crash into the planet below. Prospero shrugged. It could be before or after I die. Are you not concerned with the end? I've died before, Prospero said. Reincarnated, fortunately. Regained some of my memories, and then rejoined former allies. But even if I hadn't, with my particular selection of friends, it would be quite difficult to fear death. Not because I believe it will never come for me, but because I've accepted that it will. Then why strive to become what you are? Prospero smiled. That's because what matters is not how long we live, but what we do while we're alive. And I think you'll agree that you can do far more as an augmentation cultivator than you could do before you reached integration. Is that not so? Additional years are of great use as well. But ultimately, there are things we care about. For those things, as well as for ourselves, we choose to cultivate with the greatest vigor. Lexia pondered his words. She hadn't exactly been a casual cultivator. People did not reach augmentation on a whim. She had done it for herself. She wanted the safety and security that power brought. She'd never really thought about doing it for something outside of herself, though. Who or what do you cultivate for? This is where being born in the lower realms was a great advantage to me, Prospero said. In a time where cultivation was more rare, people first cared more about family and friends. It is possible to reach great heights of cultivation without. Indeed, one can convince themselves that by neglecting such things they will go further. But it's not true. Perhaps only those who never had attachments to begin with would perform better by divesting themselves of such things. Do you have much family? Lexia asked. She felt some flickers of emotion from within the man, his face taking on a firmly neutral tone. He spoke carefully. I did have some. My appreciation for family did not come as early as it should have, but I gained much from a second chance to develop such bonds. I see. Lexia understood that him speaking more frankly about his anchor than his family was a sign she shouldn't push any further. At least, for the moment. They would have further opportunities to speak. If she remained on assignment, it might be decades. Even if she was rotated out occasionally, they didn't have to interact with any great regularity to have a significant number of opportunities. She knew she would take them, though. It wasn't just that he was a domination cultivator. Though having insights shared was tempting, it was the way he carried himself. He truly meant that there was something more important than his own power. Lexia might agree in vague terms. She would fight and die for the sect, but it wasn't the same. Lexia did recall something about Ratna having family. Was that the secret? No, several famous domination cultivators had clearly lacking personal connections. But with 3 domination cultivators coming from the Alliance, they clearly were doing something right. Chapter 1209. Eventually people grew wise enough to not cause any more trouble for Lexia's planetary escort. though she herself was only a small portion of the deterrent force. Of course, as an augmentation cultivator, some people feared her, but just like sect head Ratna, she could only be in one place at a time. Her techniques simply weren't suited for wide-scale combat. She could take out a significant number of individuals or vessels, but she couldn't defend a whole planet. Despite the scale of the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance, it was still difficult for them to perfectly cover the transported planet either. Most of their forces were needed in their territory, or they were in training. But Prospero was entirely different. He was perfect for taking out numerous small targets with precision, strong enough to take out more powerful individuals if they were stupid enough to try to get to him as well. The only reason it took so long for the trouble to stop was that he was 2. Effective at taking out incoming groups. The Guardians focused on the more concentrated targets, and he dropped falling stars on everyone trying to slip past and dismantle bits of the planet. Even if a few ships were successful at the first part, they rarely ever got away. Finally, they reached close enough to Veiled Brilliance territory that nobody was going to act. The potential value was fully outweighed by the consequences. Except, those consequences were also brought upon those who had been successful early. Ratna had been handling those cases herself, with the help of others from the Veiled Brilliance and some of the delegation from the distant Shadow sect. Even if they hadn't been caught immediately, the energies of any prominent sect or clan had been remembered. Once the Scarlet Alliance had been called upon, they were able to record all of the energy signatures entering the area, at least every cultivation method, if not individual cultivators. Xianxia was most excited about keeping that technology. It was a mix of vaguely familiar formations and electronics, which were simple on the surface and extremely complex underneath. The most important thing, though, was that they worked. They could do a wide variety of things, but recording was the most interesting. Cultivators had their own methods of recording, but they were usually less precise. Even if they worked, they couldn't match energy signatures to databases of known sects. It was a bit of a shame when the journey was over. It was a good station for a few decades. Xianxia had gained many merits, and of course the value of having access to a domination cultivator couldn't be overstated. Even if she was careful not to be overly bothersome, over the course of the journey she had gained quite a bit of confidence. That didn't mean she was willing to try to jump into domination in the next decade or anything, but the idea that she actually might, someday, was actually quite encouraging. Even if it was in a few centuries, or maybe a millennium, chances were still high that she would fail, but high wasn't the same as nearly guaranteed. And even if she never took that step, Xianxia was encouraged that she could become stronger within augmentation, at least a little bit. Ratna considered the planet in front of her, having finally been settled into place in a safe orbit on one of the core systems. It was, literally, a planet full of valuable resources, even if the value was mainly in what was stored within the materials rather than the materials themselves. She didn't need more lower energy to train with herself. She'd already solidified her foundation long before. It certainly would have been more difficult to reach augmentation without, and domination required even more specialized energy control. At some point, all cultivation methods had been built on the basis of lower energy, and there was good reason for that. None of this was for her, but for her sect. Her sects, actually. It was convenient that she had to call upon the distant Shadow sect, so that it was less suspicious to send them their rewards. There were plans to send an even more valuable planet in the future, though to include plant life that was even vaguely fresh would require much more setup and a more complicated transportation process. That also meant handling security on this end, though she did have a recently cleared route. Securing someone like Prospero Vandale again for multiple decades was a bit much to ask, though. Some aid from the Alliance wouldn't be bad, but relying on their domination cultivator might make her look weak. She wasn't, of course. She was highly confident she could defeat him in single combat, or take him out in the middle of a war. He was a fresh domination cultivator, and her specialization would be to her advantage. It might be a bit shaky if she didn't keep focusing on her own development, but she had plans for that too. Despite its grandiose name, the SAS Star Striker was not the most impressive ship among the Scarlet Alliance fleets by a significant margin. However, it was still Captain Ilvali's favorite. Was that entirely based on personal bias? Not quite, but it was certainly a contributing factor. The ship wasn't hers. nor was it truly under her control. Rather, having come from the unified sector, she and the ship were heavily influenced by confluence cultivators. She was only an integration cultivator, but the Star Striker was generously labeled as an augmentation-class starship given the level of technology and, of course, the contributions of the crew. Not being the sole arbiter of decisions wasn't something that bothered Olvali, of course. If that was the case, she'd never have gotten far with her style of cultivation. Energy sharing imposed her influence on the crew as much as the crew influenced her. She happened to be the strongest among them and the best facilitator of shared energy, and that was it. She had her position because someone had to be officially in charge, at least outside of the unified sector where they had actual hive minds. That also meant she was in charge of the diplomatic actions, which admittedly wasn't something that was best left to the majority. The mission the Star Striker had been given wasn't a typical one. Then again, Ilvali didn't know if typical missions could really exist in the current age unless they were going to war again. They weren't, hopefully not for a long time. Maybe ever. The mission normalized travel throughout the Trigold cluster. At first, it seemed like a ridiculous idea for a group that was constantly on the verge of war with the Scarlet Alliance. And then she thought it was genius. Most likely, it was somewhere in between, but the Alliance always had good reasons for their plans, at least. Ilvali was able to ask, why? There was a particular mission, of course. The answer was simple. It was a matter of respect. If the Scarlet Alliance was going to act as a sovereign power, its neighbors had to respect it. That meant all parts of the Trigold cluster, or at least the closer ones. The Star Striker wasn't meant to travel to the fearsome menagerie or the distant swirling swarm. There was indirect diplomacy, and then there was recklessness. Ilvali's job was to plan a route and then execute it. That was all, though it was more complex than it seemed. It began with an analysis of trade goods provided by the crew. Then she sent messages ahead to request permission. If she was denied access to certain systems, there were always more routes that would take them around a region of space. They didn't beg for permission to pass through territory, and they wouldn't pay for it, except in the way everyone else would pay. Sects liked to tax people coming through their territory, but the smart ones kept their numbers low so that people didn't just avoid them. After all, if typical cultivators wanted two things, it was power and luxury goods. And if the former was, mostly, for the sake of acquiring the latter, the Star Striker carried some of everything. The Scarlet Alliance produced top-quality goods in all categories. The only things they didn't trade were tech items, and not because they were trying to maintain perfect secrecy. It was simply because most people wouldn't have any way to use them. Without power, they were useless. They could sell people generators, but others probably wouldn't have the right sort of fuel or the infrastructure to produce it, and it was just a long chain of tiresome effort. They did sell pillows, though. They were so good that she'd seen people willing to kill for them. The Scarlet Alliance wouldn't accept payment in the form of assassination or murder, though, nor would they sell to people who killed their customers. It wasn't always possible to find out, but people weren't as good at hiding things as they thought. Ilvali had needed to ban more than a few clans and sects from sale, which ultimately meant they had to buy secondhand for extra cost or risk violent conflict repeatedly. It wasn't really about the pillows, of course. Those were the most extreme examples. The journey was about the goods as a whole and people accepting their presence. Every once in a while there were bandits who thought to ambush their ship, only to find that it was far more powerful than it felt when the energy of every cultivator aboard combined. A few groups also tried to attack them, but Ilvali stayed away from anywhere she thought to be actually dangerous, and instances of violence resulted in a sale ban. No pillows, no high-end chocolate, no cultivation manuals. The mission wouldn't be possible with just the Star Striker, of course. It was more than just the support fleet that traveled with them, but also the various other groups. The Trigold cluster wasn't tiny, after all. Ilvali could only create familiarity along a few routes, a few dozen systems, and their neighbors. The ultimate goal was to work their way closer to their ally, the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance. The Scarlet Alliance avoided sending actual military forces into the area, though that was mostly a matter of numbers. Eventually, though, they wanted to be able to do so without deception. If they were respected by the local sects, the border systems be reluctant to act against them. That would make it easier to reach the deeper sects and make it harder for said sects to avoid retaliation if they caused problems. Captain Ilvali liked her task. It was good for her cultivation to be able to travel, and it was filled with just enough risk to promote her growth and those of her crew without putting her in the same category as the battle maniacs. Even with Tano gone, the Dancing Slayer sect lived on and spent their time hunting down monsters. She also had a great amount of independence, which might not have made sense to others, given the way that the ship functioned. But she could make decisions and count that they would ultimately fit into the actions of the Star Striker as a whole. They had a connection, with Ilvali's cultivation having influence from assimilation, confluence, and at least the inspiration of unity, even if it was far short of that threshold. Normally, the policy was to have minimal interference in local affairs, at least as it didn't relate to the goals of the Alliance. They weren't trying to cause revolutions wherever they went, at least not in the short term. Long-term cultural influence was a different thing entirely. That was, normally, the policy, but Ilvali found herself in situations where she had to make choices frequently enough. Like when a certain old woman approached her on one of their stops. They were on a small moon. It barely had an atmosphere, with a weak ecosystem. But cultivators being cultivators, some lived there anyway. It had decent amount of energy, at least. The hunched old woman was extremely straightforward. I request asylum aboard your vessel. Ilvali sighed internally. What did you do? She asked. She wasn't expecting a complete explanation, but she had to at least know who she would be angering, even if some strange part of her had already decided to help the lady. Chapter 12:10. After talking to the hunched old woman for a while, Ilvali found Edsila quite pleasant to be around. She was also a little bit terrifying. Could you go over that story again? Ilvali asked. She had already taken the woman onto the Star Striker. If someone was coming for her, it would be far more difficult to get to her before she at least finished her explanation. Of course, dear. The other day, I was serving tea to the ladies. You know how they are. Brinia was talking about how her new grandson Dash. Ilvali held up a hand. I don't need to hear a repeat of the gossip. Unless it's relevant to the situation. Was her grandson involved? Oh no, of course not, the lady said. He's still a babe. Cute little fellow with pinchable cheeks. Ilvali cleared her throat. Anyway, a poor skittish girl came into my shop. I set her up in the cozy back room with some calming tea. The 10-leaf bloodrose actually has some amazing properties, you must know. Strong lingering scent. It can be used for Dash. I'm not planning to become your disciple, Ilvali noted. Could you try to stay focused? Well, some nasty-looking men came into the shop looking for someone. I served them some yellow mountain peach tea. Not a peach inside of those trees, wouldn't you know? It does taste like it, though. Ilvali did her best to not glare at the old woman. Anyway, they eventually left to cause trouble elsewhere, I presume. Though hopefully a bit less, since they looked properly pacified. That poor girl didn't seem to have anywhere to go, so she stayed the night in the shop. And then, Ilvali asked. Well, she had moved on in the morning. Didn't want to impose, it seemed. Do you want me to find her or something? Ilvali prompted. If you could describe her, my crew could Dash. It's too late for that, I'm afraid. She had an accident later that day, fell down some stairs in the garden district. It's a shame, really, Edsila commented. There was so much life in her. But accidents happen. An old woman like me outlives far too many worthy souls. So then, wouldn't you know it, the same group of men showed up in my tea shop again. I asked them if they'd been having tea elsewhere, but they denied it. However, they must have been getting up to something because they soon suffered an allergic reaction. They all ran out of the tea shop and threw themselves in the lake, so I heard. Something about their hearts being on fire. Edsila leaned in, whispering. I think they were on drugs. MHM, Ilvali nodded. And so, well, some of their friends came to visit me, asking questions about them. I told them everything I knew, how they'd run off to the lake, but they still smashed up my shop. They seemed to think I'd drown them in myself or some such nonsense. As if these wrinkled old hands could do that. It didn't seem advisable to remain, however, so I came to you. Ilvali looked over at Sila. What does this 10-leaf bloodrose smell like? Ilvali asked. The old woman reached into a pouch she carried with her. It's quite good, she said, pulling out a pinch. Would you like to smell? I could take a sample, she said. For our records. If you want, Edsila commented, truly baffled. But you won't see much but a powder. Edsila brushed her fingers together, letting the crushed leaves drift onto a nearby plate. You could get some plant samples, though. I see. What tea did the men have? Ilvali sniffed the air, carefully. Yellow mountain peach tea. Do you want some? Is that what they had the second time? Ilvali asked. Oh no, Edsila said. Fresh out, I'm afraid. So many things broke when the shop was smashed up. I only have a small selection left on me. Ilvali had about what she needed. The men were from some local gang, not even planetary in scale. Retaliation from them wasn't something to worry about. We don't take on random travelers. You'll be restricted in where you go on the ship. We have certain rules you must follow. At least they could isolate air circulation by room. We'll have to have your story verified by aconite. That plant's not much good for tea, the old woman commented. The Scarlet Alliance didn't accept only those who hadn't killed people. Many, if not most, cultivators ended up in lethal situations at some point in their lifetime, even against other humans. Or people, since not all of them were humans. Like aconite, Ilvali did take the scan of the 10-leaf blood rose, though it was a more comprehensive analysis than Edsila probably expected. It had some unknown compounds, though the computer was able to approximate their effects on the human body. On the surface at least, it appeared quite legitimate. Maybe a bit much for a tea instead of proper medicine, but probably not poison like the other things she presumed Edsila had on hand. That information would be transmitted to aconite and others for analysis. The old woman hadn't exactly hidden anything, as far as Ilvali knew, but it was still proper to be cautious around new people. She might be a particularly good liar trying to infiltrate the ship for some sect or other, though the details did check out when Ilvali looked into them. It wasn't long before the Star Striker moved on from the planet. Nobody seemed to have noticed the old woman's disappearance, at least not at the time. Maybe the next time they landed in that particular city, someone would have complaints. Ilvali would have to make sure that the weaker crew didn't go anywhere alone when they next came around. But she wasn't just going to leave a mostly innocent old woman to fend for herself. Slightly innocent. Probably justified. Maybe she was soft. Maybe she was fighting against their purpose of establishing tolerated relations with neighbors by interfering. But should she allow individuals to suffer for no reason at all? Ilvali didn't think so. Hopefully her bosses would agree. Anton had been getting reports about Clara the whole time he had been on the border, of course. Even if they were keeping human intervention in the system minimal, he wasn't going to risk the important things in the system for the rest of it. Those things were Bear Hug and Liberty, mostly, but he supposed the other residents were mostly all right. Briar was Briar. Even with reports, however, Anton hadn't been prepared for how much Bear Hug there would be. It appeared that they had grown far more proficient with separation and also with staying in one place. There were a few lakes about 50% occupied by Bear Hug, with numerous fish nibbling on them. Personally, Anton didn't think he would ever be comfortable letting anything eat him, but Bear Hug seemed to have come to terms with that particular thing. There were some big fish, too. All of the energy, distributed in different places, was still definitely Bear Hug, though. Even among disciples of the same sect who trained with the same method, there were clear differences. These were all the same, including all of them reacting to all stimulus. You move much more fluidly. Anton complimented Bear Hug. I should. I'm probably an adult now. That was an odd concept for an algae life form that seemed to only have a single stage of life. And while Bear Hug had certainly been childish for a long time, that didn't have anything to do with actual maturity. Oh, and that childishness extended into the current time, so it certainly didn't count. I'm going to make everyone happy and friendly. I'm going to talk to the space ray and make friends. Because Briar is also my friend, so I can do anything. Anton nodded. He was trying to figure out what stage to compare Bear Hug to. Life transformation, probably. It had been long enough that assimilation wasn't impossible, but he hadn't felt any sort of transcendent growth. How far apart can you get? Anton asked. Anywhere in the system. Bear Hug said. Space is hard, though. I need help getting up there, and I run out of water and good air pretty fast. I'm going to stay on all the planets, I've decided. Most of the people are there. A worthy goal, Anton said. Bear Hug had the one thing that Anton really could have used, but he couldn't exactly develop collocation at this point in his cultivation. For one, his body just did not work like that. He could create projections, temporary and direct ones, since ones based on formations were a bit tougher to get right. But that was just him stretching his energy and multitasking. He was always still just in one place. Everhart might have actually gotten around that, though it wasn't that clear to the Alliance how. But Anton doubted that it would be a method he wished to replicate, even if he could. And given that they used fundamentally different energy, that was a big if. Klar was a special system, not just because of Bear Hug, but because of what it represented. It was being carefully studied by more groups. Now, for the precise balance of energies that might lead to the development of sapient plants. Eventually, they would get a chance to join the alliance. For that to matter, they had to be one thing, instead of just a bunch of individuals on some nearby planets. But Bear Hug might be the link they needed. The gas giant Motern and its peoples had already joined up with the alliance, but they were humans. It was easier to get to a mutual understanding of things. Motern was part of the exploration efforts now. Isolated systems were rare now. They'd usually already been found and become part of the Lower Realms Alliance, or one of the other groups near their sector if they were off to the east. However, those that did exist usually had long trauma with the upper realms, which extended to outsiders in general. At least the Alliance was used to dealing with that. They also had people like Erona, who could be quite instrumental in functional diplomacy. The biggest area of growth was westward, partially because the Alliance had no impediments in that direction, and partially because they had practical purposes. They were building up on the border, which would indeed open them up to potential assaults in a few centuries. However, that was only if the Exalted Quadrant and Chaotic Conglomeration knew they were there. Otherwise, they could help stop them from attacking more distant systems. There was one portion of the Chaotic Conglomeration that was safe, but they were only a small fraction of the rest. They were building up their own worlds just on the other side of the border. Anton really wished he could go see them in person, but he'd never be able to cross the border. At least they had ships that were capable of bringing far more people across. Now, the inter-realm ships used to be pretty limited, both in individual capacity and number. Why, back in Anton's day, there were none actually, unless ships that traveled the tides counted, in which case it was pretty much any interstellar-capable ship. But putting that aside, all of those developments were still relatively recent. It would be dangerous if it ended up in the wrong hands. Except, pure tech ships weren't particularly dangerous. And while they could save their cultivators the strain of travel, they didn't do much more than insulate them from the alternative realm for some time. If the upper realms actually got their hands on some, they wouldn't be combat-capable ships, and their people would still be just as bad at fighting in the lower realms. Still better not to give them the opportunity. That was why those ships were carefully monitored, and the tides still existed, an opportunity for significant trouble. The only question was which groups would be brave enough in the future. Chapter 12:11. Building wasn't really the strongest suit of Velvet. She was a powerful enough cultivator that she could accomplish pretty much anything if she set her mind to it. But that didn't ever mean she would be the best choice for something like that. She did have a surprisingly large quantity of knowledge on farming, though, mostly absorbed secondhand from Anton before her ascension and a little bit afterwards. Even if she wasn't great, she could still contribute. Considering that the sects of the chaotic conglomeration didn't have much in the way of machinery set up, especially on newly settled planets, single individuals of sufficient agility could always be useful. You really need to come up with a name, Velvet commented to Runa. Once we do, she replied. We have to be prepared for people to notice. Sects rarely combine under another banner. It would be seen as a sort of separation along with our physical location. The two of them spoke easily, even as they practically sprinted down rows of fields, either tilling the soil or placing seeds precisely. This was one of the planets that already had a workable atmosphere, though without an established biosphere. Others were much harder to kickstart into a planet that could be occupied. The norm was to create isolated bubbles, but those were risky as any damage could make an entire city or more uninhabitable in an instant. Even those cultivators that could sustain themselves without air couldn't do so indefinitely until they were somewhere around integration. The techniques required to implement atmospheres on planets that didn't have them were quite complicated, involving the extraction of various elements from the planet itself, usually from solid compounds. Sometimes material was taken from a gas giant, since they wouldn't miss much material, but taking an atmosphere from one planet to place on another just didn't work. Even if it was implemented, there was no net gain. Velvet didn't know how to make rocks into air, but the twins did. Either through technology or formations, they were working on surrounding planets in the systems that had been claimed. Along with the human workers from the various sects, there were void ants. They were critically useful, as they could monitor the smaller-scale issues that might arise. A planet with only trees wouldn't be as prosperous as it might seem. Trees could entirely devour the atmosphere until there was nothing left for them to use. When they died, they would simply take up space, because decay was a process that required other forms of life to progress to any significant extent. Solar radiation could break things down extremely slowly, but that wasn't much good. Other plants, animals, bacteria, and all sorts of fungus and things were needed to create even a basic form of functional biosphere. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time the Alliance had settled new planets, and they had knowledge about the various pitfalls that might occur. With humans taking care of the large-scale changes, the Void Ants could work on small-scale implementation. They could establish practically limitless outposts from which they would monitor the spreading of various forms of life that were being implemented. Their numbers were necessary, because even with millions of humans, there was simply too much area on a single planet that had to be monitored. The sects weren't willing to bring so many people all at once, both because of the risk of drawing negative attention to themselves and because it would collapse their older and more established locations, which they needed to continue to rely upon. Technically, the Alliance could provide them with what they needed, but cultivators like them were too proud to allow everything to be done by outsiders. Even if they were allied, it was too much. And the Alliance preferred they stand on their own as well, because the sections in the upper realms wouldn't be able to come to their aid easily. The cultivators of the lower realms, meanwhile, had the same issues of staying long-term in a different realm, even if the ships could bring them to a particular destination. Void Ants, lacking energy entirely, didn't care, except that many preferred the upper realms for the taste of energy that they consumed. Crossed antennae and fearsome mandibles worked tirelessly to implement their colonies on the new planets. The Void Ants of Acaris, where fearsome mandibles had previously established themselves, were well enough settled in to go without her for a few decades. Or forever, if it came down to that. Occasionally, the Great Queen came along with shipments from the lower realms. She was quite pleased with the group having chosen to join up with the Void Ants, even at personal risk. Velvet didn't know if she fulfilled any strictly necessary roles, though the Void Ants were always more efficient after she came through. Either way, if they happened to be under attack, it would be great to have her around. Even a domination cultivator would want to think twice before messing with her. If it came down to it, Velvet hoped she wouldn't give them that long. Farming was good. Velvet was able to move around outside in the sun. She didn't always want to be sneaking around. She didn't have a perpetual need for cover from prying eyes. Even when she wished for concealment, she didn't want this. Though it was nostalgic. "I'm not swinging that pick, if that's what you think is going to happen here," Velvet commented. Runa rolled her eyes. "We're just prospecting. We need to test the quantities of void ore around here, and we don't know what might be hiding down here. Your backup. Probably should have brought Julie, then," Velvet commented. "If we fight something without energy, I can't say I'd be any better than you. I'm sure she's got some handheld lasers or something." Runa was carrying the pick pretty casually. After going through body tempering, any sort of normal material was relatively light. Runa took experimental swings at certain veins she found, knocking away chunks of ore. Velvet presumed she was looking for signs of how deep they went. That was something previously done by hand. A cultivator could get a vague sense of where the whole field stretched, but that didn't indicate much except a minimum level of density throughout. Pure tech scanners could do better than hand inspection, though. They even outdid experienced workers, though obviously the best combination was someone with experience and a good scanner. Velvet didn't mind being dragged about underground too much. She was able to spend time with Runa, chatting about nothing. Or cultivation, which sometimes also devolved into nothing. Ideas for anchors were endless. Even if they sounded good at first, though, they usually weren't. "I could use the shadow of whoever I was fighting," Velvet said. "I'd be pretty strong for one whole battle. If someone would stand still long enough for me to create an anchor, I mean." Manipulating shadows as a physical entity wasn't really in her batch of stealth, and using one as an anchor really didn't fit. Maybe for someone, though. I could pick something hidden inside a shell of void, or "I'm not sure if the domination energy could get out," Runa commented. "Though it probably wouldn't be completely muted. It should transmit directly," Velvet said. "But if void steel worked perfectly, you'd probably have killed more domination cultivators." Runa laughed. "I'm already satisfied we brought down one." "Okay, so," Velvet said, "I might not want an anchor like that, but you could use one, right?" The spirit-slicing sect is inherently beholden to void or, Runa agreed. But I wouldn't want anything hidden away. And I think it would be conceptually difficult to imbue an energy-negating substance. I'm not planning to head for something so esoteric as Chitty's negation. I'd be a tier late to even think about it, anyway. Besides, that sort of invalidates all of my techniques when energy itself stops. Runa stopped, looking curiously at a particular section of wall. She knocked on it with the side of the pick. Notice anything odd about that? Runa asked. Not at all, Velvet said. It looks just like any other stone. I see, Runa nodded. I thought there was something. She tapped the rock again. Then it exploded apart. Velvet immediately pulled Runa back, falling into a defensive position. Careful. It could be anything. She should have run. Was she going to face off against something that could smash rocks with a puny dagger? But turning would take too long, and Runa wasn't moving. The dust began to reveal a form. Velvet began to lunge forward, but this time Runa yanked her back. All right, that's far enough. Runa said, no stabbing, friends. Velvet was confused for a moment, until she finally saw a large figure standing there, pick slung over his shoulder. She recognized that profile, especially at a certain angle. Durf. Surprise! His booming voice rang out, a little bit too loud. Oh, sorry. His face was revealed through the dust, grinning. I heard they needed miners here, so? Velvet rolled her eyes. It's mostly mechanized now, you know. Also, they haven't even really begun operations here. That's why I had to show up early. These machines keep taking jobs from us hardworking folk. You don't even need a job, Velvet said. She looked carefully at Durf's face. So, how are you doing? Are you talking about the part where some of my insides melted? Durf asked. That's pretty much dealt with. I'm as healthy as a horse. He frowned. I never thought they were particularly healthy, though. All right, Runa clapped her hands. Reunion is here. Durf is fresh in with some new organs. How are they doing? He coughed slightly. I like my old lungs. These ones are so sensitive. Maybe I should get them adjusted. Velvet rolled her eyes. It would probably help if you didn't throw up dirt everywhere. Seriously, how did you get so much? Should I be worried about my lungs? It's fine. I just brought some extra powder to make things mysterious, Durf said. Good to hear, Velvet said. Then she wrapped her arms around his midsection. It's good to see you functional again. Why didn't you say anything? Because Runa thought it would be funnier this way. Obviously, he said. Ugh. And the incoming ship had to hide you from me as well, Velvet said. I should have suspected something was off when they went to the far side of the planet. First, even thought they had stuff for the main settlement here. Durf wasn't really necessary for the growth efforts, but along that vein neither were Velvet, Runa, or any single individual. The more people they could get together to help set things up, the better. Having a strong augmentation cultivator was always a good thing, and he was familiar with the way the Scarlet Alliance planets operated. Not the bureaucracy, or technology, or probably a million other things, realistically. But Durf was used to open planet cultivation, where energy wasn't tied down to any particular locations. That was the sort of thing that needed strong cultivators to help accelerate the baseline level of everything else, so having another individual like him familiar with the process would help. But of course, Velvet was more happy to see him healthy again, even if he showed some signs of hesitation in his movements. She wondered if he was worried about accidentally crushing his new organs. She wondered if he should be. Either way, she could imagine why he would be uncomfortable. She'd had her particular organs for 1,000 years. She felt weird when she replaced a dagger every century or so, and those weren't part of her torso. Cultivators could feel inside themselves far too easily to not notice some sort of changes. The Alliance had excellent replacement organs. The only worry wasn't that they would be lacking in functionality, but rather if they could keep up with someone high-spec like Durf. No doubt doctors had told him what his limits would probably be. He might even have listened. Either way, it was good to see him around. Velvet had hardly even realized how long it had been. Time continued to flow on, but at least they were going to be there for more of it. Chapter 12:12. Not all of the Trigold cluster was full of massive sects that had powerful cultivators in augmentation or domination. Many were far smaller, spanning a few systems, a single planet, or sharing the area with a number of small neighbors. Ilvali could tell that the Star Striker confused some of them. They probably thought the requests for permission were a test, either by some surrounding sects to see if they would allow strange individuals within them, or by the crew of the Star Striker itself to see if they would reject them. She expected people would grow more used to the situation as time went on. For the moment, however, she just went with the flow of things. Edsila was still a problem, as much as a pleasant individual could be. Ilvali was inclined to let her act as she pleased, but the consequences would be dire if she was wrong. She was slowly given more opportunity to interact with the crew. They would monitor her actions and judge her intent. Where one or two might fail, all of them together could discern greater secrets. She and the crew trusted each other with their lives in battle and out. "Where are we landing next, Captain?" Edsila asked as they returned to normal space. It made little difference whether or not Ilvali was on the bridge for such events. "The planet Nyot," Ilvali explained, "in the territory of the Dry Ocean sect." "Oh, I've actually heard of this one," Edsila commented. "I wanted to visit someday. I heard they have beautiful oceans." "You might be a bit late for that," Ilvali shrugged, pulling up the image of the planet. "I'm not sure if that blue patch is even qualified to be a lake." So you don't have all the information, then?" Edsila grinned. "Well, that's true," Ilvali agreed. "We haven't been dwelling among the Trigold cluster, so famous planets are only referenced in documents we've seen and little more. Except where they sent scout ships, of course. They don't have everything convenient to search up in a database. So what can you tell me?" "Mostly that you can't judge a planet by its surface. That works for most of them," Ilvali pointed out. "But if that's not some sort of cryptic message," she tapped her comms. "Please focus the scanners beneath the surface of Nyot." That wasn't something they normally did. It seemed a bit rude to poke around in people's caverns and ogle their planet's mineral composition. Well, the scanners probably picked some of that up still. "Scans incoming, Captain," came the response a few moments later. Presumably, that meant there was something of interest, though the person on duty might have figured she wanted to see anyway. Ilvali changed the nearby display to show the incoming information, helpfully visualized by the computer. From a brown planet, it suddenly became blue. There were a few patches of other color, but by and large it showed oceans over 90% of the planet. Subsurface oceans. Did the top layer of crust float? Or was the surface material a durable structure that could stay in position with minimal support? Ilvali found it fascinating. "I see how there might be some beautiful oceans here," Ilvali commented. "I'm betting on a lot of bioluminescence." "That's glowing plants and animals?" "I certainly heard something about that," Edsila agreed. "Think I could see for myself." Ilvali considered for a few moments. "All right, you can come with me. Unless Edsila was a spy with plans to cause trouble in this very particular place, it wouldn't be an issue. And if she was, it was about time to find out." I didn't think it would be that easy," Edsila admitted. "I can deny you if you'd like." Ilvali raised an eyebrow. "But you know what our purpose is here." It wasn't much more than intentional tourism, really. Though maybe tourists weren't a thing in this region of space. At best, they'd be called wandering cultivators since few others would risk the journey. "I just thought you wouldn't like to be seen with someone from another sect." "We have many sects within the Scarlet Alliance," Ilvali pointed out. "It would not be strange for me to be seen with a wide variety of them. My crew is special because of our style," she explained. "Also, are you really part of a different sect?" "I suppose I haven't been, except long before you arrived," Edsila replied. She'd either made a really terrible slip-up with her previous comment, or she was, as she appeared, an old woman who lost her previous support structures. Ilvali's insight judged her truthful enough so far. Watching her in different environments would be useful. "Should I leave my things?" Edsila meant her poisons. But disarming her of the potential to misbehave wasn't actually optimal for determining if she actually wanted to. "That depends on the rules of the sect. But if we run into trouble, I'd prefer you be able to defend yourself." Ingested poisons likely wouldn't be much good, but she doubtless had others. And some weapons in her storage bag, which she could certainly use well enough to not die. Of course, it would be best if they were never attacked at all. Ilvali thought it was less likely that she would be a target, but as an integration cultivator, she was low enough on the tiers of power that it might come to pass. Not that she would truly fight alone at any point. The Dry Ocean sect lived among a sea of salt flats. The ocean had clearly once made it home there, before it retreated underground. "Do you know what happened with the oceans?" Ilvali asked Edsila. "I do not. Everything I have heard is from this lifetime, and there wasn't any mention of vast changes." That made sense, as she was expecting the underground seas. The SAS Star Striker landed at what amounted to a starport in the small sect, or at least the small branch of the sect on the surface. Once they got close, Ilvali could feel more underground, clearly practicing the same style. She didn't actively look for the connections she presumed must be available between upper and lower. She didn't want to give Edsila the opportunity to see the oceans, but she also needed to be diplomatic. Ilvali approached the waiting disciples. Then she and some of the crew, joined by Edsila, went to meet some of their above-ground elders. Though they were just called elders, Ilvali wondered if they cycled people out or they were split into different substyles. Trading was one of their missions. Ilvali was able to offer some goods they would want, but no pillows, strangely. Maybe they were uncultured. Sadly, the Star Striker carried no plants that grew in salt deserts. The Scarlet Alliance actually had some, a fact that the elders seemed incredulous about, but they'd see when she returned. The route just hadn't been so specific as to come to this particular planet, and it would have been a waste of storage otherwise. In turn, the elders offered salt, which was honestly expected, and fish. So they weren't hiding the connection. Then again, people from faraway planets like Edsila knew about that. Ilvali just thought maybe she'd been exceptionally well informed. Ilvali had no personal need for various exotic fish. They certainly didn't need any live ones. However, they could preserve the others for future trade. People liked variety in their food, after all. Before Ilvali had to get particularly obvious about her prompting, one of the elders made an offer to show them beneath the surface. That was excellent, because Ilvali wanted to see it now, and she wanted to fulfill Edsila's desire. They descended a long series of stairs that went on for at least a vertical kilometer in total. Ilvali was going to suggest they look into something like an elevator. At around that point, Edsila commented, "Could use a tea shop halfway down." Ilvali agreed, especially if the tea wasn't poisoned, which, presumably, would be the case for most of it. Indeed, this is manageable for those who have completed body tempering, but even if it is useful training for others, it might be more comfortable. One of the elders gave them a curious glance. That did seem to be the whole suggestion, though. Edsila didn't seem to be planning to plan a tea shop herself, for example. Everything appeared to continue on in a repetitive pattern until Ilvali suddenly felt the stairs twist ahead of them. It wasn't all at once, but as she traced their path ahead, she spotted a full 180-degree flip. Then it stopped and continued up. Ilvali was fairly certain it was up, simply because as she began to experience the turn in the stairs herself, it was extremely normal. Without her energy senses telling her anything, she wouldn't have noticed much at all except slightly odd angles. But soon enough they were standing with their feet towards the bottom of the crust. "Fascinating," she said. The scans had missed the gravity distortions. Or perhaps the crew had wanted her to experience it firsthand. Was the cause some sort of material? Would the locals be concerned if she asked about it? From here, we go up into the oceans. And the main body of the sect, of course, the elders explained. Much of the sect was built into the stone around the stairwells. They began to see openings to active hallways. It could have still used a tea shop on the longer segment. Maybe they would eventually expand into that area. "Let us take you on one of our ships," one of the elders said. They pretty quickly reached the surface. The stairs halted before a series of airlocks brought them out into a large glass dome. It would have been visually impressive if the stairway continued straight up into it, but it also would have been a disaster if the dome ever failed, flooding the majority of the sect. This was a reasonable enough compromise. "It's like the stars," Ilvali commented. Not quite, of course. The sparkles of light were all different sizes and in more intense colors than distant stars. However, little else could be seen except those points of light. Up against the glass, she could see a couple dozen meters, noting some barnacles and corals growing on and around the glass dome. There were also some other forms of sea life, doubtless attracted to the light. Ilvali wondered what the point of being called the Dry Sea Sect was if they had so much not dry sea to work with. She didn't ask, though. Perhaps she'd have an opportunity to figure it out, or perhaps it was just a name. The ship in question was essentially a submersible made of glass. It had few moving parts, but neither did it need them. Ilvali could see a few leaving and docking, and they were all clearly operated by cultivators. Using their energy, they moved the waters around the ships to propel themselves. All they had to do was maintain a neutral buoyancy, and it would be quite efficient. Or they could likely allow the ship to sink and lower. She could see some water filling up chambers inside the thick glass. hidden among the scrawled enchantments. Even thick glass wasn't strong enough to resist deep pressures on its own. At least, not normal formulations, or anything less than a couple meters, which made vision awkward. Ilvali looked over at Xianxia. The old woman was smiling slightly, and they hadn't even gotten out into the sea. No doubt it would be even more wondrous. She was glad she allowed her to come along. Soon enough, they had gotten into a small glass sphere, small in that it only fit 4 of them, including 2 elders. They were comfortable enough. Some of the senior crew were receiving the same treatment in other ships. Ilvali let the dry sea sect elders guide them. They passed close to anything they could, fish and jellies and strange sea creatures. Some glowed. Others tried to keep a low profile, though to cultivators they still stuck out. They weren't terribly far from the sect, the glowing dome still visible, though far smaller, when dark shadows began to block out other points of light. A great entangler. One of the elders called out in fear. He looked over at Ilvali. Was this her fault? Did she smell tasty? Well, she was full of fairly powerful energy. The elders didn't place any blame, though. Indeed, they began to form up the ships with the others around them. All the while, lights went out, and Ilvali still couldn't properly sense the creature trying to surround them. It was big, though. Chapter 12:13. The opaque darkness that surrounded Ilvali and the others with her in the sea. Points of light were blocked as the beast stretched. The elders of the dry sea sect displayed fear of this great entangler, a concern that Ilvali did not find unjustified. The beast was likely far weaker than a distortion beast, but also far less expected. She was not prepared. Xianxia certainly didn't seem to have expected this outcome either, though the old woman seemed resolved to take her death with stoicism, even as she searched through her same bags over and over, as if trying to find some poison that would work on a creature over a kilometer across. The dry sea sect took action first. Even as it appeared the best had already blocked off easy escape routes, they acted decisively. The strongest among them, a man who was quite young, shouted orders. We break for the sect. Then to their guests. Brace yourselves for a sudden drop. Communication was always good. Ilvali was actually quite relieved not for the words, but because it implied that the creature couldn't understand them. Most wouldn't, but it would make things far more difficult. Though she readied herself immediately, she hadn't expected precisely the way they would fall. She had expected the glass submersibles they were in to be suddenly accelerated in the same manner to which she was already accustomed. But as an afterthought, she supposed they wouldn't have needed to give a warning. There were a rapid series of explosions around them. Ilvali felt the members of the sect reaching out their energy, and then water simply disappeared. With nothing in its place, all of the surrounding water rushed in, creating massive shock waves. Some of those were placed behind them, propelling them forward. Others were angled seemingly to blast away parts of the great entangler, whatever they were. Ilvali was thinking squid or octopus, or maybe something with more limbs than either. Not being able to see or really feel it didn't help, but trying to create a picture of it purely by negation was somewhat effective. At the very least, it released various points of light beneath them as it was either pushed away or recoiled from the explosions. However, Ilvali could see the gaps rapidly closing once more. Star Striker, Ilvali called out to the crew, those with her and those further away. Assist me. It was a shame that there were several kilometers of crust between her and the ship. Technically, the vessel could strike there, but she didn't want to find out what would happen to the planet if its crust was pierced through. The best-case scenario was accidentally pouring some of the ocean onto the surface, if they somehow managed to avoid the dry sea sect. Not easy, given that their ship was docked on the sect grounds. But while Ilvali was probably 10 or 100 times more effective aboard the ship, with crewmates around her and her own integration cultivation, she wasn't useless. She hadn't come to an unknown place unarmed. Her laser rifle unfolded from within her sleeve, and she pointed it in the direction they were moving. Sorry about your ship, she said to any elders that were listening. Ilvali did her very best to bypass the glass hull with her attack, but ultimately it still absorbed a small fraction of the outgoing laser. She tried to keep her beam steady, so there would only be 1 breach in the hull. Fortunately, none of those aboard were likely to die from the pressure. Her laser focused on a small section, slicing through the waters. It curved slightly, oscillating back and forth in a slicing pattern. She cut something, and a moment later she was able to make out some actual form as the energy camouflage fell away from the severed segment. Suckers that indicated octopus. However, the width of that one limb made her think, hectopus? There were at least 100 limbs forming the barrier in front of them. Great Entangler worked just fine. Angle for the opening. Ilvali called out. Even as she said that, she could feel the space closing in around them. Further cavitation explosions were repeated behind them, more towards the body of their foe. Ilvali found it difficult to aim her weapon. The ship was cracking around them. Then one of the elders punched the side of the vessel. Glass exploded outward and water rushed inward. Hopefully the enchantments weren't too expensive, but at least the elder recognized that it wasn't helping them. The ship might be necessary for weaker cultivators, but for them, it was more a convenience. The water was unusually restrictive, but at least with only one index of refraction to deal with and full range of motion, Ilvali was able to cut out a triangular pattern in the approaching limbs. Edsela seemed to have decided on something, clutching one particular pouch. Hopefully her techniques worked underwater. She certainly didn't hesitate to latch her energy onto some of the dry sea sect elders. The ones that had been in the same ship were pulling all of them together towards the opening, controlling the water around them. As the tightening limbs drew closer, Edsela's pouch flew through the water. Target around the pouch, she urged one of the elders. The detonations. Others' vessels broke and cracked as the cavitation explosions got too close to the grouped-up cultivators, or as the leading tentacles crashed into the ships. They provided some level of protection, but they were clearly meant for lesser threats. Someone listened to Edsela, and the pouch exploded outward as water rushed in. Hopefully, whatever was in there did well with being superheated, among other things. Ilvali couldn't help but think of tea. Whatever else happened, Edsela directed her energy to the area and around one of the tentacles. Ilvali aimed her attacks elsewhere, focusing on saving her crew first and secondarily members of the Dry Sea sect. It was simply practical because her crew weren't able to defend themselves properly while lending her energy. Besides, she couldn't be responsible for what happened to a local sect in their territory. Her attacks helped all of them anyway. Soon enough, the tips of enough tentacles had been burned away that the creature could no longer create a perfect shield. People began slipping through cracks, with little time to spare. It had already reduced the available volume to a fraction of what it had been. Most likely, teeth were on the way. Ilvali broke through at the rear of the pack. That was a fortunate circumstance, as she was the best protected. The Dry Sea sect cultivators had ceased their water deletion. Perhaps it was a strenuous technique. Ilvali imagined so. Or perhaps it was simply no longer beneficial. They grabbed people and vessels up into one continuous flow. Ilvali whipped around and targeted anything she could sense coming for them. It was one black mass against a backdrop of bioluminescence, so it was difficult to tell when something was coming closer. She just guessed. Will it chase us? She asked. They don't usually. But if it does, the sect has weapons. Ilvali ceased her assault. It might provoke it further, and she could conserve some of her crew's energy if it got too close. Her rifle could also use a few moments to stabilize, though at least the water was a great heat sink. She kept two eyes on their rear the whole way. Edsela, your attack might numb a single limb. If we're lucky, the old woman shook her head. I don't carry sufficient quantities to bring down something of that size. Could get higher potency. Huh. As if, Edsela rolled her eyes. But Ilvali was serious. She didn't know what aconite used, but many of her poisons had to be synthesized in special labs off-planet. Then sealed containers had to pass through several decontamination chambers, including chemical and flame-based. Then there was a stint through vacuum to be loaded on a ship, while charged to repel any grains of powder. If any stray bits ever reached a planet, they'd burn in the atmosphere. But that was something that would have to come far later for Edsela, if it was even safe for the woman. Aconite could verify some of that. Relatedly, if Edsela wanted for some reason to kill Ilvali, she'd just passed up probably the best opportunity she'd ever get. Not that that would be the most value a spy or assassin could gain inside the Alliance, but it was still an important point to consider. Not even a hint of ill intent. The Great Entangler didn't follow them. However, it was small comfort with all the deaths. Only a few members of her crew out of several dozen, but even a handful was far too many. There were several times as many lost lives among the Dry Sea sect. What a disaster, Ilvali commented. She wasn't trying to blame anyone. Perhaps the Dry Sea sect had been reckless, perhaps not. Either way, they'd face the consequences. Disaster? Asked their elder. How so? We could rarely ever expect to sustain so few casualties against a great entangler. And not having to fend it off from the sect itself, this is a great victory. I can't imagine it will be eager to come after us anytime soon. I see, Ilvali said. Certainly, some groups had different metrics for what they considered a tragedy. The Scarlet Alliance still lost people, of course, but they cared a bit more about individuals while still prioritizing the group as a whole. That included weaker individuals or those with less talent, which many sects weren't as likely to mimic. Not that the Dry Sea sect had been particularly callous about their disciples. Do you think it was drawn by my presence? That was what worried Ilvali the most. That she was at fault. The elder pondered for a few moments. It would have certainly sought out your novel presence, he explained. But the fact that it was there, barely a stone's throw from the sect. Someone would have been attacked, and soon. He looked upward expectantly. And we can benefit from the situation still. Normally, we don't manage to cut much off of one unless it attacks the sect, but your light beams were quite effective. Are you willing to trade such weapons? They won't be as good for you if you don't have a compatible cultivation style, Ilvali explained. However, we are willing to trade for weapons of this sort. Not precisely the sort she carried. Aside from hers being custom, the Alliance enacted certain protections to make it more difficult to replicate any technology they traded. However, given the conflicts they had been in, the spread of technology was inevitable. A great number of ships and devices had been salvaged from various battlefields. Some had already begun spreading in the Exalted Quadrant before the Great War. We might have devices more useful for the Dry Sea sect, Ilvali explained. And if we don't have them with us, we could bring them on a future visit. We also have access to diverse cultivation resources. Their cultivation methods were likely not going to be easily replaced, nor their techniques. However, sometimes they needed particular materials to grow. Referencing other methods could also be valid. Whenever it was deemed safe, Ilvali did still wish to see more of the strange underground sea. It was beautiful, even if it also appeared to be deadly. Atsila seemed content, at least. Unsurprisingly, when it came to imbued lower energy for training disciples, the Dry Sea sect was very eager for that. The Scarlet Alliance nearly had a monopoly on such things, with the one major source in the Trigold cluster being their ally. There were likely still some invasions that happened on more distant parts of the lower realms, but the great powers had been significantly hampered in their gathering in that fashion. It seemed counterintuitive to give them the thing they were lacking for growth, but assuming that all of the sects of the Trigold cluster were united in their goals was a laughable prospect. Not even the Exalted Quadrant was like that, and they were vastly more organized. The Scarlet Alliance would still place restrictions on what they would distribute, but if they could win groups over to their side, or even bring them into a strong neutral stance, their future security would be improved. That was the actual purpose of Ilvali's mission, plus a little bit of spying, but there were people far better than her to deal with that. Chapter 12:14. The Starpiercer continued their journey with only minimal further explorations of the seas of Nyot. It was a shame, because they were extremely unique, but it simply wasn't the right time to try to go deeper. Next time. That was the plan. It would probably be a few years, but that wasn't too long as far as cultivators were concerned. Atsila had been satisfied by what she saw, though she mentioned she would like to return. Do you think I can? Ilvali had become far more comfortable with her presence. I think so, yes. Either with the Starpiercer or with another vessel. Where to next? Well, we're going to hook back around towards the midfield soon. Does that mean I'll be able to see the Scarlet Alliance soon? That's right, Ilvali agreed. Soon. Though I can't guarantee you'll see anything as grand as Nyot within our primary territory. It would be better that way. If Atsila didn't check out, then they wouldn't grow too much closer. It was probably already too far. Even if it was a short battle, being side by side with other cultivators strengthened bonds. Ilvali was already thinking about offering Atsila an opportunity to practice the unified sector style. It might not be compatible with her cultivation, but Ilvali wasn't really certain. Conversations like that needed to wait. Brynnis had thought it would be impossible to continue her life as a cultivator without a sect. At the very least, she had expected that obtaining resources she needed would be difficult as a solo cultivator. and she probably would have been correct, but she wasn't without a sect. At least, she had other cultivators who worked with her towards mutual purposes. Oh, right. And void ants. Though some of them might be cultivators, to some extent. Just not energy cultivators. Almost the opposite, really. Though both humans and void ants used energy to make themselves stronger. The void ants just used it differently. By eating it. At some point, Brindis had blamed herself for the problems with Corinne. The twins, among others, had told her that it wasn't her fault, but she hadn't really believed it at the time. After their victory against the Domination Cultivator, she was able to spend more time with them and the others from the Scarlet Alliance. They meant it. It wasn't her fault someone wanted to kill her to take over her body. It was so obvious when said like that, but when people were dying, it was much more difficult to take a rational approach to things. At the time, her whole sect had been annihilated. Brindis survived only because covering mesh had protected her. That had also been terrifying, but it seemed rather silly now that she knew void ants. Being covered by them had been scary, but if they had actually been a danger, there wouldn't have been time to be afraid. Perhaps not the most comforting thought to most, but Brindis quite liked it. Somehow, Brindis had fallen in where the Retributive League overlapped with the Scarlet Alliance. That intersection was void ants. Tesuat had gone all in on cooperation with them. The covering mesh, in this case the colony instead of the queen, were quite happy to aid his ambitions. Brindis was also considered to be a good candidate for void ant-related shenanigans. The great anima nature she had cultivated improved her body in various ways. It was intended to improve her energy compatibility, which was why it made her a tempting target for Corinne. That also let her work around void ants to some extent. She really hoped that she didn't need to display those skills in the near future, however. Not because she couldn't fight, but because it was much nicer to spend her time building things. There was a whole lot of that happening in the new southern systems. There was also a lot of debate about names. Tesuat wanted to call them the Retributive Ants, which was a bit narrow. Runa of the Spirit Slicing sect didn't ask to call their group after them, even though the Void Ants were totally closer to her own abilities. Personally, Brindis was angling towards Little Alliance, but not too many people were keen on that name. However, everyone agreed that they should take care to remember that they were in this together, along with a whole lot of Void Ants, who were extremely good at small tasks. At a certain scale, however, humans and human-sized machinery were simply the correct answer. The people of Bounty weren't all from a single planet before they came to the lower realms. Indeed, they were from dozens or hundreds of different planets, drawn from those that Anton and Erona were able to contact and entice towards them. Even if culture was somewhat homogenized between cultivator planets, it didn't necessarily mesh that smoothly together, especially in stressful times. Yet their unity came from that same shared disaster. After everything was over, they might have struggled, if not for the forces around them. The Lower Realms Alliance was a stabilizing factor, of course, but more specifically the planet of Acaris was able to help them. The people there had far more differences than commonalities and still managed it. At least pretty much everyone on Bounty was human. Three Squeaks still found it amazing that eagles were among some of the first allies the meerkats had. After some strife, true, but that simply meant they hadn't stuck together just out of convenience. The first generation of a unified Acaris was still around. At least, enough of them. Not everyone had reached a high enough level of cultivation to live through the intervening centuries, but there were plenty of people who remembered those times. And having new neighbors, they were quite eager to help them out. Now, Bounty had been in place long enough to be stable. Their people had mixed between cities and with the people of Acaris and the Lower Realms Alliance in general. They still had a long way to go, though, especially in terms of security. It wasn't their fault that they were weak. Either they were below integration when they arrived and thus hadn't had time to properly grow into power, or they were in integration and had to deal with all the problems that came with that. Recultivating looked like a difficult process. Those who wanted to return to the upper realms had the opportunity, but there hadn't been that many integration cultivators among them to begin with. There were still about 4 centuries until a natural shift in the tides. That was enough to raise a few good generations of cultivators. It would be too little for them to get any enrichment cultivators, but they could potentially adapt to technology and construct their own orbital platforms. Most of Acaris didn't have enough range to effectively assist another planet. Three Squeaks could do it, though. He could shoot anywhere in the system. His range was still vastly short of Anton's, but normal and sensible people didn't need to be able to attack other systems. One was good enough. So Three Squeaks was training archers. Anytime Anton dropped by, he'd ask for lessons. But the meerkat could handle things himself. He'd originally learned from a human, so the physiological differences weren't an issue. Obviously, not everyone wanted to be an archer. Three Squeaks could teach the 100 stars in general, and of course there were myriad different styles that others could teach. Even if there were only 100 or so popular cultivation methods, knowledge on different styles was something the Alliance had plenty of. Despite the options available, the people of Bounty actually preferred many Acaris-adapted methods. Perhaps it was because they had a good visual example of what things should be like. Humans developed many of their styles from beasts to begin with. It wasn't strange for those with the forms of animals to be considered as well. Unlike humans, Acrisians didn't all have the same bodies. Meerkats were vaguely close with 2 arms and 2 legs, but the claws and joints and all sorts of other things were different. Hippos like Contented Grunt were more steps removed, and they couldn't even use wolf styles. Their teeth weren't really sharp, and they didn't have claws. So they adapted human combat styles into something that suited them, and now humans were adapting their styles back into human forms. Three Squeaks thought it was great. He had told 1 or 2 people that they could just practice the original styles, but they hadn't seemed happy about it. Maybe it was just because they liked being around Acrisians. Three Squeaks had to admit that he was adorable. Hippos were cool. Eagles were agile. Hundreds of unarmed fighting styles sprang up. That was funny, because Acrisians had developed armed fighting styles. Those who had less functional claws sometimes took up human weaponry, but more often they adapted their own. Even those with claws sometimes overlaid them with metal, or added spikes to armor, and so on and so forth. Having natural weapons was great, but choosing your weapon was even better. There was a reason Three Squeaks didn't use his claws, and it wasn't because he was tiny. Energy could make up for some of the difficulties he would have reaching an opponent, and being smaller sort of balanced that out. No, it was simply that he'd have to undergo advanced body tempering for them to be worthy of being more than a backup weapon. Natural cultivating beasts were all about powerful bodies, but the thing that made Acrisians better was their ability to think and properly cultivate. It wasn't strange that most of them followed the paths of humans, improving their energy after building their bodies up to a tolerable level of power. Not everyone felt the same urgency for growth that Three Squeaks did, and he recognized that he was sometimes overzealous. For centuries was plenty, and there might not even be invasions from the upper realms. On the other hand, if there were, it would be the strongest forces they had ever faced. Otherwise, the great powers would simply be throwing away their people. It was hard to give up that fear, growing up in those times. But maybe, if the people of Bounty were very lucky, they would only have to undergo a traumatic separation from their homes. One single, terrible war brought on by the great powers. Maybe they'd never have to face that invasion. But if they did, the lower realms were going to be 10 times as ready as the previous time. That wasn't just Three Squeaks' resolve. It was the resolve of Anton, Devon, Verghese, and many others. The resolve of unity. And if no battle came, the development wouldn't be for nothing. There were a million other things than battle that people could grow towards, all building up a stronger society. If only the great powers could be convinced of that. Three Squeaks had heard about diplomatic trading missions. Maybe they needed some mascots. Should he suggest that? Surely someone would have thought of it. He couldn't go himself, not, and retain his full powers, but there was a healthy population of meerkats in the Scarlet Alliance. Plus rabbits, actual cats, and other things humans thought were cute. Almost anything young, which showed their protective instincts, went far outside their own species. There were some that certain individuals thought were cute that weren't universally adored. Amphibians and reptiles among them. They were less expressive, so Three Squeaks could see that. One might think insects, being very small, would be on the cute list, but that was rarely so. Then again, the Alliance got along swimmingly with all of the Acrisian insects and void ants, so maybe there was something there. Or it could be the fact that people living at different scales resulted in some conveniences. If Three Squeaks were not at his level of power, having a hippo to help put up a wall would be great. And he could help them with smaller details, since they didn't exactly have dexterous limbs. And insects were another factor smaller. Acaris had people of all sizes moving about, and it was great. Bounty was going to be like them soon, probably, though with a lot more humans trying to come up with strange styles. Hopefully they would work out, and transform into something amazing in the future. Chapter 12:15. Of all the places in the Scarlet Midfields that were wrecked by the great powers during their most recent war, there was one place that remained relatively untouched. Or perhaps it was better to say there was no point in returning since some previous time. The blood-soaked nebula had been fully ruined long in the past, with only dead planets to show for it. Most of the planets were scoured of life in a manner that made resettling them difficult. Others were fully destroyed, shattered into chunks drifting around their local stars, or even tossed into the void between systems. Even the Scarlet Alliance hadn't found it worth their time to revitalize the planets. The nebula was inconveniently located for proper incorporation into the Scarlet Alliance. Instead of trying to settle the planets, they'd simply made use of the malice remaining within the area to strike against any members of the great powers who were trying to pass through. A long-neglected formation that had provided value they could only estimate, since getting hard numbers would be impossible. Now that they were planning to fill out more of the midfields, it was an area that deserved a closer look. Katarina had thoughts about spreading its influence further into surrounding territory, but she also had concerns about the side effects of that. Perhaps if they could directly bring enemies into the center of the midfields, but overlapping formations on the scale of multiple systems seemed like it would result in severe instability. Rather than any of that, Katarina was interested in the region for its origins. She didn't want to have other regions that were full of death and hatred, but she wondered why they didn't exist. Had all of the lives lost during the recent invasion counted for nothing? Perhaps so. Few planets had been exterminated to the very last person, with the main exceptions being wherever the swirling swarm went. There was theoretically some point at which it pushed beyond a normal level of slaughter into a lingering curse. She had no intention of finding what that threshold was, but she wanted to learn about the area's history. The only issue, no traces of history remained locally except ancient battlefields with energy full of hatred lingering far beyond its time. Nor was there anything to be found in the records of the great powers, at least not what could be feasibly obtained by the Scarlet Alliance. Even if there had been records, most of them would have decayed. Even enchanted tomes needed to be maintained over the course of many centuries. The events in the blood-soaked nebula were more than a millennium past, so only the old sects would have access to that information. The Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance had shared what they possessed, but even Ratna didn't know much. The events had happened before she rose to prominence, so they didn't know much more than the forces of the great powers clashed the most strongly there. That was obvious enough to anyone who visited, even so far removed. But perhaps they might dredge up more information. For the moment, Katarina was surveying each planet, including those that were shattered. She didn't work on her own, as there were many archaeologists interested in the area. It had simply been too deadly, full of natural dangers and cultivators hoping to pick out powerful remnants of ancient societies or obscure herbs like Tibet's heart. With the people of the midfields and the great powers both greatly reduced in the blood-soaked nebula, it was feasible to have warriors escort the experts. Katarina wasn't actually the best to unveil the history, except as far as the flow of energy led to interesting revelations. She did bring along an individual by the name of Ilya who might be able to learn more from any ruins they found. If he would stop looking at rocks. I thought you were supposed to care about the effects of humans, Katarina commented as he dug out yet another rock and looked at it closely. Ilya didn't stop his inspections for a single moment. The signs of humans could be on anything. This very pebble could contain fossils records. Does it? No. He tossed it over his shoulder. It's just a rock. Or at least it is now. If this planet hadn't spontaneously developed a corrosive atmosphere, perhaps we might find something usable near the surface. His head turned, and he suddenly leapt forward, stabbing his arm into the dirt below up to his shoulder. His energy continued far deeper, reaching down to pull out. Another rock? Katarina asked. Ilya wagged his finger. Not so. This is a shard of pottery. A sign of people. Wouldn't the scanners have already logged that? Actually, don't. You have to keep track of where that came from. Ilya made a face. A machine can only do so much. The true value of an artifact is only revealed in the hands of an expert. So, Katarina asked, what is it? A shard of pottery. From a pot. Did it contain pills? Katarina asked, what was it used for? I don't know yet. Ilya sniffed it. No scent of any value. I'm sure there's more down there. Katerina said. She could actually feel a few things herself. It will take time to properly survey this area. Ela continued, carefully setting the shard of pottering inside a sealed container, only then extracting his protective energy. Fortunately, we can move far faster than older techniques would allow. We can advance meters instead of millimeters. He looked towards a nearby toppled mountain, or at least the melted remains of such. If we're lucky, we'll find some well-preserved artifacts. What about records? That depends on how many stone tablets they carved, Ilya said. And I'm not just joking there. We would expect to find at least a few. Perhaps the Alliance should make stone tablets. We have backups and copies of everything, Katerina said. I'm sure the archivists have it covered. It wasn't going to be a short task, and maybe they wouldn't uncover anything important. But now that the Alliance had a bit more ability to move freely, it was only proper that they try to learn more about those who came before. Though they might just find broken weapons and armor from vaguely familiar sects of the great powers. There would certainly be a good amount of that. Perhaps they wouldn't find anything but a reason to keep up their vigilance. But that was a lesson that Katerina knew she would never forget. In the lower realms, Ty Quigley was exploring. What else was he supposed to do? With nobody that needed fighting. If he ran across some distortion beasts, he could keep his skill sharp and save other people from some trouble. Plus, he had a ship, so why not? It could absorb natural energy for fuel, and its internal systems were durable. It could handle journeys of at least a few years without needing maintenance, and even then Ty could perform about half of it. Anything that didn't need new parts, except those few that he kept spares of in the storage. You could fit quite a lot in a little space by treating a compartment like a storage bag. Most of the time, it was boring. Ty took it as an opportunity to practice cutting through space. Each system he went to send out some little probes that recorded information. If there was a planet that felt particularly special, he might go look at it. Unless, of course, there were humans. That wasn't his job. Humans were fine, of course. They were the ones most likely to have other sort cultivators. They were also the most likely to have spies from the upper realms, and Ty was not meant to deal with spies. Unless they were terrible spies, he wouldn't find out who they were and thus couldn't kill them. The same issues were true for the Eastern explorers as well. Ty simply chose to go west because it seemed like the most open direction, at least until they reached places under the influence of the chaotic conglomeration. Regardless of whether or not they actually occupied any of the planets, the upper realms would influence those systems beneath them, and if he saw it, he could cut them. But it was better not to, unless there was someone to come take care of things. It was like a surgery, really. Cutting the right things was only half of the operation. The other half was stitching things back up. Well, and probably a million other things Ty didn't really specialize in. But cutting and sealing things was the basics. If he cut out bad guys, he might just leave open wounds. Better to report to the Alliance and let them organize something. That was always the plan, but he had discretion to act as necessary. If something was happening right in front of him, what else could he do but interfere? At that point, doing nothing was probably worse. As it turned out, Ty ended up in a system where there was a ship under attack by a distortion beast. It totally wasn't his fault, because the ripples of his subspace traversals wouldn't even have reached them yet. Ty went into the battle with the assumption that the people shouldn't be eaten alive. Or dead, really, since distortion beasts rarely cared to make a distinction. He briefly noted that the ship was far more on the tech end of the spectrum than the typical cultivation option of sea ship, with flying formations and an air source. They were firing projectiles at the distortion beast. Silly, really. Not because projectiles couldn't work, but because they were so slow that even a baby could have dodged them. At least, a baby who could sense them from millions of kilometers distant. A distortion beast certainly could, and had no trouble just not being in real space when the attacks arrived. Ty flipped some switches that limited the energy signature he and his ship displayed. To off, of course. He needed his full power to combat the mountain range-sized blue tongues sweeping through vast swaths of space, some of which contained the ship. One moment he was approaching two uncomfortably moist tongues. The next he was already past them. They maintained the momentum even after he severed them from their source. Muscle spasms rippled through them as the body parts began to recognize that they were no longer attached. The ship's maneuverability seemed to be compromised, and they were still at risk. Ty pitched backwards, flipping until he was upside down. Though, of course, There was neither up nor down in space. The particular maneuver was fastest for redirecting his orientation, and the ship quickly redirected its relative velocity in his intended direction. He rolled to spin the wings as he extended his energy, slicing through more of the distortion beast as he did so, and even intentionally failing to slice occasionally to impart some pushing momentum to slow the incoming scraps of Tom. Then he locked his position relative to the local ship. He instinctively pressed the radio, but unsurprisingly their ship wasn't compatible. He only took half a moment to note there weren't any relevant transmissions in the area to just extend his energy outward. "You all right?" "We thank you for the aid," came a creaky old voice. "Our lives were imperiled. Yet we must ask, has the barrier fallen?" Barrier? Ty hadn't noticed anything like that. He hadn't cut through it, had he? No, it was fine. He traversed through subspace, and his ship logs helpfully showed how he bypassed some sort of barrier, though he hadn't scanned it until he was inside. "Very interesting. It's probably fine," Ty said. "I just skipped it." "That is no less concerning," the individual replied. Ty took note of her natural energy levels. They were definitely post-life transformation, which either meant that these people shouldn't have any influence from the upper realms, or they really needed to be reported on. Ty sent a quick long-range transmission in case he got disappeared. "In what manner were you able to bypass it?" "Same way as the distortion beast, I imagine," Ty pointed out. "Unless you grow those guys locally?" "We do not grow them locally," the lady replied. "Where is your allegiance owed?" Ty noticed she used a lot of old words, combined with the barrier thing, and he might have found a disconnected system. Cool, that was worth bonus points. Probably made up for the thing where he was immediately revealed. "The Lower Realms Alliance. You probably haven't heard of us this far out." "Indeed we have not. Where do you make your home?" "Some hundreds of light years distant," Ty explained. Being more specific than that might be asking for trouble. He didn't know if these people were decent individuals just yet. Even the most foul villains might speak politely to rescuers while waiting for an opportunity to stab them in the back. But if they tried, Ty would just cut them apart, so it wasn't that big of a deal. Unless he misjudged this particular woman's danger level. Then he might die, but that was just how things went sometimes. Chapter 12:16. The commander of the strange ship that had not gotten squished by the distortion beast was apparently named Nikisa. As far as Ty knew, there wasn't another ship that had gotten squashed. He was just very aware of his role in the one ship's survival. Even if Nikisa was beyond life transformation. "Would you like to stop by one of our planets to rest?" the old woman asked. Ty had to think about it. He wasn't authorized to engage in diplomacy, but refusing such an invitation could be a bad start to a long-term relationship. "Of course, I would be glad to," he said carefully. "We will gladly welcome our savior," Nikisa commented. "However, I must ask you to submit to a scan of your personage and your vessel for the sake of our system's security." From what Ty Quigley could tell, their own ship was very similarly equipped to Ruderan vessels, a marriage of technology and energy. That meant they might actually learn things that they shouldn't, if their scanners were good enough. On the other hand, his own ship might pick something up from the visit. And if they based their assumptions about the Lower Realms Alliance off of his ship, they would be severely confused upon observing a standard model. Most people didn't turn the wings of their ships into blades. Actually, most ships didn't have wings unless they were going to be particularly focused on atmospheric combat. Ty had simply grown comfortable with the format and hadn't wanted to change. With proper stabilizers, even a ship without wings could fly fine in atmosphere. As long as the scans won't hurt anything, Ty shrugged. He could have come up with any number of excuses in either direction. This was why he wasn't meant for diplomacy. But he figured he would just warn people that his ship might be infected with weird foreign tech, though the chances of their computer systems being directly compatible were minuscule. There were limits to the gaps that cultivation could bridge as well. Ty could tell the scan was happening, mostly because of the energy side of things. His ship picked out some fluctuations on various frequencies, but nothing it recognized. That just made sense. "Apologies," Nikisa said. "We had to verify that you were not connected to any unsavory factions." "Anything I should watch out for?" Ty asked. "Pirates, cultists, or the like?" With his energy senses extended, Ty could feel Nikisa frown slightly. "You might find trouble with the esoteric order of the blade." Ty's face lit up. "Oh, who are they?" "They sound fun. They will probably try to kill you. if they learn of your existence. Like I said, fun, even if they don't use swords. What is your opinion on blades made of light? Laser swords? They're all right, Tai said. Technological words were one of the few things that wouldn't be part of the shared language, especially not if this system diverged a while ago. He was still trying to feel out the barrier he bypassed. Was it hidden? He supposed it was possible to accidentally slip past one meant to hide the system more than it was to block people. And they seemed to assume that real space travel was the norm. Nikisa had said system, right? So they just had one. Maybe they weren't interstellar capable. I won't go looking for these guys, though, if it would bother you. We would find it more relaxing if you did not look for them, Nikisa concurred. Shame. But trouble like that would usually come to him anyway. Nikisa's ship began to turn. Based on your previous movements, I imagine you can keep up with our stable speed without issue. Is that correct? Unless you plan on zipping back and forth across the system in a few minutes, Tai agreed. Can we stop by somewhere with some free energy so I can refuel my ship? Ferenti should be suitable enough for your needs, unless your ship is particularly indulgent. Tai mostly just didn't want to cause too many fluctuations where people lived. But since it seemed to be their destination anyway, it was reasonable enough. He just wondered which of the planets he had picked out was being referred to. There were a few inhabited planets within the system. Ultimately, it turned out to be the simplest solution, the closest planet. Nikisa's ship might have been patrolling, either for that distortion beast or something else, or already in transit to the same planet. It was strangely far out, but it didn't feel like it had any particularly extreme formations making it more habitable. Maybe some tech he didn't recognize, or it could just be one of those oddities that worked out. Space was big. It took them about half an hour to make it the last leg of the journey. Not fast by Tai's estimation, but the other ship wasn't exactly pushing. Ferenti was covered in water, with many small islands dotting it rather than any large continents. Ship sensors calculated it as about 20% land, which wasn't particularly outside the expected scope of things. Kind of hot, but even the hottest areas were human livable. For non-cultivators, it's beautiful, Tai commented. Gentle green skies that probably said something about the atmosphere's composition. Sparkling seas, and of course the islands were quite something to look at when they got close. The cities really fit in well with the natural terrain. They'd done a pretty good job of not just making everything sprawl. I'm glad to hear you think so, Nikisa said. We are quite proud of its current state. Was it worse before, he asked. He wondered if they could do any advanced terraforming. It was quite toxic, Nikisa explained. The seas were almost a black sludge. Then you did great, Tai commented. Where do we land? How much space do you need? Nikisa asked. I can guide you somewhere, since you won't be able to speak with the control towers. I can land vertically anywhere my ship will fit, Tai explained. Likewise, I could fly into a tunnel if it fits my wings and tail. Technically, you wouldn't have to fit in the tunnel, but the tunnel might not appreciate it in that case. All-around mobility, then. We can dock at our intended spaceport. I will guide you through the route of approach necessary, then land ourselves. I trust you will not lose perception of us, but either way wait for myself and any selected delegation to approach, if you would. At the current distances, there was no chance he'd lose his sense of Nikisa. They'd been 1,000 times further in space, and even if atmosphere limited him and his ship, it wasn't that much. Plus, Nikisa stood out with her cultivation. I've got it. It took about half an hour of what Tai could only assume was contacting people on the radio, explaining why there was someone weird with her, that they needed to not be shot out of the sky, and all that. Maybe also clearing the area in case he was bad at landing. He wasn't, but they had no context except his void maneuvers. Changing velocity in space was pretty trivial. Nikisa continued to directly speak to him as they approached. He dropped onto the landing pad without issue, and she landed on the next one over. Tai was pretty sure that one of those had been occupied when they first arrived. It didn't take long for Nikisa to arrive with a proper envoy. Probably. Maybe it was just Nikisa's sister. They did look similar enough. Tai, please meet Makinia. I presume you will be most comfortable if I remain, but if you would prefer I attend to my other business, I can leave you in her care. Was it correct diplomacy to say I don't care because I could probably cut you both in half? Though he hadn't seen Nikisa's full power, so he could be wrong. You are the only one I know, Tai said. I would gladly have you remain. Yeah, that sounded right. He should probably have just left. Any good social cultivator would take all his secrets. If only he knew what they wanted so he could cut out those memories. Though, that probably wouldn't be a good idea even if he hadn't just come up with it. Nikisa said you are from the Lower Realms Alliance. Is that correct? Makinia asked. Her cultivation was firmly in life transformation. Tai would compare her combat threat with a wet paper towel. If she could kill him, it wouldn't be in battle. That is correct. We're a few hundred light years away. Tai paused. I don't actually know what your group is called. It sounded like you only control one system, though. We refer to ourselves as the Origin Cycle, Makinia explained. Would you like to follow us to the lounge? That wasn't the sort of question that required an actual answer. He just walked along with them. It seems like a pretty good system, Tai commented. High natural energy, nice planets. Some architecture nerds would probably be freaking out with what he saw. But frankly, they were mostly just floors, walls, ceilings, and windows. Not upper realms styled, or at least not any he'd seen. Among other things, he recognized plastic. When they reached a sitting room, Tai shifted his sword belt so he could sit properly. Nobody had commented on his sword, so they shared some amount of cultivator acceptance. Or maybe they didn't want to have to ask him to disarm and be rejected. He wasn't just going to trust someone he'd met for an hour and barely fought alongside. Not that deeply. He would be subtle with his little device that scanned for poisons. Very comfortable, Tai said. There was already food on the table. You may indulge yourself, if you wish, Makinia commented, reaching out to pick a few slices of cured meat and cheese onto her own plate along with some thin bread. Tai wondered if there was a right way to eat that kind of thing, but he figured being new to the system, being a weird barbarian, would be appropriate. He stacked some up into an open-faced sandwich and didn't get any weird looks, though. I apologize for any discomfort my next questions may cause, but I must confirm you do not mean any harm to the Origin Cycle. Nikisa told me you were not aware of our system when you arrived. Is this correct? Yeah. I dropped out of subspace when I sensed a battle with a distortion beast. Makinia paused. I would like to ask about subspace later. I must next ask what your relationship with the upper realms is. Some assumptions can be made from the name of your group, but could he cut a planet in half? He wasn't quite as focused on the same sorts of things as Chakir had been. Maybe if he got to his ship. He wasn't planning to, but depending on how they reacted, he might have to. That depends on which part. We have a bunch of ascenders. Started our own group up there. The Exalted Quadrant isn't on great terms with us. Tai felt a tingling feeling. Hopefully truth reading or something. If it was mental influence, he just hoped he could sense something happening before he was incapacitated somehow. What of the chaotic conglomeration? Makinia asked. So she knew about them. Well, it wasn't that odd this far west. But that meant there was, or had been some connection. Was he winning diplomacy? He learned something. Well, mostly too far to actually care, Tai commented. Mostly. That was Nikisa. Makinia looked slightly annoyed. We contacted some. To counterbalance the Exalted Quadrant. Tai was pretty certain all of this was okay to say. He did keep his senses open, and one strand on his ship. So far nobody had approached it, though. How long ago was this? Makinia asked, going along with the line of questioning. Tai frowned. Not that long. A few centuries. Significantly after our separation, then. That was 2 pieces of information. He was good at this. May we ask how many systems your alliance controls? In general terms. I don't even know the specifics anyway. A whole lot. Dozens. 100. Tai shrugged. He might be able to look it up in his ship's records, but he wasn't going to offer that. What of the cyclical invasions from the upper realms? Have those ceased? That's easy, Tai said. We kicked their asses the last few times around. Next time's gonna be even worse if they dare to show up. Makinia looked surprised. Most people were. As if just because something had been away for a few millennia, it would stay that way forever. Maybe more than a few millennia. Tai didn't know because history had been erased. For others, Rudera's history went back quite a bit longer, but their planet was energy poor. Unlike this place, which made it weird they developed how they did. Chapter 12:17. Meeting a new group of people was quite interesting. Tai hadn't actually gotten to experience it very often, except where the people were already integrated into the Lower Realms Alliance to some extent. The last big opportunity for him had involved the first interactions with Cerritos. Obviously, interacting with cultures that had been around for a while was fine, but it was more exciting when it was fully new, even if it shared familiar elements. If the Origin Cycle had been connected to the Alliance for centuries, Tai wouldn't have been wondering whether these seemingly friendly people were poisoning his food. Actually, they didn't have to just seem friendly for that to be the case. He could easily construct a scenario where they were actually friendly and still wanted to kill him with poison. For example, if their system had been secret for millennia and they were worried about the upper realms finding out about their continued existence. Someone showing up randomly could be quite concerning for a group in strict isolation. So far, he still didn't have any signs of the poison thing, though. That was fine, because he kind of preferred the thought of the esoteric Order of the Blade coming to try to kill him. Tai was far better at solving problems that involved martial prowess than social or diplomatic ones. He was trying to convince Machinia about how awesome the Alliance was and that they really did defeat the Upper Realms invaders multiple times. She had some sort of truth reading, so she should have gotten it easily enough, but apparently the fact that he believed it wasn't enough. She seemed to think he was influenced by some sort of unreasonable propaganda, but he'd been there. Nikisa should have been able to correct her about his personal abilities, but she was staying quiet for the moment. So I flew my ship. It didn't have as many upgrades at the time. Right through the middle of one of their space boats, Tai explained. Sometime after that I popped open the cockpit and fought from the wings with my sword. This one's newer, though. It wasn't going well. Tai was looking for an excuse to be done with the situation so that these people could think about what he'd said for a while. Maybe they'd come to terms with it. He was pretty sure he couldn't summon disaster with his whims, or it would have happened far more frequently. But he did feel something sharp appear above Farini. Tai set down his cup of tea. There's trouble. He stood up. Nikisa, let them know I'm heading back to my ship. Of the two people in the room, only Nikisa had a chance to stop his movements. She hadn't even stood up before he was out the door. There were a couple life transformation guards there that whipped their heads around to see what was going on. Either they were slow on the draw or wanted to confirm something was wrong before attacking people. There shouldn't have been any hostility from Tai himself, so it was right to hesitate, but they were still kind of slow. He was lucky to find some of the doors in the process of opening during his mad dash out of the building. That meant he only had to cut his way through one of them. No time to wait for it to let him through, if it even would. He did slow very slightly to yank one other door open in a way that would probably permanently damage the tracks, but at least didn't destroy it. Look up. Tai projected his voice across the city. They were a bit slow on the uptake. That thing had been approaching for several seconds by the time he got to his ship. He jumped in, the ignition already triggered from a distance by a twist of his energy. He hoped that the landing pads weren't expensive, because it practically exploded beneath him as he took off. Tai kept the shrapnel away from the nearby guy watching it, though. Nikisa didn't run as fast as he did, but she wasn't slow on the uptake. She was running for her ship, and she seemed to have contacted some of the crew. Tai hoped they hadn't opened up anything important for repairs. There should be other defenders for the planet, but the threat was right there, suspiciously close to directly above the city where they landed. Tai restrained his ship's speed so as to not break too many windows with his shockwaves. Soon he was high enough, he only had to worry about what flyers people had. He thought he could make it out of the atmosphere before it arrived. It wasn't a surprise that Tai had discovered something sharp before whatever sensors the planet had. He was highly attuned to such things. It was like someone had fed a mountain of swords into a blender. Normally they'd stop being swords at some point, so maybe that wasn't quite right. But the distortion beast certainly wasn't one clear blade. It was a bit risky to cut through subspace and atmosphere. Tai held out until the very last moment. He did have to meet the incoming attack, though, unless he wanted to let it pierce into the planet below. His first instinct was fangs or claws. That was the normal thing a beast would have that was sharp. However, as they appeared, with no signs of any torso, he thought it looked a lot more like sharpened rib bones. They were thin, too, though that didn't make them easily breakable, as Tai soon learned. He still managed to parry the incoming attack with his wing, but the shock sent him spinning. He hadn't actually been able to cut through his target, which was concerning. He'd fought just a couple hours prior without issue. Do you normally have this many distortion beasts? Tai yelled at Nikama. They didn't have comms that overlapped, so he had to hold on to that strand of energy he'd been following her with. It was a bit of a drain on his concentration, but it was better than losing the ability to coordinate action. Nikama replied, even as she hurried onto her ship. Not at all. It's usually more of a monthly issue. That was still way too frequent. Tai pushed further out of the atmosphere so that he could hopefully draw the beast away from the planet. The world spun around him, but he had targets in so many directions he just had to extend his sword intent from his wings. He could either cut into subspace or wait for the distortion beast to come to him. It was really some of everything. Tower-sized blades cut at him, and he slashed them away. Seriously though, 2 in 2 hours. Even Aper didn't have that many, and they lived in subspace where they looked like tasty treats for distortion beasts. Monthly was still way high. Was that for the whole system, or just for Inti? Tai wasn't sure how he was having so much trouble with this distortion beast. Was it big? Unfathomably. That was pretty standard, though. Durable? Certainly, but Tai knew he should have cut through the material. It didn't have excessive energy either. The origin cycle had plenty of natural energy in their system, and both Tai and his ship were topped off. So that wasn't it either. A blade cut for his neck, which was insane. A distortion beast might hit a cultivator in the neck while also annihilating their body. They didn't aim, except at center of mass. Tai yanked on his controls, twirling his energy into place. The rib blade cut halfway through his wing. It didn't smash or tear or anything else, but cut. This thing was sharp. But that sort of sharpness should have only been possible on a thin and thus fairly fragile blade. Tai aimed for the nearest target with the point of his ship and found himself parried again. Finally, he got it. Too bad he was a bit slow, but he had to change up his style. There was no time to ask why a distortion beast had sword insights. Maybe it ate a million sword masters along with their blades. Maybe the esoteric order of the blade had begun to delve into distortion beast summoning. Tai took one more hit, but that was on purpose to stabilize his ship. Then he hit a button, flipping open the cockpit. At least outside of atmosphere, he didn't have wind punching him in the fact, so as long as he kept his feet firmly connected to the ship, he'd be fine. The controls turned under his will. He was assimilated with the ship after all. It was still better to do it directly, but he turned into a series of complex maneuvers that would have been utterly meaningless against most distortion beasts. They would have just chomped down on the region of space he occupied and left it at that. Tai stopped trying to cut apart the blades. Cutting an enemy's sword in two was a great move when you were far above them, but it was impractical if they could actually fight. He focused on maneuvering. He also used his sword to cut through subspace, hoping to catch some glimpses of something besides weapons. He couldn't necessarily get to all the various layers the distortion beast would live on, but somewhere it should have some vital organs. Or at least flesh. Ferini would have lost a city by now at the rate they scrambled. Though to be fair to them, it shouldn't have gotten this close. And a normal one would have still been munching on the upper atmosphere. If he survived this, Tai was going to tell them to invest in orbital platforms. Perhaps they weren't used to planetary sieges, but if this was possible, having some people always on duty and ready to shoot things out of subspace would be valuable. Though maybe they had trouble with that hole in subspace part, since they hadn't expected him to travel that way. What should we do? Nakisa's ship was rising through the atmosphere. There were other smaller ones already on the way. Guard planet side. Careful, it knows how to fight, Tai said. If you can wear down its weapons, that would be great, but otherwise spread out and try to split its attention. Whatever you decide, I'll be staying over here since we don't have battle coordination training. A tower came for him. He pushed it aside with his sword, a serene look on his face. It didn't even touch the paint on his ship. Yes, that was far better. His skills were still superior. He'd simply been thrown off by how unexpected it was. They quickly learned a few things. It was capable of multitasking, but it only seemed to be able to attack a certain number of locations at once. That was the downside of battle insight, Tai supposed. Shakir controlled more blades than this thing did, but he supposed the distortion beast might see its numerous rib blades as spares. Ribs should be protecting something important. Tai couldn't feel anything, but he suspected vital organs should be at the center of things. If you could just distract it for a single moment, Tai projected his voice. Nakisa did one better. She'd barely joined the battle for a minute, but she was already flinging around all sorts of weird energy. Well, her and the ship. Some of that energy struck one of the rib blades, and she capitalized on the resonance it created. A few moments later, she shattered a full dozen of them in sequence. Tai was a bit jealous, but in a way it made sense that if the distortion beast had something like blade insights, it would be better at guarding against people like him. Plus, that resonant energy beam was some kind of weird cultivator tech. It had to be good, or they would have just done regular cultivator-style combat. The distraction worked for a fraction of a second, long enough for Tai to close in on the center of the rib blades. Hundreds or thousands came at him from all directions. If he turned away, now he could avoid them. But if he reached his target first, it might not matter. assuming he could kill his opponent in a single stroke. Tai reached his energy through layers of space and found something to target. He sliced it in half, then half again thrice more. Whether it was a heart, lung, liver, or amorphous mass of unclear existence, he wasn't quite certain. All he knew is that it wasn't enough to instantly kill the beast. It did flinch, though. That slight hesitation was how sword masters could lose a deadly exchange. Chapter 12:18. Thousands of deadly sharpened bones encircled Tai, driving ever closer as his blade passed through a chunk of the distortion beast. Their momentum would have carried them through him in an instant, if not for the slightest of flinches when his attack landed. That minuscule movement provided everything he needed to charge into a dozen of them, positioning himself such that the majority of them intersected with each other. The distortion beast still used its unexpected skills to control just 3 of the blades, sweeping towards Tai in a crossed star pattern. His combat momentum allowed him to gather his energy once more, meeting them all at a single point in front of him. He ducked around as his ship slipped through. Then he was free of the greatest danger. The forces of Ferenti were out in full force, taking advantage of the momentary focus of the distortion beast. Nikisa led her people to focus their resonant energy weapons on the beast's bones, cracking them a few at a time. Even if distortion beasts were so large and had so many redundant weapons and organs, they weren't actually limitless. Each part that was weakened provided more advantage to the defending side. Furthermore, nothing was just a weapon. Every tooth, claw, or sharpened rib was connected to other parts of the distortion beast, even if the vulnerable parts didn't leave subspace. Attacking what was exposed could cause some amount of damage to what lay hidden behind. Tai kept the focus on himself as he displayed his sword intent to the beast. It had the skills of a sword master, somehow, but it lacked the proper spirit that went behind such things. At least, that was Tai's assessment. Because with how things were going, he expected a sword master to either accept their loss or to change their tactics. But it more or less stuck to similar patterns, responding to his actions, but in ways that were just a little bit too predictable for someone with his experience. Tai's ship danced among the incoming attacks as he blocked and parried incoming threats. Once he recognized that the challenge was in the technique, he wasn't going to make any more mistakes. He didn't have just one blade, though. His ship was equipped with kinetic launchers with specially made projectiles. He focused his cutting power through them, aiming for anything he could detect in the surrounding subspace that might be important. Unlike fighting a human or animal, he didn't know where the vital organs were, so he just had to get all of them. The distortion beast finally recognized it was losing when he had destroyed 3 organs of some sort. It began to withdraw, but it was far too late for that. The beast was fast, outrunning most of the fleets of Ferenti, but Tai and 3 other ships with post-life transformation cultivators gave chase. There were several more of similar strength that remained ready around the planet. "You guys have any big attacks left in you?" Tai asked, projecting his voice to the other ships. "Only if it exposes itself," Nikisa explained. "We only follow to make sure it retreats." "If you had a chance, though," Tai prompted, "would you take it?" "Absolutely." "Then get ready. Oh, and try not to think too hard about what you're attacking. Literally anything that isn't us is fine." Everyone in agreement. "I agree," Nikisa affirmed. So did the other 2. Tai had to assume they spoke for their crews. "I'm going to assume this thing can't count," Tai said. "Be ready when I hit 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. His sword slashed wide, cutting open a rift to subspace. He could have done it just for himself, but he figured the local defenders wanted to take part, and it was a more dangerous task than it appeared. If anyone asked Tai to explain what he was looking at, he'd say a bunch of nonsense. It wasn't even possible to see the entirety of a distortion beast at once, since they always lived across multiple layers. But this layer seemed to have a bunch of important stuff. Ship weapons opened fire. Retaliatory blades struck out. Tai cut again, bringing them back into real space as their attacks struck. The incoming ribs were too slow to catch them as they returned to real space. Tai knew they had been successful when chunks of monster began oozing everywhere around them. Rib blades flailed wildly, no longer making use of insights or even intentionality. Chunks of meat and organ between the sizes of houses and palaces appeared and disappeared, but some remained in real space, floating separate from the main body of the creature. Tai helped the surrounding ships get to a safe distance, parrying incoming wild attacks. It took a while for the thing to die, but after an hour it had mostly stopped moving, maintaining its momentum through space with random pieces floating around. So, anyone need some bone? Tai gestured. There was a lot of natural energy in distortion beasts like this. The materials were valuable, even the squishy hunks of organ. We actually killed it, Nikisa commented blankly. Obviously. What did you think happened to that other one? Tai asked. The first one had actually been way more vulnerable. That one was much weaker, she countered. Though I was particularly unsuited to take it on. Normally the ones of this strength. Well, they are a rare occurrence. Probably for the best, he said. I'm going to return to the planet, unless you need me to cut these chunks smaller. I need to take a look at my ship. Readouts said there were 17 damage systems. 3 of them were critical. He'd have to look closer to figure out if it actually meant it or was just whining. As it turned out, the distortion beast's attacks had cut a little close for comfort. I don't suppose you happen to have a Mark 12 subspace drive available? Tai commented to the closest random technician. I don't believe we do, sir. Your technology is probably incompatible with ours. But if you'd let me take a look. The man had never stopped looking at Tai's ship over the last few days. When he was on duty, at least. He was either a terrible spy or an enthusiast of some sort. Tai was leaning towards the latter. I'd have to get an answer from home first, Tai replied. The man nodded. That seems a bit difficult, given the state your ship is in. Well, comms still work. Would you not have to travel still? He asked. I heard your people come from hundreds of light years distant. Tai might have wondered how he knew that detail if he'd been secretive about it. That was the main thing he told people, though. Anyone going out this far is supposed to have special long-range comms. I'll hear an answer within the week, Tai explained, unless the system barrier blocked it. Then he'd either have to fly his ship out of system and wait there for a response, or make an independent choice about whether to entrust the locals with his ship. He could also try to contact anyone else out exploring if he did that, and he'd probably only have to wait a couple weeks for them to arrive. But that would involve giving away the location of the system. Well, to more people. The contact ping he'd sent out would reveal his location, but there were secrecy protocols for just such this thing. So far, he'd been sending updates every day that indicated things were still good. Assuming they were going somewhere, of course. He'd receive his first automated response just a couple hours before his message about repairs and the like. Ferini was quite happy to keep Tai around. While they'd lost a number of people in the distortion beast assault, partially related to their attempts to aid his particular tactics, they would have also expected to lose more against one of that strength. Plus his aid for Nikisa directly, when they didn't seem to have tons of cycle cultivators. Their words for post-life transformation. Tai had also put in a request to talk to them about cultivation. He really hoped the messages would go through, but he could wait a few months just fine. The only real price the origin cycle was paying for his continued presence was a little bit of natural energy, some food, and a single landing pad. Well, 2 landing pads. The one he'd exploded a little bit, and the one he was occupying currently. But that was still cheap compared to mountains of energy-infused bone. Tai hadn't noticed anyone bringing back the viscera. Tai knew April used that stuff, but they kind of needed everything they could get. And the risks of strange toxins were enough for most others to avoid that sort of collection. All right, second question. Yuzoki, wasn't it? That's correct. You don't happen to have any uncutting tools, do you? The man frowned. I'm not quite certain what you mean, I admit. Well, the main problem is that this was cut. He gestured to his ship. I could weld something for you, if you would like. Tai pondered for a moment. I think it would need molecular fusion, and some rearrangement for parts that were pushed about. I just don't know which ones. I'm only trained in repairing the simpler parts, mostly the armor sheets on the wings, cleaning gunk out of the engines, replacing worn bearings. Interesting, Yuzoki commented. It seems like a strange mix of technology levels, at least if we were to compare it to our own. Well, this ship is at a base, nearly 1,000 years old. Tai tilted his head. With upgrades over the years. There are parts over 1,000 years old in there. Well, maybe. We have restoration cultivators who could make anything last that long. But bits and pieces have been replaced a little at a time. It could be all entirely new. But you know how I know it's the same ship? How is that? Yuzoki asked. It's my ship. That's how I know. Tai said. To emphasize his meaning, he had the ship radiate his energy. Philosophers could speculate about what made something what it was, but a cultivator knew. I do have some original parts, actually, Tai commented. Just not here. Mostly bits and pieces that were cut off. Yuzoki pursed his lips. May I ask why? Because they were cut off by Chikir. Is she someone special? A hated foe, perhaps? No, a friend, Tai commented. I'm glad I kept them. All that remains is her legacy now. I'm sorry to hear that. Tai nodded. Thank you. But I'm sure she was happy, in the end. She did go down in an assault on a domination cultivator's anchor, after all. She got to cut a planet in half, and then we killed him later. Tai held up a hand. By we, I mean our alliance in the upper realms. Obviously not me. He almost continued, and said that he would have been weaker if he'd gone to the upper realms. But that was probably secret. Your alliance killed a domination cultivator? Yeah, that was the first one, Tai said. Yuzoki's eyes went wide. The first one. He then composed himself. I suppose you mean the first domination cultivator to have died in the long history of your alliance's existence? I mean, we're relatively new as far as I understand, Tai said. Then he began counting on his fingers. I think we got 5. They couldn't count Sinbul because Everhart killed him. No, wait, 4? Ratna took out that one swirling swarm guy. 4. Yuzoki said the word like it was entirely new. How long is this alliance's history? Actually, just about 1,000 years. If you round. So you were there from the beginning, Yuzoki said. I guess so, yeah, Tai nodded. Since we first met our neighbors. And over those years, you have managed to slay 4 domination cultivators. That is astounding. Well, Tai shrugged. All the domination cultivator kills were in the last couple centuries, though. Tai lit up. Oh wait, do we get to count Corinne? It might be 5. Chapter 12:19. Yuzoki didn't know about the swirling swarm, at least not more than vaguely. Tai thought it was odd for a moment. But given that the origin cycle seemed more connected to the chaotic conglomeration, there was all of the exalted quadrant and the scarlet midfields between their outdated information and the Trigold cluster. Tai didn't know of anything of note east of the Trigold cluster, so it was pretty much the same. He had heard of Corinne and Zor, though. It wasn't long before Nikisa and Makinia were interrogating Tai again. All he could do was tell them what he knew. I wasn't there for either of them, he pointed out. That all happened in the upper realms. But I do know it happened. How certain can you be about each of these? Makinia asked. Tai held himself straight. 100%. Our allies wouldn't lie to us. Plus, most of them are recorded. Clearly your scholars would wish to log such information for the future, Makinia agreed. But such records are as fallible as those who write them. Tai shook his head. I don't mean written. Well, obviously people wrote it down too. I mean recorded. Video? You guys have tech too, so tech-based words were probably chosen after the language diversion. He could just show them what he meant. Tai just pulled out his portable comm. He could play pretty much any video, but he wanted to pick a good one. Though while he was at it, he might as well see if he could find a relevant one. The problem was that most weren't in local storage. He didn't have the full video for any of them, but he did have a clip of Zor's death. It came with the caption, Citadel of Exalted Light gets exploded right. The energy signature was pretty shaky, but it was good enough. Here. This. Tai had just assumed that the origin cycle had also invented video with their other tech. It seemed pretty basic to him, though perhaps that wasn't true. Nikisa watched intently. It was a very short clip, so she barely focused when it began to loop. Is that all? I don't keep all our data on my comm. Tai shrugged. Not that he could. Even if the storage space was vast, the quantity of data the Alliance had access to was exponentially more. A moving picture with audio accompaniment, Makinia said. Yeah, a video, Tai said. At least, that's what we call it. Makinia frowned. We might call it a full sensory experience. Though yours is a bit short in some areas. That energy impression, however, is quite rare. Tai nodded. It's really data intensive, he said. At least if you want it to be right. That was about the limit of his knowledge. Anyway, that was Zor. He exploded in the skies of Xianxia, so people have this shot from literally a million angles in differing quality. It was an attack on his anchor that finished him off, though. Apologies, Makinia commented. I did not mean to doubt you, but it is a rather monumental statement that 4 domination cultivators have died. By our hands, Tai emphasized. It should be 7 total now, assuming the swirling swarm cultivators were separate. 2 of them, Sinbul, Shalach, Corinne, Zor, and Sudan. So 4 or 5 for our greater alliance, and then one for Ratna, and finally Everhard. Who? Ratna? She's a domination cultivator. Sect head of the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance. Nikisa shook her head. We were aware of their existence, at least. What about this Everhard? Oh, you don't know him? Tai chuckled. I guess there's no reason you should. He's pretty recent too. Showed up on the scene maybe a few centuries before our alliance. It wasn't Tai's job to mention he came from one of their worlds too. Mostly he's a powerful asshole. He's good at making enemies. He's got his own faction and causes all sorts of trouble. Tai was pretty sure all of this information was still public. Acknowledging the existence of domination cultivators and that they'd been killed was fine. He probably shouldn't go too much into particular techniques that allowed that to happen, though. The two sisters seemed to want to discuss whether they thought he was lying among themselves. It was a lot of information to digest all at once, Tai supposed. He'd sort of been exposed to it over a long period of time, so he got used to it. The long period of waiting was over. It took slightly longer than Tai thought for the message to return to him, but his calculations might have been off by a day or two. Partial message received. Some text corruption. You are authorized to use your own judgment on matters of technological secrecy. You may negotiate for alternative methods of transport as you see fit. Some of your message indicated the system was hidden, so this message has been boosted. If possible, confirm receipt. Do not force an end to isolation. Yuzoki, Tai called out. You can look at my ship now. The man moved faster than it seemed possible for someone of his cultivation to move. He hadn't just been standing around waiting, but he was never terribly far from the landing pad. How does this dash? If it's not the guns or the wings, I barely know. Tai headed him off immediately. Maybe the comms. But the subspace drive is out of my comprehension. Were you not able to open up subspace yourself? I know how to cut open subspace, Tai said, and I know that the ship doesn't do that. Anyway, what I want most is an assessment on if you can fix any of this stuff, or replace it with anything interstellar capable. Alternatively, if people are willing to let me call some people here or to a neighboring system, we can probably get me fixed up in a couple months with message timing and travel and stuff. Your ships move so quickly? Yuzoki asked. That would be tens of light years per day, would it not? I was kind of assuming some people with the necessary stuff would be in the neighborhood, Tai admitted. It would certainly be a lot longer otherwise. The origin cycle might wish to keep their location secret, and Tai would respect that, but Tai knew that somewhere in Lower Realms Alliance systems the system was already tagged and listed as secret. Most things would show it as explored and uninteresting, but some people would know. Even if he had disappeared entirely upon entering their domain, as his last known trajectory, it would have been logged. But they could still choose to remain a part of things. That said, Tai was going to try to convince them to do otherwise. If nothing else, to put an upper bounds on the timeline for his ship getting fixed. A year or two wouldn't be too bad, if it came down to it, but he wasn't planning to settle here long term. Tai's ship was halfway taken apart when the third distortion beast showed up. This time, local systems sensed it before he did. That was partially due to it being quite different from the second appearance in terms of having no sword intent at all, and also due to them having recalibrated their systems. He didn't get messaged directly, but he heard the alarms blaring and followed Nikisa to her ship. Where's the best place for me to stand? He asked. You don't need to dash. I like fighting, he said. I'll pick somewhere out of easy line of fire of most of your weapons. You can just let me drift once we're up there. Nikisa might have been asking if he was certain when he jumped into his chosen position. You'd better get this ship moving, right? It's not as close this time, Nikisa hedged. But we'd best not delay. 3 in a week is definitely more than normal, right? Yes. And 3 is dash. Nikisa stopped herself. Tai had the right sort of insight to pick out what she tried to avoid there. Any problems with your other planets? He knew that Ferenti wasn't their only one. They will be fine, Nikisa declared. Sometimes, saying something helped it come true. As the ship took off, Tai waved to one of the gun ports. He presumed that whoever was manning it could either see or at least sense his presence. It would be weird for the weapons to be actually blind. The guns weren't all that similar to what he was used to, but they were recognizable as weapons. They seemed to focus on more esoteric energies and pretty much never had kinetic projectiles. It took some special effort to make the latter worth it, but when they worked, they were great. As their ship approached the distortion beast, Tai tried to figure out what its deal was. The first thing he was worried about was whether it had problematic insights. It was hard to say without having seen it act, though. It felt different. but not like a weapon. Tai got a pretty good view as a vine grew from a neighboring ship. They were flying a few hundred meters apart, not exactly a tight formation, but that was close in both cultivator and space terms. His instincts told him to chop it off. They weren't usually wrong, and he had his sword with him for a reason. The same reason as always. His sword lashed out, but he withdrew his swing as he was about to hit the ship's barriers. Fortunately, part of the vine extended beyond, so he still managed to do something. If he'd been more prepared, he would have used the vine as an infiltration method inside the barrier. Most Alliance ships could let his energy bypass, but he didn't think the origin cycle was set up for him specifically if they even had the tech. Maybe he should ask. A 2-meter section of vine was lopped off, but several times that length flailed around, striking at the very ship it grew from. Tai focused his vision on his eyes and was glad to find that the vine hadn't leached away materials from the ship itself. But it also didn't feel like a limb of a distortion beast. It was more like an energy technique. Tai didn't make that judgment off of a single incident, but rather from the dozens or hundreds of attacks that happened nearly simultaneously. Without a clear target for the distortion beast's actual body, he began to chop off the bits and pieces that were cropping up outside Nikisa's ship. Inside the ship, well, fortunately the cultivators there reacted quickly enough. Tai noticed that simply chopping the vines off wasn't enough. They still flailed around, full of natural energy and willing to smash things with it. He could chop them into little pieces and the energy would disperse, but that was tiresome. However, if he intentionally severed the connection, it was different. It contained a little bit of negation, a couple hints of the spirit slicing sect, and some of his own general sword insights. The technique was a bit sloppy, not easily performed consecutively, but he found it was efficient enough to make the distortion beast's life harder. At least, for anything outside the ships and close enough to him. He was inside the barrier of Nikisa's ship, but the other ones he had more trouble with, until the vines began damaging the barrier themselves. Ships began to be torn apart. It was a disaster. Hopefully, the sort that many people would live through and use to accelerate their growth. At least the origin cycle had developed spacesuits, and their cultivators had properly suited up. Tai tended to find them restrictive, and he could regulate his own body just fine. That was a matter of difference in cultivation, though. Even Nikisa would have found the effort a bit burdensome. The early warning had allowed other cycle cultivators to prepare their own ships as well. Similar to before, some remained closer to the planet as a defensive measure. Others were battling the distortion beast in their own way, including some that tried to transmit their attacks through the growing vines. They weren't entirely unsuccessful either. Tai realized he'd been a bit uncharitable with some of his assessments of the local cultivators. They were certainly weaker individually, but that was an issue of time and training. They had survived this long, however, so they weren't without their own methods. Even if these distortion beast attacks were a bit uncommon. Chapter 1220. It was certainly a bit odd for vines to grow out of ships, but Tai could accept that. He didn't mind cutting apart those he could reach while seeking out ways to harm the real body of the distortion beast, though it should eventually tire itself out at such a battle pace, even if they couldn't injure it. Nothing had limitless energy. Not even domination cultivators, though admittedly Tai had little in-person experience with them. Just what had been seen and what their allies had said. It was weird that the vines grew out of the metal, but fine. What was not fine was when it tried to grow out of the surface of his face, which was just weird, and then a moment later inside of him. Nothing was supposed to be in his veins except blood. He would have none of that. Even as vines tried to grow around his sword, Tai sharpened himself and sliced the growing vines to ribbons. They had no physical basis, so they simply disintegrated, but Tai understood that most people wouldn't survive the attacks nor the dispersing energy. This thing had to be killed rapidly. What was good against vines? Fire? No, these were wet plants. Got any lightning? Tai asked Nikisa. Or any of the other ships? We do have arc generators, she confirmed. However, they require a physical target. Do you think we could use them through a crack in subspace? No time to find out, Tai said. He pushed away from the ship, both to keep moving and thus be a harder target, and also to move towards the epicenter of the distortion beast's assault. Hit me with them. Or my sword, preferably. I'll let you judge intensity. Tai reached for the upper limit of his power. It would have been greater if his ship were closer and completely assembled, but it was still functional regardless. Now was an excellent moment to learn something about the distortion beast. Whether or not they could feel fear was up for debate. They withdrew when sufficiently damaged, but that wasn't the same. Perhaps, if it could sense killing intent, it would leave before he even had to do anything. Tai slid his sword along his body, like a whetstone. It was more symbolic than actually functional, though his ship could serve the function. Sharpening his blade further would weaken it, but he just needed it to last for one cut. Then he would hope that the locals could make him a new blade. He waited, then the lightning came. In a way, it was a sign of trust from the locals. He came up with a mad plan, and they didn't hesitate to go through with it. He thought they might have slightly overestimated his durability, though maybe the settings of their weapons weren't fully dynamic. Not that he had long to think about that. He admired the way the ships moved and instantly generated lightning over the vast distance between them. Then it was going through his blade. At least the ships understood his intention, so they didn't actually attack him. He probably should have been clear about that, though. It was still too much power to hold onto for more than a moment. His sword, carrying all of his sharpness and the lightning of his allies, cut outward. A single slash that appeared to cover only a single direction actually blossomed in all directions, covering a large number of planes as each reached for various levels of subspace. Silence and stillness followed. Most importantly, the energy of the distortion beast lost any cohesiveness. A horrible black goo began to leak into normal space, blood or ichor, or perhaps the creature's true body. Tai would let people figure out what to do with that. Maybe toss it into the local sun. He looked at his sword. It was a bit droopy, having overheated from the lighting and slightly melted. He nudged it back into shape, but he knew that was just a cosmetic fix. There have to be smiths, Tai complained to Yuzoki. Where did those esoteric blade guys get their swords if they don't have smiths? The technician rolled his eyes. They are not us, Yuzoki explained. And they are called the Esoteric Order of the Blade. I'm absolutely going to order a blade. Do you think they do interplanetary shipping? Tai asked. Yuzoki just shook his head. I have nothing to do with any of that. But I would advise you against stirring up that particular hornet's nest. There's enough trouble as it is. Even more reason, then. Tai swept his arm widely, taking in his partially assembled ship, the damaged allied ships, and even his own sword. If those guys keep showing up, I don't know if you'll last. Perhaps not. Yuzoki turned his head, looking around the area. He then used his energy to block off their surroundings. Some people have said that your arrival is the cause of the distortion beast flood. Tai wasn't certain he'd call it a flood, though compared to the normal arrival rates, it was certainly high. I'm planning to leave. When I can, he pointed out. Who's saying this? Nobody local, Yuzoki clarified. Nakisa has nothing but good things to say about you. Everyone who has seen you fight in person. But a few people are suspicious about the timing. They think I drew something to Nakisa then arrived to save her? Tai asked. Yuzoki spread his arms. You know how people work, I see. People are afraid. Stirring up the Esoteric Order of the Blade wouldn't bring you many friends. How much trouble are they? Tai asked. I could just exterminate them. I think very few would be able to publicly chastise you. You wouldn't be around for any consequences, but we would be, Yuzoki said. You'd have to be certain. How many origin cultivators do they have? Nobody is certain. At least 3. What's the upper limit? Tai prompted. He thought he could probably take 10, at least. Assuming they had swarms of underlings. He might have to borrow some of their swords or wait for his ship to be repaired first. 7 or 8? Yuzoki frowned. If they had more, they could likely conquer a planet and legitimize their position. Oh, so not that bad then, Tai said. And just to be clear, none of them are second-order origin cultivators? Whatever you call the next stage. Yuzoki narrowed his eyes. Next stage. Unless you count everything post-life transformation as one big stage. But the upper realms has integration, augmentation, domination. We have assimilation, enrichment, unity. I don't believe anyone has surpassed the origin threshold, Yuzoki said. It would likely be a large event. Right? I should be good then. Are you an enrichment cultivator? That's a good question, isn't it? Tai replied. I won't pry. If you don't wish to answer, Yuzoki clarified. I was simply curious. Tai stroked his chin. I sparred to a mutual defeat with the sword master that killed a domination cultivator. But only in a world without energy. Does that answer your question? It actually raises far more questions, Yuzoki admitted. Too bad. That's all I've got. Maybe I'm too self-centered to reach enrichment. Or maybe I've been in enrichment for a long time, and it's just not obvious. So, how are the repairs going? Yuzoki looked at the ship. It required a lot of analysis of unique parts and replication of technology dissimilar to our own. It's a good thing that your computer systems were not damaged, because we couldn't replicate them from a material level. We hope the subspace drive will be manageable, but it requires a large amount of custom parts. Fortunately, there was no lack of people interested in the project. Would you like to talk to those involved? I'd just distract them, and I wouldn't have any useful insights. Tai had to privately consider if he was actually the cause of the distortion beast epidemic. The first one had been there before him, so signs pointed to no. And relevantly, all of his tech had been in good shape. It was all designed specifically to not attract them. Given that other planets were facing the same difficulty, he concluded his investigation positively. He was cleared of all wrongdoing. Now he just had to convince the rest of everyone. Maybe he could hunt down where they were coming from. Without his ship, and with a damaged sword, he still had other weapons. Nothing meant to fight stuff at distortion beast size, but a blade shooter would still work with his energy and insights. He went to find Xianxia. She trusted him, and he imagined she was taking some heat for supporting him. He might not help that by interacting with her more, but he'd like to help. This system was quite fun, and he'd like them to join the alliance or at least give up their isolation. If it was determined safe, at least. Obviously, they'd need some nearby allies to improve that. There were people with a shared origin across the border, though from a long prior split. Do your computers do pattern recognition well? He asked. I greet you as well, Xianxia said. Tai shrugged. I'm not good at social stuff. Hi. Pattern recognition. I doubt I can input all of your data into my system even if you were allowed to share it, but it could find where things are coming from if I could. Do your computers do that? I've been assuming we had similar capabilities. Router and computers could do that sort of thing for all of Tai's lifespan, so it was not unreasonable that a spacefaring single-system group should be similarly situated. Patterns can only be found where they exist, Xianxia commented. I have to ask if that's a we tried and found nothing, or we didn't think there would be a pattern. Previous trouble with distortion beasts has produced no patterns of note, Xianxia explained. But I suppose this is not the same as before. I might inquire as to whether anyone has been thinking along similar lines. Yeah, maybe you drifted near a nest or something. A nest? Distortion beasts have to come from somewhere. I don't know most of the details, but I do know that sometimes they get along well enough to not eat each other in specific places. We call those nests. They are fortunately quite rare. Xianxia frowned. Nobody has noted anything like that. Subspace, Tai said. Obviously. You might be able to look for gravitational anomalies. I couldn't tell you how, but I know those things have a lot of mass. Energy flow might also do it, since they leak between layers. They don't just steal information from normal space without being detectable. Do your people have much experience with them? Way more than I personally do, Tai said. I've killed them. That's where my interactions end. But we're wide-ranging enough that they come up quite frequently among our various systems. I hadn't heard of anything like cultivation insights, though, so that's new and terrifying. Xianxia narrowed her eyes. You do not sound frightened. Existentially terrifying, Tai explained. I'm not really that afraid of something being able to kill me. Otherwise, I'd just be useless all the time, because there are so many people and things that could. They're a whole different scale than void ants, and I don't want anything that big and mean to have cultivation insights. Have your people experienced much trouble with void ants? Xianxia asked. No, Tai said. Like I said, they're small. It probably wasn't the right time to get into that whole thing. Xianxia looked at him. He was telling the truth, but he was also hiding things. Last I recall, the upper realms was attempting to exterminate them. So she wanted to stick to that topic. They mostly did it, except where they kept a bunch around for experimentation in systems below the border. Who? Exalted Quadrant. Probably just them, as far as we know. Tai explained. Good. He'd stumbled upon a perfectly reasonable excuse for knowing about void ants. He didn't want his new human friends to be wary of him just because he had small friends as well. Chapter 1221. Eventually, the Starpiercer ended up back in Alliance territory. That of course included Edsela as well. Ilvali didn't want to be responsible for accidentally delivering a spy, so she was as forthcoming as she could be about the situation. The Scarlet Alliance had plenty of people who would be able to judge Edsela's character, and it was even possible that they had intel on her. Not terribly likely, since the planet she had been picked up on was relatively inconsequential and her cultivation didn't particularly stand out, but still, possible. For her part, Ilvali wanted to back Edsila as much as possible. She gave her most positive assessment of Edsila's character and the situations surrounding her request for asylum. If Edsila had been significantly weaker or arrived in different circumstances, it might not have required so much investigation. Then again, Ilvali didn't know all of the details on the normal asylum process. The Scarlet Alliance was generally welcoming, with the understanding that they had many enemies. After an assessment by Aconite, the wolf pulled Ilvali aside to speak to her. My conclusion is that Edsila is quite competent, Aconite said. Great, I suppose. But that doesn't really resolve any of the other issues. Aconite just looked up at Ilvali. I can't see why you'd think I'd have any hand in those. I requested to get involved because she is a poisoner. She has not built a resistance to most of her poisons, but has sufficient skills to not accidentally poison herself or anyone not intended. Aconite sniffed, and she smelled truthful enough. I like her. Ilvali supposed that of the reasons people might be biased against Edsila, it would be her connection to poisons. Generally, that made people uncomfortable. Even Ilvali might have avoided Aconite if she didn't have particular reasons. It was strange, because there were many people who could kill her just as easily all around. People didn't always act logically. That's good, I suppose, Ilvali said. What do you think the next step should be? I'm not certain, Aconite said. She's a bit old to become my apprentice. Do you think that would be good? It would be good for her growth as a cultivator. I am a competent augmentation cultivator, after all. I have successfully taught many some measure of my skills, and it would resolve the problem of supervision. Alternatively, you could continue to bring her with you, if she so chooses. I think those would be the best options. It would be unkind to leave her somewhere where she has no connections at all. But if joined the Starpiercer, who would monitor her activities? You, of course, as you have already been doing. I think you should strive to improve your skills in that area, as you are ultimately in a diplomatic position. She will not be the only one, especially if it becomes known we are open to the idea and people become aware of what we are. Actually, even an incomplete picture of the Scarlet Alliance has many temptations for people to want to join or try to exploit. And I'll need to figure out which. You're the first line of defense, Aconite agreed. You will interact with many different people in different positions. Perhaps you may wish to look into protecting yourself against poisons, even if you trust Edsila, though having her available would not be unreasonable, either. Ilvali was uncertain about how things were going. She'd signed up for an opportunity to visit different systems, to trade and observe. How could a single integration cultivator, even with a ship and crew empowered by the unified sector's techniques, do so much? It bothered her so much that she actually asked Aconite, even if she didn't expect an answer. Sometimes, experienced cultivators came with great insights to apply to any situation. Maybe Aconite's response counted. Perhaps you simply shouldn't settle for integration. If a greater cultivation could resolve your problems, then you should strive for it. As if it was that easy to become an augmentation cultivator, as the step from integration to augmentation was something only a small fraction of cultivators could accomplish. But it wasn't something she could completely ignore from someone who'd actually done it, and that was, apparently, thinking about domination. Though everyone in augmentation was, even if they weren't serious. Ty's ship was no longer in pieces. It had a whole bunch of shiny new parts from the repairs, and it was looking great. There was the minor issue that the most important thing hadn't been fixed yet, but he had been assured that they were working on the subspace drive. He supposed it wasn't strange that it would have taken so many months, since they'd never made one before. It was just a bit unfortunate considering other circumstances if he was planning to leave anytime soon. He really didn't need to, but there were still some suspicious fellows, and Ty was the most obvious thing that had changed before and after the increase in distortion beast attacks. Except, of course, that the reviewed information showed that there had been an uptick even before he approached, but fearful people couldn't be swayed with trivial things like facts and logic. A sword wasn't much good either. It usually just made people more afraid. At least Nikisa said most people were on his side. Everyone else, Ty thought they should have been happy to receive free scans of foreign technology. The nerds involved with that had been ecstatic. It It was only a small and loud group that wanted Tai gone, but he knew how a small incident could spiral into something large. If that happened, he wanted it to be on purpose. So about these sword guys, Tai once again broached the subject with Nikisa. The esoteric order of the blade. Right? Tai nodded. When I first arrived, you mentioned them as the only real threat. So why do they still exist? Unless that sentiment isn't shared by other factions. Nikisa took some time to think over her response. There have been attempts to wipe them out. However, they were always prepared and made their escape, fighting through the weakest flank to disappear from our senses. You know what that sounds like, right? Tai asked. These weak sections, were they always the same sect? Not at all. They also suffered significant casualties. So someone else is the traitors, then? Tai nodded. When Nikisa gave him a look, he just shrugged. What? It's pretty clear how that would work. You're always able to find them and launch an attack, and they get away not by pure might. There's at least someone important, even if it's not a whole sect or planet or whatever. I must ask though, officially, does anyone not want them gone? The official stance is that they should be wiped out, Nikisa agreed. Great. Where did you say they were located? I'm going to go for a short flight around the system, and I don't want to accidentally bump into them. When Tai landed on his reserved landing platform, Yuzoki came to find him. Would it be possible for us to get some recordings of your ship in flight? He asked. Combat maneuvers especially. I'm surprised you don't already have a bunch, Tai commented. Actual combat is a bit disruptive, Yuzoki explained. He had been the first to build a rapport with Tai, so he was assigned for most of the interaction that anyone tech-related needed. It likely will not help speed up the work on the drive, but it would be appreciated for our sake. Sure, I don't mind. A week or so later, Tai was having tea with Nikisa. He wasn't a huge tea drinker, but the local teas weren't bad. Also, they had snacks. Maybe that was the important part. You look confused, Tai commented. Nikisa raised an eyebrow. I wouldn't go that far. I simply thought you had different intentions. I'm not sure what you thought I was going to do, Tai commented. I assume you've been around the system quite a bit. Fantastic rings around that gas giant, by the way. Is it a natural phenomenon or influenced by some sort of natural energy? I believe the intersecting rings are a natural phenomenon, at least, as much as anything can be where energy is available as an influence. I'm thinking about going back soon, Tai said, just for fun. With his ship repaired, Tai was able to change his tactics on how he dealt with distortion beasts. That was good, because his sword was on the verge of failure. He really needed a replacement. Repairs would be good, but only if someone could rework the structure of his sword on a molecular level. It would essentially be a new sword if it was properly repaired. It would need new enchantments too. Even if kinetic projectiles weren't their main form of attack, the origin cycle had the ability to reproduce his ammunition. Thus, he was relying mainly on his ship. Launch projectiles, the wings of his ship, which had been reparable enough but might need some further work, and sometimes handheld blade launchers were what Tai was working with. He paid for the ammunition and repairs with work. Every ship he saved was not only the price of construction, but the effort of raising the people aboard to be combat capable. Distortion beasts hadn't stopped coming. They didn't know where they were coming from, though. As Tai had speculated, there was a nest. Information was quite sparse, but there was definitely a location not far outside the system's barrier. Either the nest couldn't drift through, or it was a coincidence. Tai thought it was probably the latter because they weren't great at blocking subspace movement, but he'd been wrong before. Maybe it was something about scale, though in that case he'd expect individual distortion beasts to be enough. Either way, the barrier had kept them from getting harassed by the upper realms, so it was serving its primary purpose well enough. After developing a regular habit of flying around the system, Tai decided it was time to go shopping. He didn't technically know if the esoteric order of the blade was full of villains or just fanatics. Either could be a problem, but Tai could judge them properly only after actually interacting with them. He was going to go either way, because they had swords and he needed a sword. He didn't tell anyone he was going. Even if they probably wouldn't run from just one guy, he wanted to experience their genuine reactions. Tai had put an approximate location of their lair in his systems a while ago. It would be exact if the different computer systems were compatible, but they weren't yet. Either way, he just needed to get close, and he should be able to find them. He was looking for a series of asteroids tethered together, so while it was small in comparison to a planet, it was still fairly sizable. And he should be able to sense energy and swords. If nothing else, he would be his ship's scanners could pick something up. Even if they had technology to hide their signals, that only worked for the things they expected to be hiding from. It was kind of a slow trip. Tai had gotten used to it, but normally subspace drives were used even for in-system travel to some extent. Anything far enough from local planets to not worry about their gravity screwing things up. It was the difference between hours and minutes for some of the further trips, and that was with barely dipping into subspace at all. He missed that speed. Cutting his way into subspace just wasn't the same. He could do it, but not easily with a broken sword. And it kind of discounted his ship, which had been with him for most of his career. Tai was actually surprised his ship beeped before he sensed any swords. Did they have blade concealment formations? Maybe they were worried about people like him. Whether they should be would have to be determined in the near future. Chapter 12:22. Once Tai was close enough to get visual confirmation of the chained-together asteroids that made up the esoteric order of the Blade's base, they had probably felt his approach for some time. Some of the Alliance ships had stealth systems. His wasn't one of those. At best, he would keep his distance and minimize his aura if he wanted to pass unnoticed. He wasn't trying to hide from them, though. That would be a good way to provoke a conflict, and he wasn't planning to do that right now. If they attacked anyway, well, he was more than ready for that. But Tai needed a sword, and investigating their intentions at the same time would be optimal. At around the point he felt tension building up in front of him, he projected his voice forward. "I don't have any comms compatible with whatever you're using," he commented. "So don't expect that to work." He could have, probably, but using local tech might make it seem like he was part of the establishment. Appearances were important. It wasn't long before Tai received a response from a powerful cultivator. He wondered if the esoteric order of the Blade called them cycle cultivators as well, since they were outside the main body of the origin cycle. "We have heard of your presence as of late," the man's voice said. "Why have you come here?" "That's easy. You have swords. I want a sword. Seems like a simple solution. What's your name?" "I'm Tai Quigley. Ejike. I am the leader of this esoteric order." Tai thought it would be really difficult to redirect the movement of the whole chained asteroid thing. Rather than a mobile base, it was more of a structure that happened to not be locked into a proper orbit. They would need significant advance notice to avoid any incoming assault force, unless he was missing something. His ship matched the velocity of the base about 100 kilometers out, hanging at the same relative distance. "I'm sure you have spare weapons. I'd like to buy or trade for one. Or if you could reforge and repair the enchantments on my blade, that would do just as well." He didn't get a good response for a while. He could feel people shuffling around because of the swords they carried with him. Tai was tempted to pry into what they were saying, but he kept his energy politely placed. He was kind of annoyed it was taking so long to say one of, "Yeah, we can get you a sword," or "go away." Tai wondered if he would have to go directly to Plan B. But eventually, Ejike responded, "Fine, you can land on the 4th sector." Tai had no idea what that was, but fortunately Ejike was thinking enough to vaguely point with his energy. "I'll begin my approach right away," Tai replied. He noticed quite a few people converging on that location as he approached. He didn't let it bother him. He was probably of interest to the locals, so either they were coming to check him out or try to kill him. Either one was fine. Ejike was a short and wide fellow, bearing a large two-handed straight blade. It was kept sheathed on his back, like all of the other weapons around them. But Tai knew it would only be a single moment before the weapons could be brought to bear. The man looked over Tai and his ship. Finally, his eyes settled on the sword at his side. "We'll go to the vaults. Leave that piece of junk behind." Suspicious. This guy was really making Tai lean towards Plan B or D. "Sure thing," he said, casually tossing it into the open cockpit. He'd already left the ship in ready mode. "I'm sure your vault is full of wonders." The man still looked suspiciously at Tai, probably sensing his projectile launchers. Guns, if he was being vague. They just weren't like most guns, since they had neither standard bullets nor were they lasers or beams. Instead, they would fire razor discs. Ejike seemed to think the risk was low enough. This way, they began entering the building, then walking down stairs that took them deeper into the asteroid. Tai took note of the artificial gravity. It certainly wasn't unique, but it said something that even an isolated group like this had access to such things. Many solid doors closing behind them. Formations. Tech stuff. A secure vault. Also a good place to murder someone, if you wanted to do that. They hadn't even gotten to the vault when someone touched Ty's ship. He cut off their hand. Tai wondered if Ajike still had contact with the surface. Tai wouldn't be able to sense anything there with the layered formations except for his bond to that very ship. Nobody was stupid enough to touch the ship for a while. Tai did sense that they were nearing some sort of actual vault with a trove of swords. So maybe it was just some fool on the surface and not a scheme. 100 different weapons were displayed in various manners. Some lay flat on a surface, other hung from the wall. Some had sheaths, some did not. There were curved swords, short swords, and two-handed blades. Each was different in some important way. They probably weren't as high of quality as Ajike's sword, but it would be weird if a sect head was leaving the best weapons locked up in their vault instead of using them. See anything that catches your eye? Ajike asked. Tai was fond of curved blades and slashing. He could use thrusting swords as well, but his style wasn't as focused on that. Of course, there were plenty of weapons that could do both, but they all had an emphasis on a certain style. He began to approach the one that stood out to him the most. That was when someone tried to activate some sort of formation to restrict his ship. He immediately kicked it into full activity, pulling it away from the asteroid. I like this one, I think, Tai said. How much would this be? Well, Ajike stroked his chin. Given that it's one of the best blades in the system and we're the only real option, it's going to have to be everything. Killing intent was not at all a surprise to Tai, nor did he feel particularly suppressed. In fact, as blades were drawn into direct attacks around him, he raised his own killing intent, forcing his foes to hesitate. Plan B it was. His ship was facing point downward, and he accelerated at a truly irresponsible level. He reached out for the blade, then dodged around the pedestal as attacks rained down. Tai took clear notice of how everyone avoided actually striking the pedestal. The earth trembled. Tai's ship sliced through the surrounding barriers. Several tons of rubble fell on the pedestal, which exploded in all directions. Tai was already behind half of the attackers when that happened, dancing among their swings. There were just a few cycle cultivators among them, but he sensed many more throughout the sect. He might be able to take them all down, but that was Plan C. Plan B was first. Tai kicked the wing of his ship to pop it out of the ground where it was half buried. He grabbed the sword he wanted, chopping at the remaining formations that tried to activate once more. That particular blade still suited him better than any of the others, even if Ajike's sword was higher quality. Maybe someone else in the sect would have something, but he didn't have the time at the moment. His ship spun, its bladed wings pushing people back as Tai leapt into it. If that's your price, I'll have to return it in full. Have fun losing everything. Unsurprisingly, Tai's ship wasn't meant to fly inside. The thrust it created blasted things off of pedestals, triggering a few dozen more defensive formations. Tai wasn't certain, but he thought that they could have been set up more safely. Then again, maybe these guys didn't care about that. Too bad for some of the swords, though. They were pulverized by the traps. A bunch of disciples died too, but nobody cared about them. A brave soul tried to stop Tai on his way out. They were rapidly impaled on the point of his ship, and a flip threw them off. Any one of these people Tai could take on easily, and even when surrounded, he could focus on single individuals well enough to bring them down. His ship suddenly slowed down as he drew away from the asteroids. Pretty much instantly local ships were chasing after him. That was exactly what he wanted, though he really hoped they would redirect their whole base. Plan B relied on that. Plan D too. It's gonna take your whole sect to catch me, fools. Taunting would tell them exactly what he wanted, but that didn't mean it wouldn't work. Tai also gave them some encouragement by taking some shots rearward, launched blades slicing through enemy ships. A few cultivators parried his attacks, but more fell under the assault. No sect wanted to go all in against a single individual, but if they had to, they would. Letting him go would be a stain to their reputation, if they had any. Tai had slightly hoped that they wouldn't be huge jerks, but this result was fine. He continued forward, making certain that there were at least a couple ships chasing after him. His ship settled on a lone asteroid. He wondered if his approach had been too obvious. The esoteric order ships withdrew. Tai wondered if they were just going to leave, or if they would lead others after him. It would be a shame if they were level-headed. He should have stolen some more things. Maybe cut off one of Ajike's fingers. He kept his senses open as his ship repeatedly yelled at him. He knew it was a danger zone, but he didn't want to stop it from individual pings. Keeping track of quantity might be important. Tai looked off into space. He wasn't even that close. Maybe he should have scouted out the location first. Then again, that would have doubly risked drawing attention. It wasn't unwanted, just not yet. A few hours later, Tai decided he was a tactical genius. At least, when facing individuals with very specific personalities. The whole chained-together base was flying at him. The entire sect. Tai used a bit of his energy to nudge his personal asteroid towards his final destination. He would arrive about the same time as the pursuers caught him. He took deep breaths, centering himself. He wasn't afraid, but there was a certain caution that must be had when dealing with unknowns. More threats were registered, 1 or 2 at a time. It was a big nest. No wonder there was so much trouble for the system. Tai would have offered to send some exterminators in, but the system was currently isolated and all that. So he brought some friends, and maybe they'd make a dent in things. Tai amplified his sword intent to try to overwhelm the senses of those behind him. It might have worked. Either way, they focused on him enough that they didn't even notice the distortion beasts until one of them stabbed a horn into one of their asteroids. Several tried to devour Tai at a similar moment. He took off, weaving among the horde of foes. He wondered if multidimensional creatures like them could bump into each other. Tai had a feeling the answer was yes, because he faced attacks that conformed to various patterns indicating at most 1 or 2 of them attacking him at a time. Plan B stood for distortion beasts. Plan D was of course distortion beasts. He figured that if the esoteric order was a pain, then he might as well take them out while helping to deal with another problem. The locals weren't willing to visit the nest, even though it had been discovered. They wanted to avoid provoking the beasts. That seemed like a reasonable option, but with the nest drifting towards their planets, they really couldn't afford to sit on their hands. So even if the beasts swarmed, they'd probably devour fewer planets this way. Tai might not make many friends here, but everything made sense in his head. And his intuition wasn't bad, no matter what people might think of Sword Cultivator's recklessness. Chapter 12:23. Teeth were fine. Claws and anything sharp? Very avoidable. Random clouds of acid that stretched across many kilometers were concerning, but not unknown. That was just the inside of some distortion beast's stomach. Tai Quigley could handle normal distortion beast stuff. He wasn't so good at the other things they were doing, cultivation insight-related things. If they were able to properly focus on him, he would probably be annihilated. Illusions were all over, but fortunately, they were half-baked at best. They weren't high-quality illusions, but the sensory bombardment made it difficult to track where other attacks were coming from. The good thing was that the nest seemed to be running into an issue where the beasts were interfering with each other. Oceans of fire and ice clashed with each other in a discordant mess that negated the majority of the power behind the attacks. Not that it wasn't a bit sketchy sometimes, but Tai was managing to avoid taking any serious damage. The esoteric order of the blade, not so much. Unlike him, they hadn't been expecting a distortion beast nest. They had just thought they were about to catch a single cultivator and take his nice, sharp-winged ship. Of course, the fact that it would have had the blood of some of their members on those very wings if Tai's cuts allowed any such lingering filth was probably an afterthought in their minds. He ran, so he was afraid. That was the natural instinct of a predatory cultivator. For being surprised, he thought they were doing quite all right. The people on their asteroids were cutting at the countless surrounding enemies. A few of the smaller ones had been crushed, with fragments dragged into subspace to be consumed. Presumably some of their people were on those. But overall, they were still alive. Tai considered carefully the balance of powers. It was heavily weighted towards the distortion beasts. That wasn't good, because they were the main problem the system had. If he kept moving as he was, the sword cultivators might also give up their chase and try to flee the beasts. It would be a shame to miss out on maximum damage, and he wouldn't get another chance like this. Presumably, the sword cultivators would be smarter. The distortion beasts would happily try to devour an army again, even if it was a bit spicy. His ship, unfortunately, had to turn to avoid certain attacks that coincidentally carried him back through the central mass of the distortion beasts, swiping and undulating through space and subspace beneath it. His ship cut through impediments. Razor discs launched ahead, finding small but vulnerable targets, including a couple of the chains holding the mass of asteroids together. They were enchanted, as it wasn't possible to just yank masses of stone around at speeds relevant for traveling throughout a system. But their defenses had been worn down by everything going on around them. Wherever a good target arose, Tai took it. A vulnerable bit of monster flesh? He cut. An incoming ship? He sliced. Ejike, the sect head? He stabbed, specifically with the nose of his ship. The cultivator managed to dodge, his energy carrying him out of Ty's path, but into a storm of lightning that caused some damage. Ty didn't engage. It would have been fun, but foolish. Instead, he twisted and wove his way through the asteroids, never remaining as a target for any cultivator or beast. Except for Ejike, who chased after him, which greatly weakened the esoteric order's chances of survival. He should have been fighting for that, rather than petty revenge. Revenge that was only necessary for his own villainy. He refused to give up, which was part of Ty's plan. The man chased after Ty's ship with a bare blade, not fully comprehending that Ty could move far faster than he or their ships or their traveling sect could match, if he really wanted to. He accepted a single exchange, then moved on to another section. A parry and riposte combo. Then he flipped around and reversed his momentum. Ejike almost seemed to have given up for a moment, but Ty read his killing intent. The man landed on the surface of one of the larger asteroids and sprang forward, his blade slicing through space and cutting off thousands of kilometers of distance. It wasn't quite enough to transport him, but his attack reached Ty. In turn, that meant Ty could reach his sword. He twisted his ship, slicing forward with the wing. The man had asked for it. His sword caught on the wing instead of slipping, Ty's intention, of course. The durable and highly enchanted metal of the ship, just touched up by the locals, held strong against the large blade. As for the sword in Ejike's hands, it cracked. Ty was disappointed it wasn't a clean slice. He needed to work on that. But to fix that flaw, he had to survive. And despite his displays, he didn't have boundless energy to fight endless numbers of foes. He broke away from the battle, streaking towards an unoccupied sector of the system, so that he would not have any distortion beasts trail after him towards occupied planets. And that's why the paint is chipped, Tai explained to Yuzoki. That's a great story. His pale face didn't exactly match his words, nor did the nervous tone. But I think it should probably be brought to the attention of someone like Nikisa. Yeah, I'm meeting her in a couple minutes. Don't worry, Tai waved him off. She was just busy on the other side of the planet with something, and I didn't want to intrude. Tai was not good at politics. But having now done what he was good at, he was going to explain. Some people said it was better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Sword cultivators knew better. If you were always right, you didn't need either. Granted, they were wrong more than half the time. But that was still at the heart of their beliefs. Either way, Tai wasn't going to ask for forgiveness for killing enemies of the state and monsters. He just wanted to make sure Nikisa was ready when other people inevitably found out about it. Nikisa arrived rapidly, as she should, given that Tai had emphasized the discussion was time-sensitive. Urgent wouldn't have been quite the right word, though more important than his actual words was that she respected his assessment. "What did you do?" she asked after they entered a secure meeting room, before they were even seated. And they didn't even have snacks yet. Tai raised an eyebrow. "Why do you think I did something? I probably would have heard if someone else did. Plus, you've been going out on all these leisure flights." "Which were wonderful, by the way," Tai said. "This system is great. That's why I wanted to make sure it was full of fewer villains and distortion beasts than when I arrived. Obviously, it's inconvenient for me to leave just yet. Though if you can convince the Origin Cycle to declare their presence to the Alliance, I could just get picked up, but I won't be here forever. So I led the Esoteric Order into the Distortion Beast Nest. Thanks for finding that, by the way. Very helpful." He could tell she was parsing his sentences. "Repeat that, please. With more detail." "I went to find the Esoteric Order. They offered to sell me a sword. I thought this one looked nice. They tried to murder me instead of accepting payment, and then I let them chase me into the Distortion Beast Nest. Ejike's sword is busted, and probably half the sect is wiped out. Maybe a quarter of the nest, if that. Though that depends on if I successfully spurred any infighting among the Distortion Beasts." He hadn't lingered around to watch the aftermath, obviously. "Some people are going to be very cross with you," Nikisa said. "Including you?" Tai asked. "You didn't even bring snacks." She just looked at him for a few moments. Then she sighed. "I fully understand why you acted the way you did. And I hate to do this, but I need a favor from you. Whoever the sympathizers of the Esoteric Order are, I need you to help root them out." "Fine," Tai said, "but it will cost you." "How much? Didn't I already mention there were no snacks here?" Picking the very first person he met in the system as his side for internal politics might not have been the most correct move, but Tai didn't think it was the wrong one. He might have, after careful months of deliberation and maneuvering, ended up in the same position. She was a decent person, and that was good enough for him. Her sister, too. Machinia was explaining to him some of the potential sympathizers, people he needed to pay special attention to. Tai had his own ideas. He would remember the faces and names she mentioned, and then also do his own thing. Because there was one connection he was especially suited to make. What sort of trade agreements did you guys have with the Esoteric Order of the Blade? It was banned, Machinia said. It would be better if you did not bring your sword, even if you stole it from them. I know you don't want to disarm Dash. Yeah, that's fine. Just wondering about official things. How much trouble would someone be in if they were locals? Enough. Tai kind of wanted to know if it was the amount he was allowed to cut them down on the spot, but he supposed he would let the locals handle that stuff, unless someone came for him. Before a bunch of grumpy people from other planets showed up, though, he needed a nap. Unsurprisingly, a bunch of people were mad that someone actually did stuff. This was how systems became isolated for thousands of years without even meeting their neighbors. Well, the origin cycle didn't have any immediate neighbors. They were a couple hundred light years from the closest major colonies of the Lower Realms Alliance, like the Unified Sector. Even so, stagnation, and a lack of growth, and not risking their lives for the blade. Too bad the Esoteric Order was so unhinged. There was a time and place to start chopping things up, and trying to rob people wasn't one of them. Tai could have gotten along with them well, otherwise. A bunch of people walked in. Tai remembered names and faced as had been told to him. They were just suspected, of course. If they actually had proof, something would have been done. Or at least, if Nikisa and Machinia had proof. Some others might have very well just ignored it. Frankly, the system either needed to fully accept or fully reject the sword cultivators. Leaving what was effectively a bandit group around was dumb. Some of the suspected sympathizers had very harsh things to say about Tai. In turn, Tai insulted their clothes. He didn't even know what fashion was, but other people did, and the reactions were hilarious. But as he slowly checked people off the list of those that he could verify, he wasn't finding much of anything. Then a cyborg showed up. First off, Tai had to say that he loved it. The world needed more cyborgs. It was nice to be in a tech-dominant place that wasn't just using the Ruteran origin. People were going to go nuts once they saw this stuff. Even if it wasn't higher tier or anything, there was a lot to learn. Like picking up an old sword style from a long-dead master. Pavan wasn't great, though. First, he didn't replace his graying hair with fancy silver strands. That was just an aesthetic choice, though, and natural gray looked fine on some people. Just not cyborgs who should go full metal once they reached a certain threshold. Mostly, it was how the guy wanted to kill Tai but didn't have the guts to say it. He said things about reckless action and stirring up distortion beasts, though as far as Tai understood, the scouts had reported things were settling there. Tai wasn't good at words, but he could cut out his own section of conversation from time to time. It took a while, but he finally came up with a decent move. So you're totally fine with the part where I led the Esoteric Order of the Blade into a death trap, then? Of course, Pavan said, standing far too straight. They are scoundrels and villains. Tai leaned forward and sniffed. Then why did you buy tech from them? What's so important about that left leg you couldn't get it done by someone else? The man's response was only natural. What are you talking about? You have no proof of any such thing. Tai had the perfect scenario in mind to guide the rest of that interaction, so he was fully ready to strike. With words, unless the guy was dumb enough to try to kick him. Chapter 12:24. Searching his memories for the exact scenario, Tai considered the words of someone pretending to be someone he actually knew. It didn't even matter if the words weren't original. He thought the way that it was immortalized was funnier. Tai quickly locked eyes with Pavan. You bear a device in your leg fresh from the forges of our enemies, 16 weeks past. The actual quote was 8 weeks, of course, but he had to be correct for the current situation. And obviously it should have been a blade. This blade, Pavan raised an eyebrow. It indeed came from those forges. I took some pieces off the corpses of a few scoundrels I encountered. Wow. Tai would have almost thought he'd seen the television drama. That was so close. How, then, was it custom tailored to your very needs in advance? Maybe he shouldn't have gone into this play. Was he supposed to be both Chakir and Rahayu? You have no proof of any such thing. You are just here to cause division for your strange faction. Tai was ready to skip to the decapitation part. But he wasn't a local, well-respected elder. He was the new guy. He could only be a young Chakir. despite his relative sword capabilities to everyone in the room. I'm sure there are ways to verify my claims. If we have no experts in the room, we can retrieve them. Are you sure this is a time to levy such accusations? Some other cycle cultivator began to protest. Tai held out his hand. Shush. Don't go off script. He blinked. What? Oh, Yuzoki was walking down the hall. I would like to call in Yuzoki. He is one of your own. It was a bit mean to put the pressure on the guy without asking or knowing if he could do it, but this was Tai's best hope. Nikisa and Makinia were still surveying the situation and didn't seem to have a solution. So Tai needed to return to the script. Tai didn't wait for permission, instead throwing open the doors and dragging Yuzoki in. Hey, this guy has tech custom made by the esoteric order of the blade in his leg. Can you verify that? Yuzoki blinked. He looked around. Greetings, seniors, he bowed. It probably included Tai. His gaze focused back on the swordmaster. What did you want? Before Tai answered, he continued. Is the tech computerized? It should be, Tai said, mostly because the majority of things were. Then, if he lets me scan it, the metadata might tell us something. Did you hear that? Tai pointed. He can unfurl your lies. Yuzoki grimaced. Well, only if dash. What's metadata? Pavan asked. Yuzoki's face went from concerned to baffled. You don't. It's an important part of things for so many generations before you were born. Whatever, just give me permission and you'll see. Fine, if it will resolve this dispute quickly. A few minutes later, Yuzoki finished scanning the man's leg. Tai had singled out the particular part in question. It would increase his legitimacy when he was right. Unless Pavan was just pretending to be stupid. Then he'd improvise. With his sword, or not. Hard to say. How long is this going to take? Pavan demanded. While a complex analysis like this could take dash, Yuzoki stopped as he finished pulling something up on screen. Huh. Well, there it is. He made a swiping motion and changed the display to the larger one in the meeting room. Plain text. Customer, Pavan Sharma. Produced by Detron Lewis of the Esoteric Order of the Blade. That's it then, Tai said. Off with his head. He gestured broadly with his arm, while keeping the other what appeared to be a safe distance from any of his armaments. Pavan tried the typical tactic of yelling louder, of course. You can't just believe what this foreigner and his compromised friends say. Why I dash? Tai suppressed him with his aura. We can go get his boss, or literally any other tech-competent individual to verify the information. While someone does that, I suggest people start grabbing this guy's computer and searching for how he communicated with the esoteric order. Because you all know, the guy was, at best, a mediocre liar. Obviously nobody had directly confronted him about being a traitor. Guards. Nikisa finally said something aside from non-committal noises. Arrest Representative Pavan. Make sure he doesn't have access to any computer terminals. I'll have people sent to his residence, Makinia said. This is more than sufficient information to warrant a full investigation. Now then, can we talk about what was it? Complaints about Tai solving half our problems at once. She looked around. We can have a proper discussion, you know. Unless the rest of you are traitors, in which case you're very poorly organized and should have probably taken over publicly already. They weren't. At least, not most of them. Tai didn't have any additional moments of genius, and he'd barely gotten a few proper lines from the old historical show-in, but things had eventually resolved themselves after a few times of Tai explaining why and how he made the distortion beasts fight the esoteric order. The latter wasn't completely annihilated, but scouts had actually caught up to them as they were leaving the area. Their vessel was somewhat crippled, after all. The distortion beasts were, of course, having an internal discussion, by which it was meant that they were eating each other. That would be a good thing, normally, but there were concerns about some sort of extra strong one appearing. The situation was being monitored. It would likely take a few days to resolve the initial frenzy. Tai was ready to finish off a wounded beast. Even a victor wouldn't be suddenly at a higher tier of power. It would inevitably sustain injuries, especially against something that could consistently attack all of it like one of its own kind. Tai was waiting and waiting. Then his ship was ready. Like, actually ready. Either he was extremely lucky, which he was, or his tactics had been very insightful. They might have been. He truly hadn't thought that attacking the nest would stir it into a frenzy that attacked the whole system. But he also hadn't thought it would come to such major reduction in force. It was to the point that the locals were considering annihilating it, if the distortion beasts hadn't been slowly drifting away. The nest was kind of just drifting through the system. It would be gone in a couple years at most. But even when it was gone, Tai would have a million unresolved questions. Would pointing the Alliance to the nest to study the beasts be a violation of the origin cycle's secrecy? He didn't have to find out, because they agreed to accept a formal diplomat from the Alliance, as long as the location wasn't dispersed to the public just yet. Tai was so good at first contact. So good, he almost believed it. Diplomacy was exhausting. Someone else could take over. Not long into the future on the scale of Cultivator's lifespans, which was all lifespans in the Lower Realms Alliance, the nest was being carefully observed. First and foremost, they didn't want to allow distortion beasts with cultivation insights to pass into surrounding areas once they were aware of it. The origin cycle had no connection to any neighbors and had very specifically kept to their 1-star. Even if they had some capabilities to visit others, so if they wouldn't take responsibility, the Alliance would. Not that the origin cycle really owed that risk to anyone. It was first noticed in their borders, but it clearly had no connection to them beyond that. They didn't have any dark, hidden sects that would be interested in such things. Who did, though, was the Disciples of the Beyond. It was primarily speculation that they would be involved, simply because they were the most well-known sect to associate with distortion beasts outside of violent opposition. At least, until one distortion beast was isolated and carefully placed into stasis. Devon dragged a distortion beast multiple hundreds of light years to the unified sector, where a containment area had been prepared. It was easier than moving the containment area, and he had practice with a planet. This particular distortion beast was both smaller and lighter than Bounty by a good margin. That didn't make the journey exactly fun, but it was a necessary one. And since the distortion beast was already in subspace, the trip didn't take multiple decades, as Devon could cut off some distance. Quite a lot of it. Alan Cato was the lead scientist on the task. He was very meticulous in his research, carefully cataloging each flail-like limb and its relative location to others, theorizing how they were attached. He obsessively took notes on its cultivation ability, creating a projection of itself to attack using energy, instead of exposing its true self. The creature could remain entirely in subspace, safe from the majority of cultivators. Yes, his work was truly meticulous and planned. His assistant, on the other hand, the little twerp, arrived one day, saw something shiny, reached in and yanked it out. Just because that was ultimately the right move, the strange fist-sized token was decaying, with a half-life of somewhere around a century, didn't mean that it wasn't reckless and insubordinate. But he could be forgiven, because on that token, they found traces of human energy. Told you, the assistant said. I had already theorized the Disciples of the Beyond were involved when you mentioned it. Alan turned up his nose. Didn't say it, so it doesn't count. Anyway, the impertinent assistant continued. I think we can potentially trace this thing's journey by comparing it to an analysis of the energy structure of the surrounding systems. We've already got some of that, but we might want someone to follow a particular path. I think it could reveal a lot. Alan nodded. I thought much the same. Except he had been waiting to determine if there were any flaws in his reasoning. Surely such information couldn't be completely reliable. What if they spent years on a wild goose chase? Still, there were more than enough people already out there, and compiling the data wouldn't take long. Surely the origin cycle would like to know if they had been targeted, though existence of their location hadn't been revealed to those with an incautious nature, like a certain assistant. Do you think we can get more of these guys? Storing a distortion beast is not an easy task. Oh, that would be pretty neat too, but I mean these things. I have some destructive testing I want to do that might reveal dash. You may not. I knew. That's why we need backup. Also, if they're significantly different, it may reveal if the insights were pre-programmed or random. Too bad Ty didn't grab any. Alan rolled his eyes. No doubt he was rather busy turning them into small slices. Without one constrained and an eye for such things, it would be impossible to pick out such a small piece. The assistant nodded, tapping the side of his head. I'm so glad I upgraded my eye. I didn't even know we were going to get to observe a unique specimen. And you told me to save my money. For rent. And food. Speaking of which, you cannot continue to sleep in the lab. Fine. I'll move into the hall. That's not dash. I'm still going to eat everything in the break room. You'd better not have been the one who took my sandwich. The assistant looked horrified. Whoa there, I meant the public stuff. I'm not a monster. He pointed. This guy is. But if he ate your sandwich, then we have some serious problems with the containment field. It was probably Steve. The security officer denied me access to the footage for it being a trivial matter. Perhaps I should poison the next one and show the true meaning of trivial. Yeah, make it funny too. I take it back. Any idea with your support is worth reconsidering. Chapter 1225. It was a good thing that energy fluctuations were on the list of things that were high priority for all of the Alliance's ships to study, because it would be a shame to have to send people out specifically for the thousands of stars in the area around the origin cycle, especially since they hadn't chosen to be publicly revealed. It would be difficult to keep random ships from accidentally passing through their system without putting a large warning, in which case their secrecy would be in name only. Even though it would actually center around the distortion beast nest, their coordinates were nearly the same. The nest had accelerated slightly outside of the system, though perhaps its denizens would not have cared if it took them 1,000 years to travel to the next system. They would come and go as the nest itself slowly drifted through subspace, not even necessarily returning to the same nest, though perhaps this one was an exception. More study was required to know for certain. Alan might be one of the foremost experts on distortion beasts in the lower realms, but even he didn't know much more than that. Aside from the difficulties of studying what appeared on even one layer of space, distortion beasts would flow between a number seemingly effortlessly. That and their severe aggression resulted in progress being slow. This was far from the first nest they had come across, but this was the first time they suspected there was more to it. The insights carried by distortion beasts were far too odd, or rather, the fact that they had any at all. The danger was greater, but that was precisely the reason they weren't being immediately wiped out, just carefully monitored. With the clearly man-made tokens inside them, hunks of enchanted metal that were decaying away, it spoke of a sinister plot. Taking careful calculations, one could discern through which systems the distortion beasts might have traveled by taking the average resonance with various systems. If one accounted for certain time variables, a path could be inferred that. Here, probably. Alan's assistant interrupted his thoughts. That's about where they started. With the path going around here, they'll end up on this spiral curve taking them out of the galaxy. If one extrapolates any unconstrained path, it will leave the galaxy, Alan retorted. I don't believe that is a useful conclusion. Everything's useful, the assistant replied. For example, if the path were reversed, then we'd know that they came from outside the galaxy. But the path is not reversed, Alan said. That is no different from saying that is up or down. Down would be up. The younger man frowned for a few moments. Is that 2.5 dimensions, where there is only one Z direction? What do you think? I think we should consider this issue of the distortion beasts, Alan repeated, exasperated. Do you have any valuable insights to contribute? Well, maybe. The assistant, who probably had a name, shrugged. Do you think someone shoved this nest? Maybe they put subspace rocket boosters on it. I highly doubt anyone put subspace rocket boosters on a distortion beast nest. They could have. Why else would it not flow with gravity? Unless it's being affected more than expected by dark matter. And dark matter. Or maybe dark dash. I already told you we're not going to reference potential subspace mass anomalies like that. It would be more helpful to refer to it as second order and third order, and so on. That assumes we're on the first layer of space. Maybe we aren't. Nobody has had any success breaking into any sort of superspace. But you were speaking of how this nest appeared directed? The assistant had added a proper trace of the projected curve into their three-dimensional display. Yeah, you see this? Part of the curve was more substantial than the rest, systems for which they actually had data. The rest was projected. Everything into the future, for example, and anything more than a couple hundred years in the past. Should we have our scouts fly along the reverse path to confirm an origin point of some sort? Alan suggested. It would only take a couple decades to confirm, unless the tokens were much larger than we suspected. If you want, assistant said. That does assume someone pushed it, though. Alan Cato took a deep breath. I do believe we are well past the point of determining human involvement. The insights alone would be sufficient. So yes, some group no doubt pushed this nest. A white lab coat flapped dangerously close to sensitive equipment as the assistant shook his head hard enough to vibrate his whole body. Not necessarily. Someone could have pulled it. He mimed pulling on a rope. Just giving it a little tug, you know? I don't think how momentum was imparted upon it is particularly important. Sure it is, because if you want to find the people involved, you have to look at the other end. You're not going to find any horse behind a cart. Well, I've heard a few people aren't good at setting things up, but most of the time it's a bad idea. At least get some Pegasi and a space cart. With the right harness, it might work in reverse. Sometimes, Alan felt like strangling his assistant. Or perhaps it was more correct to say that occasionally, he did not have such feelings. Are the tangents really necessary? Tangents can define curves. The words were so natural. It was nearly impossible to tell if they were meant to be sarcastic or not. I suppose I must consider your opinion. You think we should search along the forward curve? How likely is it to be the correct one? Well, if whatever we are looking for is there, 100%. If it's the other way, 0%. So if we round about 2/3, you think it is more likely that the guidance is pulling this nest? The other end of this spiral isn't getting closer to the upper realms until you get way off here past the chaotic conglomeration, the assistant pointed out. Whereas this one actually dips back into the exalted quadrant at, when would that happen? 10 centuries. 2 cycles from now. That's not outside the realm of reason. Alan wasn't quite certain if most of the Alliance would be around then. But aside from catastrophe, some currently living individuals would still be, and the Alliance as an entity, hopefully. Their quick rise could come with an equally rapid fall. Well, if they only ever got a single Unity cultivator. With someone like Anton around, it would be hard to lose what they had in the lower realms, even without considering how the upper realms might support them. Oh, the assistant commented. We probably still want to look in your direction, to try to confirm where the curve actually started. And for the alternative where that is where the propulsion is coming from. Sure, could be. Our special distortion beast friends? Bear Hug asked. I'm certain we already covered this, Anton said. Distortion beasts are even more aggressive than the natives of this system. I'm not certain they would actually survive here, but they're certainly not friends. I know that, Bear Hug complained. But that doesn't mean special ones can't be friends. They can do fancy energy stuff, so maybe we can talk to them. That's not a good idea, Anton said. Why? Many reasons. List them. They want to eat you. Hasn't stopped me before. These are far away from this system, and we don't know if you'll survive. I have to test that at some point anyway. I'm not limiting myself to Clar. You have no experience with subspace. You yanked me into it that one time. It was fun. There's practically no chance that they'll even comprehend that you're trying to communicate, which means they might figure it out. Tell me where they are. I'm not going to take you, Anton said. Fine. I'm sure I can convince someone else. It shouldn't take too long. I'll probably freeze along the way like one of those hyper-coldified chambers that one tech guy talked about. Time will pass in an instant. I'm not sure how I'll get unfrozen, though. Bear Hug had a sense of humor and liked to joke around, even about ridiculous things. This wasn't one of those times. If I take you, you can't get mad when they attack you and I kill them. Okay, but you have to let me try. Sometimes, Anton wished he had less sway. He couldn't tell Bear Hug. Actually, there are restrictions on entering the area. There were, of course. People needed far more than security clearances to even be told about the area. But supervised by someone like Anton, Bear Hug could certainly get away with it if Anton at all tried to get them approved. That said, he didn't rush into things immediately. He didn't want to disrupt any number of related activities, and seriously attempting communication with distortion beasts was something that hadn't been attempted. Certainly, there had been some half-hearted attempts, but it wasn't like they had eyes or ears most of the time. Nor would that be a reason for them to share human language. Anton seriously doubted that their thought patterns would be close enough to get the energy language, either. Their physical form was on a scale too large even if they occupied only one layer of reality. It would be like a human talking to an ant. So not really that weird, he supposed. Certainly, he could pick out proportionately minute fluctuations in energy, so if they were decently perceptive it should work. Especially since the absolute amount of energy used would be much greater. Whether they would take it as anything other than an invitation to eat Anton had significantly more doubts. But the way things were now, this was their best chance. Weird distortion beasts and a language meant to be spoken by anything with energy. The team that came up with the language was probably not accounting for multidimensionality, though. Either way, they should be included in the mission, since they could best interpret if there was any sort of response aside from pure violence. Anton wondered briefly how he had gotten swept up in something like this again, but of course the answer was simple. He poked his nose into too much of other people's business, and then had to accept the consequences. What kind do you want? Anton asked. There are kinds. Distortion beasts are a lot like animals. I want a snail. Like Helix. They're not actually animals. I can probably get you something with a spiraled shell or slime or both, but it might have tentacles, acid skin, or radiation bladders. What do those last things do? They sort of surround something with radiation and turn it into soup. Soup is good. It's warm. You don't want to be soup. Radiation is bad. I like solar radiation. Can you get one of those? Anton frowned. Do you want that, or the shell thing? I might not actually be able to get either, depending on the population of the nest. These have cultivation stuff, right? I think I want something nice. Like water. It might try to steal your water and turn you into dried algae. That would be very rude, Bear Hug declared. They have even less social impetus than Briar, Anton declared. And less restraint. Wow, that's not a lot of restraint. Why don't they eat each other? They do. Sometimes. Why not all the time then? Anton had to admit he didn't know. Maybe there were distortion beast hunting seasons. Probably. Something about the nests calmed them relative to each other. They were probably more aggressive with regards to foreign matter. Like people. And planets. And maybe stars, though there hadn't been any confirmations of one consuming a whole star. Just bits and pieces, siphoning some energy and matter off the top. I'll talk to a water one, Bear Hug decided. If you can get a weaker one, that would be good. I want to resist myself. That's not an easy request, Anton admitted. But I'll try. At least he should be able to draw one out.